Well, how about a little more poker with a lot more still left? Ali Najad alongside the tropical czar Brian Rast here today as we resume coverage from Jeju Island, South Korea, Landing Casino, playing host to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Glad to have you with us. 150K, that's what we've got in store here today, Rasty. Obviously, we took the coverage last night, not able to really bring you much of a glimpse, if any, if I don't recall, because we were focused upon the 50K. But, you know, I mean, now we're going to get a look at the big stuff, the business end of the festival.
Yeah, you know, I remember, I think I briefly made a comment because I had looked over at the chip counts, and at the 5K big blind level, which wasn't too far off where they finished, Adamo had 1.5 million in chips, which was 300 blinds. I think he was close to double second place, so that was very notable, but I think that was the extent of what got brought up because the coverage on the final table went late last night until we crowned a winner, and by that time, the 150K was done. Yeah,
that it was. Now, let's glimpse back for those that might have missed what happened last night to what took place in the arena as 8 took their seats in the 7 max. So the 50K buy-in, Renlin's aces, Steve O'Dwyer with King Queen. This was a hand that he opened, or actually I believe just came along from the big blind. Pardon me, Renlin, the opener, but then faced 3 barrels. After having flop top pair, it went check, call, and on this turn, which really didn't have any correlation to what we would imagine would be the upfront range from Renlin. The request for all of it came in, Rasty. The time banks were thrown out, and then Steve chewed on it.
Yeah, you know, this is just a really, I mean, it's a good run out for King Queen theoretically, but bad in practice against aces. Tough spot for Steve.
No question, $248,000 and some disappointment for Shaman O'Dwyer. And then it was the turn of Phil Ivey. He had one of the most epic tanks in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series. And in the end, with just 275K, he would take aces in the battle, and Sergio Ido with a cheeky little, hey, let's take 4 cards up against 2. 9-6, flops 2 pair, comes out swinging, fills up on the turn, not drawing dead were the aces, of course, but obviously drawing lead, and plenty of fist bumps were provided, and then, yeah, Ivy. Gallows humor, as you put it. A 7th place finish, very disappointed, I would imagine. $339,000, though, denied his 6th title. So then, we fought on 6-handed. Malaysia's Michael Soiza, King 10 suited, decided to come over the top of Punsri, who held the chip lead for the bulk of this FT, and held over the King 10 on a 5-5-3 board. It was just 6 outs once the turn rolled off, and Soiza couldn't connect. So then Michael would give way after collecting $465,000. Renlin among the top 5, picked pocket 5s to go up against Punsri himself, but it wasn't Punsri who would be his customer, as Sergio Ido woke up with 2 9s behind him. Ayah, said Ren. Flop in the turn, 5 free, and it was 2 outs 1 time from Mr. Lady Gaga. All around that 5, but in the end, all out of steam. $611,000 richer for the effort. Then 4 remained. Sir Watts picked 6s. Hoping to perform better than the small pair before him. Wasn't up against the over pair, but was up against top pair. As Punat, the patron, Jack 10 deuce, well out in front. 2 outer failing to come in on this occasion as well. And Mike Watson was left off the podium, $773,000 richer for his efforts. And then the US's Brian Kim would stuff King 6 offsuit from the button. Not deep stacked, but in an awful way, as the aces had revealed themselves once more, this time in Punsri's corner. Flop and the turn, giving the gut shot. to Brian Kim. In the end, he couldn't find the 5, but did find some love from his buddy Punat. $954,000 payday for Brian, nothing to scoff at. Aces again at the FT, this time for Sergio Ido. And this was a raise pre-flop from Punsri. Sergio, I believe, came with the small 3-bet. I didn't quite catch a glimpse, don't remember it, but it was irrelevant, as on the flop, it was a 6. On the turn, it was a limp from Punsri, raise pre from Ido. Punsri coming along, smacking the gutter after Ido checked it over, but really nowhere for him to go after he failed to find the 5 or the ace on the river. Always had a sense of what he was going to do on a run out such as that, and that was just a hand that sort of played itself. No escape for Sergio Ido. 1.35 million would go to him, but 2.01 million would go to Punat Punsri as he hoists another Triton title here. Already a main event winner, Rasty. Punat just had the sun shining down on him, not taking anything away, but every now and again, it feels like the deck smiles on us.
Yeah, if I was going to point out something to not let it go by unnoticed, I mean, to me, you know, sometimes the question is, oh, any plays that stand out to you at that final table? You know, I know it was 4th place finish, a little modest, 773,000, certainly not, but Mike Watson had the play that I recall that stood out to me the most at the final table, where he made a very difficult value bet against Punat Punsri on a board, I believe, on the river that read 6-6-7-9 queen with 3 hearts, and he value bet Jack 9, so a 9 with a kicker that doesn't play, and got called by Ace High.
Yeah, I remember this
for a quarter
one.
pot, and I was like, okay, you know, Sir Watts, first of his name, king of the value bet, as I like to call him after that.
Yeah, no, very much so. And obviously, Watts not alone in impressive moments at that FT, but that one in particular for you standing out. And some real coolers, obviously. Ivy on the nub, the Vapors, aces, and then all of a sudden Ido just runs into top 2 pair, and then Ido himself vanquished, as you saw there, heads up with the aces. They didn't perform all that well until, of course, they were in Punsri's hands when they held up eventual champion there. 5 out of 15 of Punat Punsri's cashes, by the way, at the Triton Super High Roller Series, they've been 7 figures in nature, and that would explain why he's got the haul that he does. Vietnam, his only stop, Rasty, without a 7-figure payday. Ido, of course, back-to-back second-place finishes for him, a combined almost $2.6 million haul, and that, of course, would explain, when I get to the Player of the Year race, why that's the name that we find on top. But let's focus on Brian Kim a little bit. We touched on him, 3rd-place finish. Already 14 cashes in 12 months, a more recent arrival on the tour. But, Rasty, you've had a chance to rumble against this guy. There is a lot of heart, a lot of fight, not something exclusive to him, of course, but every now and again there are those who kind of catch our attention in that regard.
Yeah, sure. Seemed like he had very solid, consistent play, and his demeanor at the table seems like he just gives nothing away.
Yeah,
takes his time. You know, I was very impressed, and to no surprise, he's having a long string of cashes.
Now, you said the words "takes his time." That allows me to bring back up that Ivy tank, Rasty, and I don't recall the hand specifically. Producer James, perhaps? He went into the tank for 8 minutes and 40 seconds. I believe it was a 1-card straight. Punat Punsri, the backdoor hearts. Any king would have made Broadway on the board. Don't recall the entire line, but he really went deep.
Yeah, Punat raised small blind. Ivy flats big blind. Ace Queen 10 rainbow 1
King
heart.
Jack.
Punat small bet. Ivy call. Ivy has King Jack with the King of Hearts.
And Punat 10-3 of hearts.
Yes, and so small bet call. Turn Jack of Hearts. Check, check. River 9 of Hearts. Punat checks. Ivy bets 3rd pot, I believe, and Punat makes a big check raise.
Yeah.
And yeah, the hand really stood out. I mean, Ivy tanked forever. He has a pretty good hand to call with. I mean, the straight, I think Punat's pretty much repping flushes there, but, you know, you have the King of Hearts. So, like, short of having a flush, that's about as good as you can do, right? The straight with the King of Hearts. But something didn't smell right to Ivy. you could feel it, because this is a hand I think most people, kind of looking at the quality of that blocker, end up calling. And it felt like he almost was going to fold there at around the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, I don't know if he was doing it to get a read, but he put the chips back on his thing, kind of pushed the cards, and kind of kept thinking about it more, and ended up making the call. I mean, you know, no criticism there with the call, but it was almost a great fold is what it was.
Yeah, and very genuinely, we both thought that the muck was going to be found at multiple points, I would say. Obviously, the one where he picked the chips up and moved them over closest, in the end, unable to find it. Some ace of hearts offsuit combos turning themselves into a bluff. Perhaps that which was percolating for Ivy, and a multitude of other things that were airy enough for the king to maybe be good. But that was obviously the deciding factor in terms of his presence at that particular final table. So then, with 7 events now in the books, the player of the festival here in Jeju begins to come into focus. And I want to dive into the Triton Poker Plus app to give you a glimpse at that player of the festival leaderboard. Sergio Ido, the only guy in there other than Seth Gottlieb, out of, like, let's call it the top 9, who didn't win an event and yet find themselves 4th and 1st, respectively. Gottlieb and Ido do. Obviously, the 2 second-place finishes for Sergio lending to that. Fedor making up some ground, of course. He won the 15K, the kickoff event. That at the time was a record breaker in terms of entries. Still a lot to play for, and multipliers as well available. Some various routes to picking up extra points. One of the ways in which you can pick up extra points toward the overall Player of the Year leaderboard, which Danny Tang held coming into this one, is by taking down Player of the Festival. Couple of hundred extra points there, and then, of course, $200,000 if you win Player of the Year. And obviously, when we talk about the cost of a Triton festival, that $200,000 sort of pales in comparison, especially when you consider 4 festivals in the year. But it's about more than the money for these boys, Rast.
Oh, teacher, pick me. I have a question.
You.
Okay, thanks. Hey, so what I want to know is Player of the Year. We just started. It's 2024. The Danny Tang's leading. Can you explain that to me?
We have a couple of festivals already under our belt. So the way that the Triton Player of the Year works is 2 festivals already in 2023, right? London, Monaco, and then we bring ourselves over into this year. This is the 3rd of what will be 4 festivals. Hence Danny Tang's presence there. He and Jason Kuhn, obviously, fantastic calendar years in 2023. 6 and 5 titles, just staggering. But yeah, that's why we got to there. And we can take a peek, by the way, if you'd like, Rasty, at that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, as well as I can show you Danny Tang up top, Jason Kuhn, there's Daniel Devoris.
So it's not the calendar year. It started halfway through the last 2 festivals of last year, and it'll be the first 2 festivals of this year.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. All right. So then, let's turn our attention away from Player of the Year, shall we, and dive back into the app momentarily as I navigate us toward the 150K 8 Max, the Dominator. As you mentioned, Rast has spooled up a massive stack. 1.3 million at present, off his high watermark, but still good for 164 big blinds. Registration open to start the day, but closing as soon as play begins. I'm being told we're going to have 117 total buy-ins across 73 uniques. 63 players will be taking to the felt, 24 of whom have registered to start the day. Now, obviously, you caught, or Adamo rather, caught your attention. This is one of those guys that had kind of forged a reputation for making these runs toward final tables and just never relinquishing a chip lead. Can he find the FT and a possible deep run here today, in your opinion?
I mean, you know, listen, you can never say tournament to tournament, but he is, I mean, he's pretty famous for it, like just amassing monster chip stacks and then leveraging that as ICM picks up around the bubble and through the late parts of the tournament and kind of just going wire to wire.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can never say someone's going to do it, but, you know, if anybody can keep it going, it's him. Now, he did slip back a little bit, but he's still up there, #1.
Yeah, no question. Also up there is Liang Shu, his first Triton stop with us since London in 2019. He's got 1 cash so far here. Martirossi and Vogel saying quiet series so far. Now looking to run hot as they run 2nd and 4th, respectively. Adamo's going to be joined by the likes of Stevie Chidwick, and Fedor got his hands full over there, as they certainly know how to play Sheriff. Then at table 5, we see the shorty, the Colombian Mauricio Salazar. his festival. No cashes so far, I believe. Liang there as well. Our tour, let's dive right in as we're going to take a peek at the outers and then work our way toward the feature here, the midway point of this Jeju festival. There's our fearless leader, Andy Wong, in the foreground in the blue blazer. You want to talk about fearlessness? How about Dan DeVoris, Juan Pardo, Seth Davies, Dan Smith, Elton Sang's got his hands full, doesn't he? 81 bigs, though. He's got his coffers reasonably full as well. Seems like things have been going all right. 58 BBs for Smith. He can work with it. Is that a Dunkin' Donuts cup? You know, America does run on Dunkin', Rasty.
Yeah, maybe a little coffee, right? Why not?
No shame
Get a
in
little
it.
caffeine, a little stimulant for the mind right before you sit down and play.
DeVoris will be looking for a stimulant for the stack, as 15 bigs is all he's going to be operating off of to get things underway. Pardo, 25 bigs. On forever immortalized for folding pocket kings when we were back in London in a very crazy situation. Ace, king, jacks, kings, and aces across 4 players. Henrik Eklund, he's got a smile on his face. Obviously, we love to see it. So does Espen Jorstad. What's Espen working with? Wai Kin Yong, by the way, on the left also there. 25 bigs for Jorstad. I talk about Henrik's smile for obvious reasons. There's 32 players remaining. Punsri 1, Henrik 2, separated by 5,000 in chips in the 50K. Played a massive pot. And everyone was breathless when Henrik's kings were unable to best the ace-king. Obviously, those 25 BBs are starting stacks. Grafton not working with that. He's got 80 bigs. Joined us in the booth for a little bit. Moonlighting was Grafton. Always with plenty to say, and it looks like this morning is no exception. Keihan Mokri. He's got the earbuds just in case it gets a bit much. Here's Jay Kuhn.
The sharp jacket.
A triple Perrier kickoff, by the way, for Jay Kuhn out there. Soiza looks like he's on a fresh load. 25 bigs. Peter Ertz to his right. One of the brothers Greenwood there to the right of Ike Haxton. Now he's got 26 bigs, so that means that he didn't reg to start the day, but didn't exactly manage to spin up either. That's Jason working with. That's a freshie. Adams there.
Stay
as
hydrated,
well.
ladies and gentlemen.
James Chen, not to be overlooked in the one hole. There's Phil Ivey, 64 big blinds for him. Lewis Spencer to his right, always ensconced in a scarf. Daniel Elias there, Kulev, Brewer, Richard Young working the thermos, one of the Triton co-founders, and there's the other, Paul Pua. Or Boss, as we affectionately refer to him. 22 bigs, just shy of a fresh stack. He too grinding the caffeine to start things off. If I had to put money on it, I suspect that he played into the wee hours in the cash games. That's standard and customary for him. Here's Mateos, a little Red Bull breakfast for the Spaniard. David Yan on his left, Nick Petrangelo there as well. Ben Heath, Santosh Suvarna, Patrick Antonius, Danny Tang, Mikita Batsikuski, Orpin, all there. And now we slip to one of our 2 featured tables where we find Martirosian at the helm in Redville, the Dominator at the helm in Blueville. A little graphic card glitch there, maybe. I'm not sure what that was. It's all brought to you by betacr.eu as we've cleaned it up and given you a nicely focused rendition of the landscape. Touched on Salazar being short, 129,000. Kuznetsov, Nikita, not Timofey, 17 bigs. Why isn't Timofey Kuznetsov out here in the Triton streets, Rasty? Is it a too rich situation? We're small stakes for old Timofey now? What's going on?
You know, I mean, I could only speculate. He's probably, maybe he's involved in some other things. I don't think he's playing poker quite as much as maybe he did previously. Crypto is crushing.
Yeah.
And he's in those streets, perhaps. You know.
Not a lot of poker being played here by the other Kuznetsov.
He was never a big tournament player either.
Rasty, 2 queens for this Russian in front of O'Dwyer, who with ace-8 suited took the min-raise and piled on it, got snapped, and hasn't found an ace. He is the covering stack, but he is in trouble. Spadeless board. Blank turn. Now Nikita just needs to fade Barry, and he's done it. Barry was definitely a theme for the first few events, Rast. And it wasn't just confirmation bias. I mean, there was a lot of trips to the locker room.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting chip configuration at these two tables. I mean, we've picked for the stream the two tables that have the two chip leaders, Martirosyan and Adamo. There's some big stacks. I mean, Fedor's also got 700K. That said, these tables are going to essentially be dominated by short stack play because on both tables, we have mostly short stack play. So like, look at this table right now. This table is slightly deeper with only 3 starting stacks. There were 4, but one of them, O'Dwyer just kind of busted and one of the other ones doubled. But on the other table, there's actually, I think it's 5 stacks that are about starting stack 200K or less. And just that many short stacks ends up dominating the action quite a bit in terms of, opening ranges, what ends up happening, because those stacks kind of reshove quite a lot. I mean, we're not really in the ICM range of the tournament, so we will see a decent amount of reshoving, calling with hands that are a little lighter than you might be accustomed to for 20 big blind play once you get down, playing at the final table.
Apologies for the little sinus clearance there, and also apologies as our blinds hadn't been updated to 5K, 10K, and thereby we're reflecting starting stacks as being 25 big blinds deep, Rasty. Indeed, they are just 20 big blinds deep when they max late reg here at 5K, 10K, and Tan Xuan from the cutoff, min-raising the suited one-gapper here. O'Dwyer flats with King Deuce suited, leaving himself just 5K behind with the small blind already invested, perhaps deeming that this will be a good opportunity. Unfortunately, it isn't, given the presence of a dominating King 8, which has a handle on both O'Dwyer and Tan Xuan. Queen 9-3 board.
Yeah, Chidwick would probably be surprised to find out that he's actually dominating both other hands. Kind of fun development for a very modest holding in the big blind, King 8 off. And wow. I mean, Steve O'Dwyer only has 5K here so he only has to call 5K, not 20, to be all in with 65K in the pot. So yeah, he's not going to fold. And Chidwick actually folded the best hand.
Ironically enough, but obviously Tan Xuan behind him.
你上来就打个 all in。
Not looking to proceed any further. And Xuan pulls back 15,000 and does not hit the turn. O'Dwyer Poised for the triple with cheese. And holds. So interesting little situation. Obviously, it needed to go O'Dwyer's way, and it has. As he tries.
Nice little development for Steve there.
Yeah.
You're like looking at King Deuce of clubs on Queen 9-3 with 2 spades, no club, and you're like, man, wow, this sucks. I guess I have to call off my last 5,000. Then you find out you're a big favorite to triple. You triple and back in the saddle.
Well, you know, we're working a little Shetland pony here, not exactly a Clydesdale, but saddle.
I mean, 8 big blinds now or something, you know, we've all seen Stranger Things.
Sure.
Wow, the 150K buy-in, huh? Got well over 100 players. This is going to have a pretty sweet prize pool when they announce it.
TBD, how it'll all break down. Luca Vivaldi and company, feverishly efforting.
Probably like at least 4 for first.
That's a nice little haul there. Not a nice one in the big, though, for Ding Biao as he lays down to Kuznetsov's suited ace.
And the re-entry was open till the start of this level. The re-entry is now closed to answer the questions of anyone out there who's wondering. This is it. If you bust, you're out.
Fedor opens. Dominator, Queen 10 offsuit in the big. When he burst onto the scene, Rasty, he was really white hot, just winning everything, deep runs all over the place, and then, you know, came back down to earth a little bit for a while. But here he is, with second pair out in front of Fedor in the 150K.
I mean, it seems like he also took a bit of a break from playing. I don't think he was playing quite as much. I think he was, actually, I think he went back to university in Australia.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% on it, but that was what he said. A year and a half ago or a year ago or something, I went to dinner with him in Vegas, and I think he was going to go back to school. Just kind of wanted to live that lifestyle for a bit. Not that he was quitting poker, but, you know, he'd have some other responsibilities, play a bit less. So I think, you know, I don't track the international poker tournament scene too closely, but it does seem like he hasn't been playing as much.
Yep. Fedor, 16K into 57. Adamo, a customer.
Got the ace and the backdoor clubs. That definitely isn't a card which interacts with his hand at all. Let's see. Feels like normally a give up here, but always enjoy watching Fedor because he's creative and aggressive, and love seeing the lines that he comes with.
Adamo checking once more in spite of having picked up the gut shot. No heart in hand. 89 in the middle. Now, while you mentioned that this is not a card that interacts at all with Fedor, only we know that, because we can see what he's got. But of course, Adamo does not, and so we await Fedor's decision. It does come in as check. Now the hearts roll off. Does this card favor either of these guys as played?
I mean, as played, this is a spot where Fedor might end up bluffing. I mean, I think the thing on the turn is it doesn't interact with his hand at all, and he's going to be able to find a bunch of hands that have a little bit more equity to semi-bluff, like even ace-jack or ace-10, you know, potentially a hand like jack-8 suited. A bunch of offsuit hands with hearts in it might find bluffs, especially if they have no pair. But now there is going to be some offsuit hands with one heart that might check back turn, hands such as queen-jack, queen-10, you know, ace-queen, pocket jacks, all that have one heart. All those hands are very likely to check back turn. Since Fedor has literally 0 showdown value, he might decide to turn this into a bluff, trying to get hands exactly like Adamo's to fold, basically repping a hand, like I said, like queen-10 with the 10 of hearts, right? 8s with a heart, jacks with a heart, something like that. So kind of like a middling strength flush that check back turn because he has one pair that's now value betting, you know, and that'll be balanced with hands like this that like literally have no pair and we're just sort of giving up on the turn. So, you know, he's trying to decide how many of these he wants to bluff and whether or not this one counts, but I think he's probably going to end up bluffing. And my guess is this, I'm curious to see what size, like maybe 3/4 pot. Okay, so he's going even smaller, which is fine, because a lot of the hands I said for value can also, you know, bet smaller, like 10s with a heart, 8s with a heart. Like those all hands, like this is a very natural bet size for those hands. And like maybe he's choosing this side because he has an 8 in his hand. So, you know, I have an 8 here with no pair, and kind of like the flip side, I could have 8s with a heart, and I'll choose a bet size that matches up with. Because usually you match your bluffs to value.
Wow. Adamo finds it in spite of that milky third pot sizing there from Fedor, which did read somewhat credibly, Rasty, but sometimes when I see those calls come in, rather than take offense if we're in Fedor's seat, which I don't think he is, but when we're recipients of that sort of pick-off and we're on the wrong end of it, recognizing that sometimes that call is actually the function of respecting us enough to acknowledge that that is within the realm of capability for us. Now, this isn't, you know, the most complex spot, but you get the gist.
No, I agree for sure with exactly what you said. And I mean, I think if Fedor was going to break it down at this point, he might ask himself, not theoretically, like perhaps he's fine theoretically with his play, but rather if specifically Michael Adamo snaps me off with queen-10 with no heart, which is like kind of the type of hand I'm trying to get to fold, right? Like one pair with no heart. It's kind of hard for Adamo to really have weaker than that in terms of what you're trying to bluff out of the pot. Then maybe this bet size specifically in this type of spot like won't work very well versus him. That would be more the takeaway. And that's not really a theoretical question. That would be more of like an exploitive question on like his dynamic specifically versus Adamo. If you wanted me to break down like what's Fedor thinking about after this hand. I think when you start getting into, a lot of people on the stream probably identify with your question, but I think on like the very highest level, getting really personal with like respect and whatever starts to lead you down a bad rabbit hole of like emotional attachment thoughts that isn't really where you want to go like 95+% of the time.
I hear where you're coming from. Obviously, it's a conduit to those sorts of thoughts, as ace-ace deuce not a conduit to continuation for Kuznetsov, who defended and was up against trip aces for Ding Biao there. Ding Biao, by the way, just taking a look at the series he's put together so far. 3 cashes, 47th in the 15K 8 max, 18th in the 20K. 40K mystery bounty. He was 11th. Hunting his 13th career Triton cash here. Hopefully one that'll put him up and over 3 million. for his Triton career. One-time title winner is Biao. That one came all the way back in Cyprus, 2023. I say all the way back. It's not that long ago, of course. That was a 30K mystery bounty victory. You see O'Dwyer taking those 8 bigs and stuffing them. Mid-position open here. King 9 suited. Gets all the way through to Fedor, whose hearts are smothered, but the suited combos under normal circumstances like to defend. This is just too big an ask. Min-raise, I think he's in there. O'Dwyer not interested in that sort of behavior. Fold it around to Adamo. Jack 8 offsuit. Bows out. Fedor giving Tan Chuan a walk. Tan, better known in the cash game streets, where, by the way, Rast, he's a handful. You want to find yourself a big pot, look no further than Tan Chuan.
When you're doing the cash game streams?
I don't do those. That's Nano, Randy Lou. But I've watched and I've been in the room for Tan just taking heaps and saying, let's go, just slamming them in there. O'Dwyer not quite slamming them in there, but getting slammed upon are these 4s. The jam has run into kings.
Ding's decision here is between re-raising or calling. I think he probably comes with call. Yeah, he would like someone to find a hand behind him. Maybe like someone with jacks or ace-king, and maybe even like ace-queen suited and put it in.
A flat here from Ding as he looks to tempt someone else into the altercation. Nobody bites, but 4s against kings bites. O'Dwyer trying to stay in the hunt here early, going day 2, event number 9, the 150K, 235 in the middle, and a king in the window. This is curtains for all intents and purposes for O'Dwyer. 0.1%, and now it's officially over as Ding fills up on the turn. Never got anything going, Rast. Haven't seen the last of the Shaman, but certainly the last of them here in the 150 as we flip it back over to the other feature table where we've got one in progress. Liang Shu's Queens. Raised it up front. Picked up both blinds for the ride. Jack 9-4 board.
Wow, great
2 checks
spot.
in front of him. 35K C-bet, and Muhlacher has stepped in it. As the check raise to 115, got jammed on. Thomas makes the call for his final 312 and seeks assistance. The turn doesn't render. Will the river? No.
I would have beat you.
Ready?
And the locker room starting to get a little busy here as Muhlacher is showered. Liang Shu adding to a big stack that he brought forward to start the day. There's a glimpse at him. By the way, for Muehlacher, that's going to be deeply disappointing considering he's 0 for 5 already coming into this one now. 0 for 6.
Ah, this is our man,
This?
Zhu Liang.
And this?
I remember him distinctly.
Okay.
He likes to put the pressure on.
Well, listen, I talked about Tan Chuan. There are definitely members of that Chinese delegation who keep their chips in motion. You don't need to grab any feather dusters. There's Muehlacher.
You were playing very
Taking the
aggressive, I
long
feel
way
like.
out of here.
Oh yeah, now I'm remembering.
Really?
Like, I don't remember any hands, but I just remember you being aggressive. Are you playing the PLO tournaments?
Maybe not. Pure fish. Very big fish. Pure.
Although his first name is different, Zhu Liang shares a surname with a very famous, one of the most famous generals from Chinese history, Zhu Zhiliang, the sleeping dragon. And I don't know, maybe I might start calling Zhu Liang the sleeping dragon.
Well,
Weird, I had King
SD
Jack, I thought you
Wang
both had me
is
beat.
not asleep as we see the raise from the cutoff to
Oh, they have it.
23,000, but he's certainly sitting on the dragon. Pocket kings popping up once more here. Winter avoids
Yeah,
trouble,
Jack nines.
but let's see. Xu Liang. Jack 10
Oh, he'll be defending
in the big.
this. Unfortunately for him, Sean Winter just
Where are you
folded
going from here?
Yeah.
Jack 10 in the small blind, so his hand is very dead.
For till
Blocker
next Triton?
effects.
Yeah. Maybe go Monaco before. Yeah.
So
excited
he
to
books a
come to
date
some
with an
nice place.
ace-6-3 rainbow board. This one rates to keep
How
him
about
out of
you?
trouble. And note that the ace is an
Go to
unpleasant
back to
arrival
Vegas,
for Wang.
19th?
Okay.
And then I'm going to go play some 200K to first PLOs.
Yep. 8 tournament series.
Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome. The biggest one is going to be 25.
Check folds to the 11K.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Uneventful.
Nice.
Post flop.
Small stakes, no limit is hard to play, but you can play small stakes PLO. I don't know. The term is just fun from the beginning.
Yeah. Great time to be golfing out there right now too, right?
Yeah, it's perfect now.
It's gonna be sweet.
Four suited in the cutoff, not enough to pique the interests of Kim, but on the button an ace-7 for Officer Winter.
14 blinds. Winner will certainly play this. He's just going to decide here between min raise and jam. I think jam is... These offsuit aces do like that. They hate kind of raise folding, but my guess is he's not going to fold. Oh, he makes it 50, so it's one of these kind of like goofy, big-ish
90.
raises. Gets ace deuce.
I don't want to
Out
play
of the
against you.
Suggest to Martirosian that the sizing
Run as my buddy.
is associated with not wanting to have to go up against one of those big stacks as we flip back over to the other feature and find the Odominator flatting the button open from Ding Biao's 5s with a suited ace. It will be heads up as Kuznetsov departs.
And Martirosian, not just a chip leader, but also a reputation among the high-stakes community as a crusher.
Crusher and kind of a sticky customer too, you know, so the size up we can kind of get behind it for Sean. King Jack 7 is now Ding Biao is behind Adamo. It's got bottom pair here, but not really much romance for the holding on this texture. Let's see if Ding Biao applies pressure.
It's a board which interacts pretty decently with Adamo's flat range here. Enough that Ding doesn't feel obligated to auto c-bet, and wow, what a turn for him.
This is a lunar landing on the turn, as from outer space, the 5s arrive in triplicate.
Adamo was a bit of an unpleasant situation.
I mean, the check back from Ding Biao, and obviously the ace-7 starts to feel slightly cozier, not 100% of the time, as we see caution, the order of the day from Adamo. Certainly we expect Ding Biao to activate now with 60 in.
Yeah, plenty of hands that you can think of that beat a7, that check back, as well as obviously some bluffs or semi-bluffs. You know, some of these hands being a weak king, all sorts of jacks, maybe a 7, all mixed in with some check back, some air, some draws. Probably not really strong draws, but like weak draws. Adamo's doing okay against that range, and the ace is a relatively clean out. Queen 10 probably normally bets the flop. So yeah, this is somewhat standard call here.
2/3 pot.
And a pretty good card for Adamo, all things considered, for his at least range against range here. Literally nothing was filled in. He was already losing to a king, which is now less likely. So might be a good enough card where, in actuality, this is a terrible card for him, where he pays off the river bet, as Ding is certainly going to bet. The one issue is that Ding might end up choosing a large size here because he has a very good hand. And if he goes big, that might, well, Adamo still could pay it off, but it might let him get away from the hand as well. Because Adamo's toward the bottom of his kind of range here, having only a 7, check calling out of position on the turn. Like a king is always calling the river here if Adamo happened to have 3 kings and played it this way. So Bao might choose a bet size which targets 3 kings specifically as always calling, and then you just hope that sometimes a jack or a 7 calls you as well. Let's see what he comes with. But that type of bet sizing would be pot or larger, to be more specific.
Do you think that sort of greed is in the cards for Ding Biao here? We're somewhat in the neighborhood. 100 into 140.
So that's like a little smaller. I mean, I think you can start to put some like good jacks in that range, and maybe like discount some of the stronger hands a little bit. Like ace jack could bet this, queen jack.
I know this sounds weird and perhaps even simplistic, but are we more apt to call the ace-7 against the full pot sizing than we are against the 100K? You feel where I'm coming from on that with the polarization factor?
I think the ace is a better blocker against this sizing in some respects, because now he can have ace jack and like aces, I think, like a bit more often. So maybe ace-7 prefers to see this bet sizing, as opposed to, I think the blockers aren't very relevant against like 200,000, right? Because now aces or ace jack aren't betting.
Not
but
beating
Adamo gets
value.
away anyways.
Yeah.
So nice fold by Adamo. I mean, he showed some gears here. He kind of snap called Fedor with the queen 10 off, basically only beating a bluff, and now thought about it a bit and made a nice laydown here against Bao Ding with a hand that could definitely bluff catch. Same type of spot. You're bluff catching on the river, out of position.
Well, if you want a taste of what you got on the screen in a meaningful way, there are many who play the Triton Super High Roller Series and sell action at our exclusive staking partners over at Poker Stake. Now, if you can get that taste rake-free, transaction fee-free, and also with guaranteed winnings, why would you go anywhere else to do so? PokerStake.com. Head over now, and maybe, just maybe, you can hitch your wagon to a winning horse out here.
Okay,
You done the staking thing a little bit throughout the years, Rasty?
Monte Carlo was $4 million. And I got third
Not
in the
on one of the sites like Poker Stake.
Right, but just
Actually,
like
no,
personal
3.87
setups.
Yeah,
was
taking
my third.
pieces of people and
Okay.
whatever. Sure, yeah.
You ever had a lame horse that you had to take out back behind the shed?
I figured it'd be close.
It would be.
Yes.
The glue factory?
Yeah.
But like,
I'm out of the
Sorry.
I'm out of the staking business.
There it is.
But yes.
You dabbled, and now here we are. Flipping it back over to the other
third in the
feature.
one
This one
drop.
was kicked off by Martirosian's
I think
Ace
it was for
6
4 million,
suited.
but I'm not-
Could get
but like
interesting
that
for the
kind of
reasons you
doesn't-
see
I think
here.
this is
Both
bigger,
blinds
just
came
like, you
along
know,
for
30
20K. 2 checks in front of Martirosian, this 15K. Clears SD Wang, but obviously not a king high diamond draw. And Kim plays it as a jam. His hopes resting upon a diamond that isn't a 6. Martirosian poised to pull further up toward the top of the leaderboard, barring one of those
Fucking
outs
under,
that you
Brian.
see to the left of your screen. Can Brian Kim hang around here? No.
here.
As he wraps the table, fresh off of that third place finish in the 50K 7 max, which was good for 954,000. Kim will not find the cash here in the 150.
And as expected, some players kind of flying out of here, right? We had a
Single big?
number of players who rebought at the beginning of the day, coming into day 2, 20 big blind stacks, and unsurprisingly, a number of them have busted out. I think we started with 60, what was it? I don't know, 60 something, and we're down to 52. So already probably 20% of the field is busted approximately from the start of the day.
There's a look at the fallout from the exit of Brian Kim. 1.45 million for Martirosian. 146 bigs. I mean, these are the guys that we begin to get the sense are going to find not just the money, but the deeper part of the pay structure. Yang Shu, obviously one to contend with out there. But Martirosian does have position on Liang Shu out there, so, you know, obviously this is quite unfortunate for Shu, but pleasant for Martirosian.
Yeah, definitely. When you're Shu Liang there, it's kind of hate to see it. You're at a table, you have a huge stack, and one of the only 2 people in the tournament who covers you is directly to your left. With a bunch of short stacks at the table. Very annoying spot, but the Sleeping Dragon is a master of strategy. One of the greatest generals in Chinese history. Let's see what he can come up with. Plus always a chance at some point that players get moved or the table breaks.
I would like to, because there's like everything 5,100 and above in Vegas now is private. Like back then, there was still some public decent stakes.
SD Wong flatting the King 10 suited. Smith
What's the biggest
likes the
public
price
games
with
now?
A6.
Biggest public game.
2040.
Yeah,
2040 only?
1020, 2040.
Hijack button and big.
too small.
Look up at King 7-3. Top pair and the flush draw. SD's got this one by the throat.
Yeah, and nobody else
It's crazy. Like
has
Vegas, that's the
anything
biggest game.
really
Yes.
to.
Well, I mean, there's like
Put money in the
big
pot
private
with.
games, 4,800.
Artur might
3,500,
c-bet this
1K.
simply because he was the
Like
pre-flop
multiple
raiser.
private
Yes.
And
not
no, he's
good for
going to
the
check,
calls.
which
Too small.
if SD bets here, can't imagine anyone will.
Why you don't
come
come to
along.
Macau to play some big games? Macau, a 2K, 4K.
You know, top pair, a big flush draw. There is a lot of, there is some value here to betting in lower flush draws. Build a pot so you surely double up when the flush comes, as well as just have top pair. But
You see one quite disappointed not to get any patronage as Martirosyan doesn't follow through and simply steps away with that
Maybe some
queen
pot. When the
9.
VIPs here, the game is
You know,
wrong.
this is not some earth-shattering line that he
play there?
takes, but these are the tidy
Yeah, a few days ago.
sorts of points of refrain that I think
I
lend
hear
to
that
kind
one.
of not just accumulating the big stack, but then preserving it as we get out there and maybe increase our frequencies, our V-pips and whatnot. You know, we've seen some people,
1 month ago.
they get the big stack, they know how to spin it up, but
1 month
then
ago.
sometimes don't make the little adjustments to prevent that thing from unraveling just as quickly as it was accumulated.
sure,
Only
maybe
1
some
hour
people
drive.
are spinning it up due to raw aggression and they don't have the change of pace, the
Right.
change of gears, so
Right.
the raw aggression then costs them in big pots. Whereas, you know, I mean, that was a little spot by Martirosyan. We've seen Adamo on the other table kind of bob and weave
Whose
and
jacket is that?
call the bluff and fold to the value on the river. So some solid play by these big stacks.
And
for
some
sure.
solid gold. As you see, the XL-sized Triton trophy there.
Your jacket
gonna
wants
go
the button, but you want the big line. I
the
gotta see what's
eventual
going on.
Champion. Look at the love that Winter gets a smile out of Martirosyan, by the way. You know, he's a strictly business kind of guy for the most part out there, but Sean can really, you know, crack even the most stoic of characters out there at a feature table. And here he is looking to crack some folks with ace-queen under the gun off of 165.
Listen, Sean Winter's got all the moves as the short stack, the jovial table appearance, hey, big stack, keep me around, you know, cracking jokes, big folds, big moves, sliding up into caching. And here are the 4.5x. Interesting opening size. Takes it down.
Listen, Winter has certainly given us some interesting things throughout the years, Rast. He kind of has one of those march to the beat of your own drum approaches.
Listen, one thing I'll say about Sean Winter is that
I still have that bottle of wine.
having played,
in my
you
bar.
know, poker, been at the table with him, I know people sometimes talk
I'm not
about,
gonna
oh, this
drink
particular player, this other
wine,
particular
like-
player calls hands out a
Really
lot.
just, like, nothing has ever lined
You know,
up for
not
me
to take anything
to go.
away from some of them, but like personally, as a very good poker player myself,
It's hard
when
to
people say this about certain other players,
you have,
a
like,
lot of the spots they do it in are like not that impressive.
obligations of-
Like the person's making like a pretty normal read where they've like
I'm not
the
gonna
hands
drink.
Right,
narrowed
the
down
narrow-
to being
yeah.
like
Because I think
queens,
when-
kings, or
when I
aces, and he
drink
calls
myself,
kings and
you
it's
know?
kings, and you're like, okay, 1 and 3, good
Yeah,
job. You know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're not some master hand reader here. Sean Winter has called some hands out before in like wide range spots where it could be like a whole bunch of different hands, and he'll just fire off one of the like 50 possibilities or, you know, whatever, and be right. And then you're just like, what is going on? Like, are you seeing the cards? Nah, you're not doing that. You're just a weird savant in this way, Sean Winter.
If I kind of take poker into an analogy in terms of the Avatar ecosystem, you know, the gods being maybe that big tree or those flying dragons kind of thing, Sean Winter, he's got that braid of hair connected. He's achieved Saut. You know what I mean? He's in the dark energy, my friend. He's just, there's clarity.
In the dark energy, marching to the beat of his own drummer.
Oh, yeah. As Pardo beats upon the 20K open, Martirosyan glancing over to see what's what. Just 30K back. This is a declaration, clearly off of 10 bigs. Pardo happy to go with it from the small. Will Artur give him a spin with the ace-8 suited?
He's going to have to put 85,000 in essentially to win, it looked like 135.
Deems it enough. Rasty, as we're on our backs for 230K here, Pardo's arrival could be short-lived.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot actually for him, I think, and don't blame him for putting it in there.
Oh. Well, I don't know who we lay the blame for this upon other than a deck that seems to have chosen a little bit of violence post-flop here. No backdoor straight opportunity for Pardo. No backdoor diamond. The 10 alone saves him, and it isn't there. Aces and eights for Artur Martirosyan, and he continues.
Pardo is one of the biggest winners in online tournaments, is my understanding,
today.
having been told by a
100
reliable
tomorrow.
source. So, great poker player, crusher. He's walking away now. He got it in with the best of it. Yeah, listen, I know that next to Martirosyan it said +1, kind of implying he's in early position.
Right.
But they're six-handed. +1 is the hijack.
Right.
So, you know, hijack open there versus like a 10.5 big blind shove in the small blind. I think I like the call. And, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you're getting almost 2-to-1 on the money, not too far off. So, you know, maybe he only needed like 37% equity against the range. And I think ace-8 suited probably qualifies there.
Sixes qualifying for Chidwick. Kuznetsov. Ace-jack. Hijack. Flats. King-queen, by the way, just promptly binned by young Leon.
Yeah, versus under the gun open.
Eights as
hijack
well for
3-bet.
Ibinger?
No, you need better pairs. And you might have seen king-queen suited 4-bet, but not king-queen off. Like, because it's obviously one of the weakest hands that you would do it with. You can't get carried away, suited being stronger, and, you know, 4 combos of suited as opposed to 12 combos of offsuit.
Chidwick left to do battle alone then, as he does defend and flops himself bottom pair here up against top pair. Monotone texture could keep things in line. Neither player with the flush draw. Let's observe. Chidwick comes with check. 135 in the middle and big problems for the Russian. Sprinkles 30.
Chidwick with a decision here about whether he's going to check raise flop versus a very small bet, slightly less than B25, or just call. And he ends up deciding to come with check raise. He wants to make sure he wins stacks. He's gonna have some flushes. This is around the weakest type of hand that he's going to end up having that comes for check raise, but, you know, still a very strong hand, obviously. And then I think on his bluffs might be some hands with 1 club in them. Any of his offsuit combos that continued here. Total blank on the turn. Deuce of hearts. Affected nobody at all. Now there's a little bit less than a pot-sized bet left. And I'm curious to see what Chidwick's plan was, given that on turns. Like, is he 3-streeting this? Or 2-streeting it? 2-streeting it, meaning he would go all in here. And 3-streeting means he makes a smaller bet here and then jams river.
So after check calling the 30K, Chidwick on this very dry-seeming turn leads for 85,000. Obviously, Nikita a little discombobulated by the stop-and-go nature of this?
Yeah, certainly. Listen, he's not beating value at this point, so he has a pretty good hand, and but it's a pretty gross spot here.
How often is this an ace with a little club dangler that falls to the jack kicker?
No, but it's never though, because that would mean Chidwick raised like ace-8 offsuit and then called a 3-bet out of position.
Great
so
point.
It's never that.
So if we remove that sort of hand, we've got to come up with the stuff that we're beating here.
Yeah, maybe like king-queen off with a club, which Chidwick may or may not call the 3-bet with. Maybe it's a hand like 9-8 suited. Yeah, so I think he maybe feels there aren't quite enough bluffs here.
You know, that's a nice little fold.
Yeah.
With the ace-jack. You know, he stops to kind of consider to what this particular line would be attached for Chidwick. Open, call the 3-bet, check, call the flop, and then swing on the dry turn. And he just doesn't come up with enough to feel okay about it, especially when we call. That's another 17 bigs that slides into the middle. SPR situation gets a little uncomfortable if Chidwick asks for a big pile on the end.
Yeah, and
unimproved with ace-jack, what are we doing?
To break this down a little bit, like there was no need to check raise flop in order to get in stacks because they were short enough. Like, let me just present a situation. Like, let's say Chidwick calls the 30K. So we're taking out 45K each in there. So SPR would be slightly over 1 instead of under 1. But even if on the deuce, let's say ace-jack checks back. Let's say a 4 comes on the river, not a club. Chidwick could jam for like 125, B125, and that's like totally fine. So it's a spot where that's why I was saying like the check raise decision is interesting because now you're kind of polarizing your range right there. What's your turn and kind of betting? Are you 2 or 3 streeting? And you could see like the check raise got like a pretty good hand to end up folding. Like, right, like maybe that hand decides to call if Chidwick just calls 30K on the flop. Which
I thought he did just call 30K
No, he
on
check
the flop.
raised to 75K.
He did. Okay,
Yeah.
forgive me because I'm
So-
looking at the hand history. So we're a little bit off there in terms of our, synchronicity. Check, raise, then follow
Yes.
through
Yeah, follow
makes things a
through.
little bit different. So apologies there for not having been on the same page with Rasty. Do want to flip back and make sure that we've got that hand history logged properly for you in the Triton Poker Plus app.
So actually quite an interesting hand. Yeah, I think that's wrong in the app. He check raised them. I mean, he put out, I saw 3 white chips as well. So I think the app is wrong. But I visually saw him check raise and I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Four-way affair here, there, as the keen eyes of Rasty, even keener at times than the app. We tried about 1,000,
on
but it's
point
not always
today,
reasonable.
Ali.
Yeah, you're very sharp. You're always on point, my friend.
But today I think is like top 90% level. I mean,
Okay.
I recalled the hand from yesterday with the value bet from the final table. Ivy's hand, perfect recall of bet sizing and card runouts, and yeah,
that one was kind of etched.
I'm
Yeah.
dialed.
This is why we love to have you at the desk, as Fedor loves to have an ace on a dry board, enough to follow through on the 26K open that drew 3 callers behind him. 20,000. Ibinger was among those callers. Out of the small was 7, second pair, as it were, on this board.
7's an interesting spot here. I think having the 2 overs, some backdoor straight possibilities, and the bet being so small, yeah, he decides to come along. Seems quite reasonable to me. Sevens is a hand that I think is a massive snap fold to a bet here on the turn. One of the easiest folds. Sevens is behind any value bet that double barrels. Unlike a 4, a 6, or anything like that, you have 2 outs instead of 5, and you're actually blocking a big class of your opponent's bluffs here. 7-8, 7-5 suited, as well as even you have a diamond in your hand if you're Ibinger, so you're blocking some backdoor flush draw possibilities. So would have been the easiest fold of all time, but Fedor checks it back. And now Ibinger would love to get to showdown. We'll see if Fedor wants to value bet his hand if it gets checked. I don't really see block here. I mean, maybe you're blocking trying to make Fedor, trying to set the price for Fedor, but Fedor's a scary guy to set price versus.
Well, listen, Fedor's also a guy that in terms of the meta, Matthias knows about as well as anybody.
Whoa.
Leads for
Okay,
104,000,
bluff.
and Fedor picks it off, Rasty, as Ibinger went check call, check on the turn, tempting him into that barrel.
That's a bluff. I think Ibinger wanted to get 10x or queen x, that like, or like nines or jacks or something like that.
Never getting rid of an ace with that line? It felt
well,
difficult, right?
No.
Yeah.
Not for 2/3 pot after check. I mean, Fedor just snapped him with ace-8. So,
Yeah.
you know. But he is trying to get a class of hands that are better than sevens and worse than an ace to fold. You know, no comment on that play, but it's an interesting line, quite creative, and we don't really get to see if it would have worked against what my opinion is the class of hands he was trying to get to fold, because Fedor had a better hand than that.
So then, a nice pick off there by Fedor. That'll put him up and over 800,000. Tan Xuan, hijack, queen 10 off. Mulling. Takes us up to 24,000 with the blinds at 6 and 12. That is the minimum.
Should be 24.
Oh.
Note, by the way, 45-minute long levels here. The structure more protracted than other events that have preceded it here in the 150K. Obviously, players looking for a decent amount of play.
As these short stacks, you know, all these people that bought in today with 20 big blinds, kind of as they bust and consolidate with the longer levels, we should get to some little bit deeper play here for the early part of day 2 because of the longer levels, as all those 20 big blind stacks either chip up or bust. Probably won't get very deep, but you know, we might get, instead of a bunch of 20 big blind stacks, at some point it becomes like 40-ish big blind stacks along with some people that are deeper, which should give us an opportunity for some 3-bet pots that go to the flop, some post-flop play, some turns and rivers, which always very exciting when we've got the quality of players that are here today and some of their creative ideas.
Couldn't agree more, Rast. You know, a lot of times we get late stage. You assume that the consolidation of chips amongst a handful of players would mean that we're going to be deep, but, you know, sometimes we get there shallower than we might hope in terms of multiple opportunities to see multi-street lines develop. I'm not going to call them shove fests, but a lot of times, you know, you just don't get into the streets as much. Ding Biao, ready to go. Ace, king suited on the button. 24,000 open. Nobody gives him a peek.
And he's chipped up some. I think he woke up with the kings against the fives or whatever. Busted somebody and was chipped up in a few spots, and now he's well over half a million. So, by the way, 488K appears to be the average stack, which is 41 big blinds now that we're at the 12K big blind level.
Did Fedor just wave his hand over at Nikita as if to usher him into a play? That was interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine it's the product of familiarity. I can't see a world in which Fedor is doing that because he's actually like annoyed and trying to get the guy to move it along.
Yeah, I agree.
So limp with king 7, check back with queen deuce, blind versus blind.
Maybe he wasn't sure Nikita knew it was on him as well.
Outside chance, inside straight. Kuznetsov, 7 dangler here with the lead. Nothing to speak of really for Fedor as it stands.
You got that queen of hearts. I don't think he can get ace high to fold too much unless he sizes up, and it's kind of a dusty hand to size up with. But yeah, he takes a stab, having both a heart and a spade in his hand. Would love to get king high to fold, but he's not going to get king high, king 6 or king 7 to fold here, that's for sure. So king 7 having that gutter. Now Fedor's probably looking for a heart to keep bluffing, and
Doesn't get one after the extra 24. Brings the pot to 60,000.
I would guess the 10 is probably slightly better for Fedor. He's probably a little bit more likely to bet hands with a 10 in them than Nikita is to check call them. But not a huge thing. If Fedor does go big here, I think he will get king 7 to fold. Big being like 3/4 pot, something like that. Yeah, so he comes right in that range, 3/4 pot to pot. And
Yeah.
that's a bet that's, I think, quite likely to get this hand to fold. This is a very tough call. Feels like even, I mean, Nikita's just going to have so many better hands to continue with here, really. Like something with a pair, flush draw, etc. Don't see him continuing. As it turns out, Fedor is doing this with no pair and no draw. Yeah, and really, ooh, thought he said fold.
I thought he did too, Rast, and yet
he came with call.
He did come with
This was
call.
a tough call here, out of position.
Well, if you think the call was tough, how tough will a river barrel be for Fedor now? 3 rolls off. The
This is
deuce
becoming one of
slightly
those
relevant.
sweet blind versus blind hands where guys are just doing like, they're really in the streets.
The stuff we were just alluding to that maybe, you know, some of the less deep events don't afford us as often. Yet here we are sinking our teeth into one here. But let's see if Fedor will wield fangs on the river and sink teeth of his own into Kuznetsov with the worst hand in an effort to take down this 164.
Yeah, hats off to Nikita for that turn call, because versus queen deuce off here, it's sort of a disaster to fold when Fedor has no draw.
Rasty, our boy Fedor is barreling 180 at this.
I mean, this is, regardless if Nikita calls here, this is a pretty boss line by Fedor, who is right that his opponent is weak. But if Nikita manages to call this with king high,
It's for all his chips, by the way. This is a covering barrel.
this would be a pretty epic call. I mean,
Rast, I might run out of here if Kuznetsov clicks call. I'm not kidding. He's getting better than 2 to 1, but he has king high,
he
Rast.
might call the, like, he called the turn. You're not really calling the turn because on the strength of his draw alone. Like, this would, it's still tough though. I mean, your opponent's just coming back again on the river, betting pot, putting you all in.
Isn't the 7 of hearts a bad card for us to be holding because we want that to be kind of in Fedor's camp?
Yes, yeah, it's below average. The king is probably a fine card to hold, though. I mean, yeah, like this is, he's getting in the streets. I can't imagine, like, I don't know that a solver would call his hand on the turn, by the way. I mean,
No,
possibly, but the turn call was dicey.
By the way, we've got live read factors right now.
Yeah.
Both guys have kind of undressed one another optically. You saw Kuznetsov. Action on him, shooting that look over at Fedor, who gives nothing away.
He really wants to call. I mean, this is like one of those spots where you just really feel your opponent's bluffing and, like, can you pull the trigger? Because, I mean, he really wants to. Like, he called the turn, and he's using time banks on the river here with king high. This is a sick
Rask,
game.
I'm telling you. I might ignite.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Rasty, I might ignite.
He's grabbing the chips.
Somebody's working a Walkman out there, if I'm not mistaken. I hear music.
This hand is kind of absurd and beautiful at the same time, regardless what happens at this point. But the absurdness and beauty will only go up multiple levels if he makes this call.
Oh, folds it, and I can breathe because I got to tell you. Hats off to Fedor. Also, some credit to Kuznetsov, by the way. He's not posturing in that spot. You see Fedor, a wry smile there. We've got a thief on our hands at the feature. Queen high, 3 barrels. And Nikita Kuznetsov on the receiving end of some Holtz sorcery. Down to 13 bigs. Fedor up to 73. That pot was nasty.
Yeah, that pot was absurd. That was such a cool pot. I mean, these guys were above the rim, is the way to put it. It's unbelievable that he almost made that call.
It's just...
Wow.
You know, every now and again there's a pot that transpires. Or something that goes down when you're watching as a casual observer of a sport or a game. And it just leaves you realizing there's a little more to what's going on out there than I know.
24,000.
Not for you, maybe, Rast. You're kind of like Neo in the first Matrix. Everything just turns into the green characters and you see it for what it is, right? I'm still looking at the construct out here, but lucky to have guys like you with us to break these moments down. Unlucky, of course, is Kuznetsov to be against the talents of Fedor in a spot such as that, but the opportunity was there for him as Ibinger looking to see some opportunity of his own with pocket 9s. Min-raise open, Tanchuan off of fewer than that even. Rast, we're talking about like 12-ish bigs. Rips it in there, Ibinger calls.
But you have 7s. 7s.
And I don't think Tan's given us the kind of Mandarin that they teach you in school after seeing the 9s. Not sure if things are being thrown. 352 in the middle and no 7 on the board.
Let's see how good.
Yeah.
This is a terrible flop.
Tan knows when it's time to dim the lights. And now it's official as the 9 is insult to injury for Tan. Checks out. Not going to find the money here as Ibinger showering. Member of the Chinese delegation.
It open on 3.
And Ibinger going to turn right back around, play the very next hand. Solid suited Broadway.
But look what he's run into here for Yerai Iribaren. Ace King suited going to be played as a flat. We don't often see this sort of pesk. To what do we attribute this choice of line from Iribaren, Rast? Inviting others to join behind.
Yeah.
No one takes him up, by the way. And he doesn't improve on this board, which gives Ibinger 2 overs in the flush draw. Talk to me.
Yeah, maybe he's protecting his flatting range. Could encourage somebody to come with a light 3-bet, in which case he's obviously sticking in his stack, which is sub 40 bigs. Could have something to do with his perception about Ibinger's reaction to his 3-bet and what he's going to be doing with hands that he dominates. It's probably a hand that doesn't mind mixing call here at a small frequency. You probably prefer to, if you do call Ace King here, have it be suited because it plays better in a multi-way pot than the Ace King offsuit.
So Matthias played his hand as a check on the flop. That allows Iribaren to pick up a touch more equity in terms of the wheel draw. 60 on request into 72. This isn't modest.
Yeah, but he's going nowhere. He's beating all overcard hands and has a gutter.
And note, by the way, in spite of how pretty Ibinger's hand looks, 73% is the Ace King, and now 100% if it can find showdown. Unclear whether or not Matthias will allow that to happen, though, Rast.
Well, he might not allow it, but he might still get the showdown anyway. I mean, it's not absurd for him to call a bet. I'm not saying he will. Ibinger pretty much knows he has to bluff if he's going to win this, and he may or may not do that. If he doesn't, then, you know, it'll go check, check. If he does, Uri very well might call the bet, and we'll get to see. It'll be another fun river spot. Not quite as this pot, not nearly as insane as the last one, but nevertheless an interesting kind of toughish river spot here. Should he pull the trigger on the bluff?
Shut down. And that's a bit of relief there for Iribaren, Rast. I don't know, did you anticipate that Ibinger would step away?
Going into the river, I probably would have bet on bluff, but as the time started wearing on there, it started to give that feel like maybe he's not going to do it, maybe too much, I don't know.
Well, for Mauricio Salazar over at our other feature table, the feeling is ace-queen suited under the gun. Let's play for all 74. Suited and connected. Martirosian off of a big stack that can issue spins. Makes the call. Hates to see the diamonds across the way as we play for 166,000. Salazar from Colombia. And now from behind on the King 10-9 board, where Martirosian has bottom pair and the lead. Outs for Salazar quite clearly. They stay intact at 10 in total as Mauricio focuses his energies on the board in the hunt for the ace, queen, or jack, but instead Martirosian will absorb his tokens and leave him on the outside here. Day 2 of the 150K, and there will be no cash for Salazar as he continues to be shut out here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. 0 for 7, and it hurts, Rast. Especially when it's unclear how many bullets were invested across those 7 events. Could be a bit pricier than we would imagine on the surface.
24.
Raise 24.
All right, we're going to see the two biggest stacks clash here at this table. Fedor's decided to play this as a flat, which he could go both ways with this hand.
24,000 the open from Adamo. Fedor chooses to play it as a flat from the cutoff, under the gun +1, obviously mindful of it. Ibinger flats on the hunt for a crab. And Iribarren likes the price with the offsuit one gapper out of the big. Doesn't rate to interfere, although he is dominated by Adamo. He will flop the gut shot straight draw. Bottom set, though, for Ibinger has the field in a bad way. Two checks in front of Adamo.
Adamo has the ace of clubs. The seven's interacting a little bit, but no heart in a four-way pot.
Right.
Feels like this is probably a give up. Yeah, I think Adamo came to the same conclusion. Fedor last to act. 2 overs to the jack. He takes a free one. And can this card get anybody into trouble? And yes, it can. As Fedor makes top pair, top kicker, which is drawing dead against Ibinger's set of 3s. So at this point, the question is, really, how much will Fedor lose? Will 7-5 lead out? The answer is no. And again, with 0 equity, I just don't see Adamo betting here. So Fedor almost certainly will bet ace-queen. One of the best hands he can kind of have at this point. Not impossible for him to have better, but you know, one of his better hands for sure, in a hand that would like to get some value, would like to charge some draws, in a hand that's probably going to run into a check raise.
Well, let's see. As 40 is the sizing in position from Fedor. Remember, this was played as a flat directly behind the open from Adamo.
Yeah, and versus 40, I think a check raise is almost certainly coming. And given that Fedor bet pretty small, might feel pretty obligated to at least call the turn and see what happens on the river. There being some universes where Matthias
180.
might be bluffing or semi-bluffing and gives up.
And by the way, what a relieving sight it is after we check bottom set for a second occasion here, after it got checked around on the flop, to hear Fedor make this bet, giving us this opportunity if we're Ibinger. But the sound is far less sweet when it comes in the form of the check raise against a full 4-player field from Matthias. And again, I go back to the meta, as these guys are so familiar with one another's game, Rast. Remember, Fedor picked off that Ibinger bluff not long ago. What's he gonna think of this? Top pair, top kicker. This is a massive amount of hand, isn't it?
It is. Call is standard here. If he folds, it'll be a pretty sick play. That's for sure. This
Well,
would
he's
be
not
a
folding
nasty
here.
fold if he folded ace-queen here. I don't expect him to do it, but Fedor, yeah, It's just way too much hand. I mean, you know, the real spot he might be able to get away with this is on the river. I'm not even saying he should get away from it. He has a big hand, but maybe he does.
The river is not the heart that might guide an ace-queen away from this pot. Instead, it is a king. And is that a card that Fedor is going to feel is troublesome to him whatsoever? Do we think there's any 9-10 of hearts involved?
Yeah, no, it's not a blank. There could be hands that helps. King X of hearts, potentially. You know, he's now losing to some hands with a king in it. Right, does Matthias ever play King 10 this way? Oh, wow, he comes with check. That's curious. Well, Fedor, that's an interesting decision. Fedor's going to be happy to check back the river.
Yeah, absolutely. But now I'm left to ponder, Rasty, whether or not the Ibinger check is just strictly to call.
Oh, yeah. No, he's now playing it to bluff catch, maybe thinking Fedor's calling with like ace-x of hearts and now going to bluff it.
Right.
Right, like that class of hands.
So Fedor does fairly well in terms of what the damages could have been in that particular spot. I mean, if Ibinger bets that river and comes with something milky, we do kind of feel compelled, do we not?
Yeah, Fedor lost a good chunk. It could have been worse.
Yeah.
But you know, there was a bet and a large check raise, so you know, something akin to 2 streets of betting, maybe slightly smaller, but
24.
So Sturm, King 8 suited, cut off open, smothering Ibinger's hearts. He's up and over 800. And now wants to take a peek at a flop in position. Dusty but suited. Ding Biao comes along. Five, 4, 3, and Biao, Ding Biao rather, forgive me. He's asked us to refer to that first name in that order. Has himself bottom pair and the lead. $30K. A follow-through barrel from Sturm. Always like seeing the man in position depart. But a board texture that obviously could interact more favorably with the big blind defending range of Ding Biao.
correct. Yeah, he's going to have a lot more strong hands, but
just lets it go, however, Rast, and I do feel compelled to ask if we're going to defend with 10-3 suited and then face standard sizing post-flop after having hit a piece. Are we obligated to continue? Well, hang on. Pin in that thought. Looks like an outer table collision here. Danny Tang appears to be involved. Unclear who's on the other side of this right now, efforting a response. Going to be our next featured table. And it's going to be a good one. No question about that. I would imagine this will be our other. Yes. JNT. Love to see him out there. El Conquistador. Greenwood, Hecklin, Boss.
Can I see your chips?
Ertz there as well as we flip back over. But, you know
Fedor
what?
with another ace-queen off.
We'll let go of that. We'll let go of that 10-3. We'll, maybe when we come back to the desk during the break, I'll get the answer from you, because we do want to touch on another confrontation between the Russian and the German here. Holtz all over Kuznetsov.
This time he comes with 3-bet against 11, maybe 13 big blind stack. Happy to get it in. And now, interesting decision by Adamo. Does he cold for the king-queen suited here? It's a hand that could definitely do it. It's not obligated, not obligatory. But the Silicon Overlord does like the king-queen suited in some of these cold 4 spots, that's for sure.
Let's see if Adamo likes it.
Blocking kings and queens. You can get some folds. Sometimes in these spots you can get ace-queen to fold.
Yeah. He takes us upstairs. The Aussie not afraid to play big pot poker. Obviously, the fold an easy one for Kuznetsov in the face of a 4-bet, let alone the 3 before it. And it'll be on Fedor. Has he folded yet?
No.
Okay, forgive me. I did think that I saw the fold. Am I accurate in that assessment, though, with 131 back?
Oh, no. Nikita folded, yes.
Okay, yeah.
He snap folded.
All right.
They just haven't taken the hand off.
Okay.
Okay,
There it is.
Fedor's sticking around. We're going to get a pot between these two fine gentlemen and even finer poker players.
Heart in the window, another one behind it, and a king. Look at this collision that brews as the barley and the hops enter the cauldron. Second pair, nut flush draw up against top pair.
Yeah, so interesting flop for Adamo because he has the hearts along with the king. He's smashing like the pair hands that Fedor has, like jacks, tens, whatever. So those hands he doesn't mind bringing along because they either have 1 or 2 outs. And he's probably thinking at this SPR, if Fedor has like ace-jack or ace-queen, I'm probably not getting that hand to fold, right? Like maybe if they were much deeper, he could do some crazy stuff and potentially get those hands to fold, knowing he's blocking kings, ace-king, you know, hands that are never folding. And even slightly blocking ace-queen, which... So I wouldn't be surprised if he even does super small bet again or checks here,
So
given what I just said.
25K was very cutesy. Fedor says, all right, let's see the turn. Just another 50 sliding in, bringing us to 324,000.
Yeah.
Adamo behind.
The hands he's behind, though, he's not really getting to fold, being like a good ace. But the hands he's ahead of might fold to a big bet, such as 9-8 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts, etc. So King 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. Not hearts, but that are certainly calling flop for 10%.
Earlier, we laid praise upon Fedor for a 3-barrel line. Let me tell you, I've seen a few of those coming out of that seat right there.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, see, check.
Pumps the brakes.
Yeah. And
This not the
I
spot.
basically explained why prior to. Because he's not like, are you really barreling ace-queen out here for, you know, two-thirds all in? The answer is probably not. So he's taking this hand and trying to induce against the weaker parts of Fedor's range that now fold to a turn bet. Now, we can see Fedor doesn't have those hands. He has a nice hand, ace-queen.
Check back out of Fedor. Wants to play some pot control here. We arrive at the river with the ace-queen in front. How wet is the jack?
Oh, the jack is a card that can definitely hit Fedor quite a bit. Fedor can have some jack X hands with hearts. He can have some suited Broadway hands that makes one pair, or even Queen 10.
Damo wants to chew on it. Time bank utilized.
Wow, Fedor checks back the river.
No? Okay.
Your face
Snap
looks like
checks
you
it
win.
back. And it sounds like Fedor thought he had a read that Adamo's face was saying that he thought he had the best hand. Which might have contributed to the snap check back.
Well, Fedor somehow just 25,000 extra entering that pot, and not courtesy of him, but rather the 4-better Adamo, for understandable reasons, who pulled up lane post flop, I guess is the way to put it. But you know what I mean, like after the flop bet. Adamo stuffs it in front of Kuznetsov. Got him well covered. Uh-oh. Nikita's woken up with something. Black sixes.
Adamo's a 2-to-1 dog.
Yeah.
Very easy call for Kuznetsov with sixes there. Basically 10 big blinds.
250 in the middle.
Ooh.
And a jack as well. Disheartening developments for Kuznetsov. The reasons are obvious.
Yeah,
The
rough day
turn
for him,
is
assuming
unhelpful. And the river is as well. So Adamo just brute forcing with Jack deuce suited. Manages to shower Nikita. Kuznetsov here at his second ever Triton Festival. 1 cash coming in the 25K GG Millions. That was 17 for 90,000. Not going to find the money here today. So then, little glimpse at the chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu as we head to a schedule break, which gives us an opportunity to bring you back to the desk. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast. Blinds will be going up to 10 and 15,000. And Rast, we kind of touched upon it thematically. This 45-minute level, deep stacked event, giving us some stuff that we haven't really had a chance to observe so far. The one that shines for me, the departed Kuznetsov against Fedor. King 7 against Queen Deuce. Air for Fedor. 3 barrels. Take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the coolest hand that we just saw on stream. I mean, I think Fedor took a 0 equity hand that could have even just check back flop, decided to 3-barrel it, which, I mean, after he bet nearly pot on the turn, pretty cool decision for him to bluff it again on the river. But then, like, just as impressively, really, Kuznetsov calls the turn bet out of position on 8-5-4-3.
A meaty turn bet, by the way,
Yeah.
too, in consideration of his stack back, that he knew what the SPR setup on the end was going to be.
Yes. And then, to his credit, on the 3 river, it was a 10 turn and then a 3 river. To his credit, he used multiple time banks and nearly called. I mean, that would have been
For his tournament life, by the way.
a pretty sick call.
Yeah.
Really
yeah.
would have been. And obviously when he called on the turn out of position with king high, he was kind of thinking there's some worlds where this hand must be good. And he was still thinking that on the river, probably had a feeling maybe Fedor was bluffing and was right, just didn't pull the trigger at the end.
Well, on the topic of good, you know what? Dare I say great. I'm going to duck out of the booth, and Henry Kilbane's going to join us. He is moonlighting a little bit here for us at the desk. You guys won't want to miss him. Rasta's going to stay intact, and we're going to come back with continuing coverage of this 150K from Jeju. Don't miss it.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or Pocket 9's no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
So we will see a decent amount of reshoving, calling with hands that are a little lighter than you might be accustomed to for 20 big blind play once you get down, playing at the final table.
Apologies for the little sinus clearance there, and also apologies as our blinds hadn't been updated to 5K, 10K, and thereby we're reflecting starting stacks as being 25 big blinds deep, Rasty. Indeed, they are just 20 big blinds deep when they max late reg here at 5K, 10K, and Tan Xuan from the cutoff, min raising the suited one-gapper here. O'Dwyer flats with King Deuce suited, leaving himself just 5K behind, with the small blind already invested, perhaps deeming that this will be a good opportunity. Unfortunately, it isn't, given the presence of a dominating King 8, which has a handle on both O'Dwyer and Tan Xuan. Queen 9-3 board.
Yeah, Chidwick would probably be surprised to find out that he's actually dominating both other hands. Kind of fun development for a very modest holding in the big blind, King 8 off. And wow. I mean, Steve O'Dwyer only has 5K here so he only has to call 5K, not 20, to be all in with 65K in the pot. So yeah, he's not going to fold. And Chidwick actually folded the best hand.
Ironically enough, but obviously Tan Xuan behind him.
你上来就打个 all in。
Not looking to proceed any further. And Xuan pulls back 15,000 and does not hit the turn. O'Dwyer poised for the triple with cheese and holds. So interesting little situation. Obviously it needed to go O'Dwyer's way, and it has. Piano, Randy Liu, but I've watched and I've been in the room for Tan just taking heaps and saying, let's go, just slamming them in there. O'Dwyer not quite slamming them in there, but getting slammed upon are these fours. The jam has run into kings.
Ding's decision here is between re-raising or calling. I think he probably comes with call. Yeah, he would like someone to find a hand behind him. Maybe like someone with jacks or ace-king, and maybe even like ace-queen suited and put it in.
A flat here from Ding as he looks to tempt someone else into the altercation. Nobody bites, but fours against kings bites. O'Dwyer trying to stay in the hunt here early, going day 2, event number 9, the 150K, 235 in the middle, and a king in the window. This is curtains for all intents and purposes for O'Dwyer. 0.1%, and now it's officially over as Ding fills up on the turn. Never got anything going. Rask. Haven't seen the last of the Shaman, but certainly the last of them here in the 150 as we flip it back over to the other feature table where we've got one in progress. Liang Shu's Queens. Raised it up front. Picked up both blinds for the ride. Jack 9-4 board.
Wow, great
2 checks
spot.
in front of him. 35K C-bet, and Muhlacher has stepped in it. As the check raise to 115, got jammed on. Thomas makes the call for his final 312 and seeks assistance. The turn doesn't render. Will the river? No.
I would have beat you.
Ready?
And the locker room starting to get a little busy here as Muhlacher is showered. Liang Shu adding to a big stack that he brought forward to start the day.
And I got
Not,
third.
not
in the
on one of the sites like Poker Stake.
Right, but just
Actually,
like
no,
personal
3.87.
setups.
Yeah, taking pieces of people and
Okay.
whatever. Sure, yeah.
You ever had a lame horse that you had to take out back behind the shed?
I figured it'd be close.
It would be.
Yes.
The glue factory?
Yeah.
But like,
I'm out of the
Sorry.
I'm out of the staking business.
There it is.
But yes.
You dabbled, and now here we are. Flipping it back over to the other
third in the
feature.
one
This one
drop.
was kicked off by Martirosian's
I think it was for
ace-6
4 million,
suited.
but I'm not-
Could get
like,
interesting
that's
for the
kind of
reasons you
it.
see
And
here.
this is
Both
bigger,
blinds
just
came
like, you
along
know,
for
30.
20K. 2 checks in front of Martirosian, this 15K. Clears SD Wang, but obviously not a king-high diamond draw. And Kim plays it as a jam. His hopes resting upon a diamond that isn't a 6. Martirosian poised to pull further up toward the top of the leaderboard, barring one of those
Fucking
outs
100,
that you
Brian.
see to the left of your screen. Can Brian Kim hang around here? No.
here.
As he wraps the table, fresh off of that 3rd place finish in the 50K 7 max, which was good for 954,000. Kim will not find the cash here in the 150.
And as expected, some players kind of flying out of here, right? We had a
Single big?
number of
Jason's
impressive. Like the person's making like a pretty normal read where they've like
I'm not
the
gonna
hands
agree.
narrowed
Right, they're
down
narrow,
to being
yeah.
like
Because I think
queens,
we-
kings, or
we
aces,
play
and he
the
calls
games
kings
myself,
and it's
you know?
kings, and you're like, okay, 1 and 3, good
Yeah,
job. You know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're not some master hand reader here. Sean Winter has called some hands out before in like wide range spots where it could be like a whole bunch of different hands, and he'll just fire off one of the like 50 possibilities or, you know, whatever, and be right. And then you're just like, what is going on? Like, are you seeing the cards? No, you're not doing that. You're just a weird savant in this way, Sean Winter.
If I kind of take poker into an analogy in terms of the Avatar ecosystem, you know, the gods.
The stakes are getting higher here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. Off the back end of that 50K win from Punat Punsri, we've tripled it, Brian. 150K to go, getting into the business end of this tournament. You've been in here since the start of the day. You just filled me in on a pretty funky hand between Fedor and Kuznetsov. I have to ask, from what you've seen so far, is there anyone that's just like really standing out for you that just seems to be bulldozing the table, or has it just been pretty tame?
No, nobody's been bulldozing. I mean, Marta Rosan's, you know, run kind of good. I mean, I will say Adamo had a couple spots early on where he kind of snap called a bluff catcher versus Fedor and was right. Thought for a little bit, didn't even use a time bank versus Ding Biao on the river with a bluff catcher, folded and was right. That was kind of cool, but, you know, nobody's been just bulldozing. You know, I have noticed that Zhu Liang, who I'm calling the sleeping dragon off of Zhu Liang, the ancient Chinese general, he has chipped up like a good 300,000-400,000 here from the beginning of the day, but it's all been off camera.
Okay.
He's a fun one. He's aggressive. He likes to get in there. So he's probably been doing some bulldozing, but we just haven't seen it.
Well, talking of bulldozers and bulldozing, we have quite the feature tables coming up for this frame. I mean, you throw in someone like Savannah, Baziakowski, Elton Sang over on the red feature table. Hecklin on a short stack playing around 16 bigs but has potential. You got JNT, Mateos as well on short stack duties, but all of those players capable, if they do spin up a stack, to really just run over the table. I'm personally looking forward to seeing hopefully Mateos go on a bit of a spin, because every time we've had him at the feature table, we've just seen some insane hands. 42 players left in this one, 20 places paid with 5 7-figure payouts. We're playing all the way down to the final table today. Big money on the line, as expected in a Triton 150K. We're gonna have ourselves $1.3 million heads up match, Brian. And I mean, I say 5 7-figure payouts, even 6th is 983,000, so just shy of a 7-figure score there. Couple of trip savers, perhaps. See a few names in the mix that haven't done that well so far this series. Henrik Hecklund comes to mind. 0 for 7, of course, lost that massive pot on the bubble of the 50K.
I mean, yeah, more than a trip saver with some of these cashes up there. I mean, we have to remember that for a Triton, while the turnouts have been massive, we breaking the records with all the old record rather, with all the first, you know, the 15, the 20, the 225s, just crushing it. That said, in terms of buy-in size, they're small for Triton.
Sure.
So, I mean, you know, you cash for even 6, 983,000. I mean, you're way in the, like, you could have multi-rebuyed some of these early tournaments. There's no way you're not in the black.
You would hope so. You would hope so.
You would certainly hope so. I think it'd be pretty hard.
I don't want to drop any names
to get there.
I don't want to drop any names, but I heard a few people in a 25K. They were like in for 5-6 bullets.
Okay,
I mean,
that's 150K.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
you do that in a couple of events. I mean, jeez.
You're still in the black. That's what I'm saying. These are big payouts here in this one. Like, hello.
Nikita taking one down. See in the top right-hand corner of your screens. Scan the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. More on the Triton Poker Plus app. We've heard the players talk about it many times, but also just from a viewing experience. We obviously have the 2 feature tables, but if there are any of your favorite players left in the field on the outer tables, you can quite literally sweat along every hand history when it goes to showdown. And I think from a educational point of view as well, having access to some of the best players in the world. Get your notepads out. See what these guys are up to.
Yeah, and this table has an interesting mix of players from kind of all different, even just like poker backgrounds. Here we got Oli Shemion, like a longtime tournament crusher. Badziakowski, obviously the legend. You know, used to be primarily a cash game player back in the day, but obviously now has transitioned to at least being a very serious tournament player. Not quite sure about his cash game exploits. Elton Sang, longtime Macau and Triton legend. You know, Antonius, who's just been playing high stakes forever, plays all the games, and just kind of recently has more been coming out to Triton and getting into like the high stakes tournament scene, because for many years he played almost no tournaments.
Yeah, I believe he's also in the high stakes backgammon streets as well from time to time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've heard. Santosh with the king queen out the small, facing the +1 jam from Ole for around 7.5 bigs, close to 8. Oh no, sorry, 7.5. Jonathan making the call. Patrick going to get out of there. Jaffe in rough shape, looking for some clubs or a 10. 42 players remain, 20 places paid. Needs a spin. Well, the 8 of clubs window card.
Such a promising start.
Bit of a tease as you hear him say how much of a promising start it was. Both players flopping top pair. Shemian now drawing to 3 outs once.
Oh, he's done it.
Never works.
Doesn't find it. 7 of diamonds completes the run out. Shemian unable to spin the 7.5 bigs. JJ up to 810K. Just shy of 60 big blinds deep in 150K. Brian, I want to go back to that comment that you made about cash games there. Makita, Elton, some of these guys. I know you've played pretty big mixed games, high stakes cash games in Bobby's room in Vegas. What would you say is more common? Is it more common for cash game players to transition into tournaments, or tournament players to then start dabbling in cash games?
I think, well, common, you mean do it and be successful?
And yeah, like who has the easier transition, would you say? Like having the cash game background, 100 big blinds deep, comfortable playing level 1 and 2 of a tournament?
I think, I mean, wow, it depends. I would say, you know, I'm going to give you kind of the poker history answer to this question, which is I think back in the day it was probably tournament players going to cash. And the reason was because I think 10 years ago and prior, the best talents in poker predominantly played cash games. Tournaments weren't nearly as big, and if you were playing the highest stakes, you were mostly playing cash. And therefore, you know, in that period of time, historically, probably because the best players, even this applies to me, like and many other guys, you started out as a cash game player, and then at some point maybe you transitioned to playing tournaments. Maybe not. Not everybody did. But I think nowadays,
I'm not gonna think about
like,
it, but
look at
there's
Triton.
not many.
Look at how many buy-ins guys can do. You know, guys are doing easy 5 million a year. I mean, you can kind of do that almost at Triton alone, not including other stops, not including online. So now with some of the very best talent in poker being tournament players, at least from a no-limit perspective, I think it's maybe flipped in guys who've done really well in tournaments and not played cash as much might transition into playing cash after having won a bunch of money because they're very talented poker players.
You come
So
in
that would be
sometime,
my
right?
answer.
And would you also say that that's a byproduct of, talking about Triton specifically, the VIP
just
aspect
volunteer
where,
or they-
you know, a lot of the VIPs like splashing around in high-stakes cash games, and it makes sense for some of these tournament guys to, you know, give it a spin. Just jump in the street, see what you can do, especially in some of these, like, 500, 1K no-limit hold'em games.
Sure. Definitely. Listen, everybody kind of has different criteria for this. There are some guys who, you know, I was talking to someone the other day,
So
and
you
he doesn't
enjoy the
really,
process, or what?
hasn't started playing new games because, you know, he specifically said, like, he just can't get himself to jump in and play something when he's not really good at it.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas, you know, other people, and I'm more like this, like, I was just always curious, and I would jump
You'll
in
learn
and
games on
kind
the
of
fly.
taking the worst
Yeah.
of it sort of in the
Yeah.
beginning, but learning really fast. You know, so everybody has kind of different thresholds for how they're willing to gamble and risk money, and, you know, what kind of attitude they're going to take towards those spots. Certainly the availability of good games, you know, maybe with some weaker players, is something that's going to attract somebody to hop the fence and try something new, right?
That makes sense. Limped pot, check down to the river, Danny Tang. Valley betting his rivered pair of jacks. Rough trip for Danny so far. We saw him out in Monte Carlo. Player of the series out there. I mean, dude, felt like every tournament he regged, he was making top 6.
How to relate to as many people as possible and make it fun, but
Picked
also
up 1
insightful and all
title,
that.
2
I
third
think
place
I got it.
finishes, and a second.
Think of 3 players less likely
Monaco.
than Mike doing Makita doing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
challenge.
let's hear it.
We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Zhu Liang, the sleeping
good
dragon, in first place.
Right.
$1.5
that
million in
counts.
chips.
If he does
Basically
Mandarin,
100
Oh
big
no,
blinds.
okay then no, okay. DP.
they're right there, but I'm gonna
Phil?
say maybe. Yeah.
Phil's
Phil-
throwing dead, dude.
No.
Phil's throwing dead.
Sponsorship type thing or something.
No, Phil's throwing dead.
There's a number. And he's the guy to get offered a number.
White King's throwing dead. White King will get invited, and he's able to say no as well, so he's trying dead.
Chip leader, by the way, as you mentioned, Yang Zhao, no stranger to high stakes. First joined us in Jeju 2019, also joined in London, where he came 11th in the 100K main event, followed by a 3rd place finish in the 100K short deck main for £1.2 million sterling.
Jaffe comes with 3-bet here, and if I know Elton Sang, my guess is he peels this and gambles.
You have something coming on the way?
Even while
there's my
getting a
bag.
massage, there's ever a time to maybe just pass up on a hand.
I mean, there
I'm
certainly
not getting my
are
table back,
times to
can I get
pass up on
bag at
hands,
least?
but we're still decently far away from the money.
No worries.
It's a solid suited connector, and
There
If
we
you
go.
need, yeah, you use it. I'll just take it
Elton
back.
doesn't mind gambling.
And there is my
through the
phone as well, or
streets.
no?
Out of position against the 3-bet. 9 of hearts in the window.
Ooh. This is a fun flop.
200K in the middle. Sang the effective stack with 460 behind. Flops top pair. JJ with the overcard. Nut flush draw.
Taking the fruit, right? Can I just take the dragon fruit?
Take it.
Really too much hand for both of them, given the SPR, to, I think, kind of go anywhere other than put chips in the middle. I mean, you have to think ace high, nut flush draw, 2 to come. Very incentivized to start building the pot right now. And where can Elton go? Top pair on the flop. Yes, he's behind overpairs, but our opponent doesn't need to have an overpair.
Jaffe continuing for 25%. Elton taking his time. trying to pick up on a live read, staring Jonathan down.
Yeah, deciding between call and raise. There is some incentive right now to deny equity to overcard hands such as King Jack, King Queen, Ace Queen, etc. that might fold to a check raise. If they don't, you're getting your money in good, and if they do, you're denying equity. But Elton decides to come with call. We're going to see a turn.
No delivery in the form of hearts for Jaffe. Does pick up a will draw. Gets incredibly awkward now, Brian, for both players. I mean, Sang 410 back, 300 in the middle.
What do you like?
Does Jaffe try and realize here, take a free one, or are you just emptying the clip?
I think you empty the clip here. You're losing to like Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, which start to become difficult calls at this point. And you picked up, I mean, not only do you have hearts, but you picked up the wheel draw. So I'm emptying the clip here. What do you think, Henry?
I'd love to see it from an entertainment point of view, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know last live score.
Yeah, but I mean the Spanish guy won.
Yeah,
but I mean he has over pot, so there are some decisions here between. I mean anything from just all in for 1.3x pot to two-streeting this by going probably like 150, right? Like now or something. They all. I mean. There's kind of arguments for both, and that's the thing that I'm more curious to see is like what his sizing is here. If and when, which I think is quite probable, he decides to keep barreling this combo. I think like of all the combos of Ace X of Hearts, Ace Deuce, and Ace 3 are the ones that probably want to barrel the most with the added gutter equity.
150.
There we go. Bang on the sizing you called out. 150 into 3, looking to set this up across flop, turn, and river.
After here?
Yeah, we are playing Moma tomorrow, day of tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think I can get a seat or?
Okay, I will message you.
Yeah.
Oh, someone getting a seat to a little private Omaha game.
I would play, if possible.
Now, things are starting to get uncomfortable for Elton. Small flop C-bet, no problem. Turn barrel, we're basically behind value, but, I mean, are you really going to just fold a 9? Elton says no.
Sizable pot brewing. Jaffe bricks out.
Yeah, that was, I think, the worst luck.
Backdoor diamonds do get there.
Think about the hands.
King of Diamonds, a
Yeah,
scare card, of course. If Jaffe did have some of those King, Queen, King, Jack hands that you mentioned.
Yeah, that is, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think Jaffe can still value bet hands like Jacks and Queens. Obviously, aces, if you hit a king and a flush. I mean, we are talking about less than half pot here. This is not some enormous sizing. His hand is pretty weak. It's one of the worst hands he can have, and would not be surprised if he bluffs it. This is a bit of a scare card. It's a card that I think is better for Jaffe than for Elton, so okay, he gives up. And Elton probably calls river, but he might fold, but we're never going to know.
I was going rice into curry.
I mean, come on.
That's amateur hour. Mr. Paul, you approved this message?
It's more efficient, easier.
You spoon over a little bit.
Spoon over this way?
Yeah. And then you,
No, I mean,
hold the ball and eat like that, you know?
Wow. I feel like I got a rate back on my 150K now. Like I learned so much. I was eating it completely the wrong way, basically.
And
Like as if I'm living in backwards.
Up in a few bits and then...
Okay. I think we all learned something here today. We all learned something.
I mean, Peter already knew.
Peter, come on, bro.
He's a smart man.
5 seconds. It's better, right? Sorry. So.
Wang trying to get away with a cheeky one. Greenwood snapping him off.
一直小小。
You could do some snapping off of your own over on GG Poker March 3rd through March 31st. WSOP Super Circuit. You can qualify for Triton events, as well as, you know, some of the jackpots available over on GG. Running now till the end of the month. Huge prize pools, as well as WSOP circuit rings up for grabs.
Like this one.
Yeah, and we have a newcomer to the top 5 in chips, Mario Mosbeck, 5th, just over $1 million.
This guy just seems so consistent.
Took down a nice one, the 25K GG million. He was the winner, won 1.2. They made a deal.
Blood sheet.
Heads up. I believe it was him and Sergio Aido.
Correct.
You're a real guilo.
That was quite the roller coaster of a final table for Mario. I mean, I think he came in 6 left with like 5 bigs.
Yeah, he was short and just nursed the nub, in the words of Will, all the way to the win. Won, I believe it was a pretty wild 3-way all-in.
Yeah.
With like 4 players left to like bust 2 of them, and I think chip up but still be second in chips, if I remember, where he had 10s against like ace-9 and queens, and just turned the 10 and it held.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Declan with the rejam. Button V cut off.
Oh, what's the deal?
35.
Shy of 9 bigs.
How much?
No, I.
600.
600. Yeah.
See what Wang wants to do. Seems interested here with the 6s.
Call.
Let's make the call. Is 40 big blinds deep against Greenwood's King 10?
Greenwood's getting a pretty decent price here. What, 90K, 310 in the pot? He does have a decent amount of chips behind, and he's in position versus Wang. Yeah, he decides to call as well. And I don't blame him. I like this play from Sam.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Good luck, all in.
Thank you.
Declan has a good feeling, but he is currently behind.
A 10 in the window.
Ooh.
I remember that
aces on the flop. Declan flops trips. Wang the only player with a diamond in hand.
He says he remembered that flop. No, I didn't watch the hand, but I think he's referencing this hand where on the bubble,
yeah,
he got it in with kings versus ace-king, and I guess ace-ace was the flop, and he ended up not cashing. As
ace-ace-10 exactly.
Yeah, he was, it was like the 2 chip leaders. Him and Punzri, was it? I believe it was, yeah, and Punzri went on to win the turn.
You have an ace?
No.
Really good feeling.
Is it the same hands?
Declan loves to
You
see
can't
that.
Ace 5 suited.
Mother, drink that.
Wow, this guy.
Oh, I can go 10-10 or Queen Jack.
Ah.
Paul.
Oh no.
Oh, king, king. Wow.
King,
Oh, no,
Then I still win. True.
This guy has an ace and he goes, Jew.
That was a joke one. I mean, you did bet the flop though, so maybe you could have an ace, no?
I mean, yeah, it's possible.
All fun and games till someone gets hurt.
Indeed.
Haven't seen much of Savannah this trip, although I've only been in the booth for about 4 hours total.
Oh, is this your second stint in the booth now? You had one.
I came in yesterday at the start because there was it started an hour earlier than we expected.
Yeah.
I was in close proximity, but yeah, haven't seen much of Santosh.
Yeah, he hasn't been on. He hasn't made a lot of deep runs. Hasn't been on the stream too much, but he's in there today, trying to change that narrative. Vogelsang all covered up. And oh my, there is the case ace along with 2 4s. I mean, in a hand where they're all sharing cards, every one of those cards on the flop is something that's in their hand. It's pretty impressive.
How much is this one going to cost? Jaffe or Vogelsang? Both drawing dead, by the way. Well, it says dead. I guess running 10s.
No, but there's only, oh, I guess that's, I guess there are 2 of them, technically. That would be the 0.1.
I don't know what it is about Elton's presence at the table, but it's quite intimidating. Just very observant, doesn't rush to make decisions.
Elton's been playing high-stakes poker for a long time. Elton was playing large cash games back when I was going to Macau forever ago, like 14 years ago. Elton was one of the OGs of the high-stakes Macau scene. I believe, at least in the past, maybe still, he trades. So he's making decisions for a lot of money. He's done quite well in his life, been doing that for a long time. So, yeah.
Well, the decision he's going to be making here could be one of the easiest ones he'll have all day. Jaffe with the check raise out of the big. Vogelsang in the crossfire. Makes the call, and this is just music to the ears of Elton Sang, flopping a full house. 330,000 out there. Facing a C-bet and a check raise out of the big.
Now Elton might think that he can stack the big who has 4x. Does he want to play it fast here or slow? I think call. He probably still gets it even if he calls versus 4x. And then if he raises here, he gets out hands that are drawing dead to him, such as hearts or maybe ace-x. So it seemed to make sense to me if he just kind of continues to slow play his hand.
Elton agrees with you.
Yeah, they're not really so deep that back raising here makes sense. I mean, maybe in like a 200 big blind pot or something, you would do that in order to take the betting lead and try to get all of it, but not at these depths.
Well, brick turn in the form of a 3 of spades. It's now official. Jaffe and Vogelsang drawing dead.
Yeah, and I just can't imagine Jaffe betting again. He's played his hand about as strong as possible and gotten called in 2 spots. I mean, he has to be worried at this point that, like, even if no one has a 4, you know what, do both of them have hearts on a paired board? Pretty unlikely. If one of them has an ace, I mean, his kicker's only a 10.
He's got the 10 of hearts as well.
Yeah. So check seems inevitable there, and yeah, what will Vogelsang in pretty much the same position.
I love how tense it's gotten out there. Everyone else at the table just recognizing a pretty big pot developing 3 ways. Christoph really thinking this one through. I mean, we're in the weeds here, Brian. This is a very intricate part of the game tree. Flat from the small and big. Elton flatting the c-bet from the small, and then Jaffe check raising from the big blind. It's going to fire out a bet.
And so I think the purpose of this bet is to kind of set the price for the pot. In other words, if he checks back, hands that are better than ace-10, such as 4x, or maybe even like ace-queen, are likely to bet the river for a larger sizing than this. So I'm positive that an ace can't come, that Vogelsang will be checking back the river, even if it's like an 8, which is about the driest card that's possible. Now the question is, Jaffe want to overcall here? He is getting, I mean, 180. What was like 390? He's getting a very good price. It's like 6 to 1.
This is such an absurd hand. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, to be honest with you. Obviously not in terms of pot size or setup or anything, but the fact that this is 3 ways going to the river, both flush draws brick. 660 out there. Elton does cover both.
Elton deciding if he wants to value bet himself. Again, if he checks, the person who was most likely to have a 4, Jaffe, doesn't really seem to have one given his decision to not bet turn. It's less likely that Vogelsang has a 4. He might be betting an ace to check it back. Might be betting hearts as a bluff. Will he if he was doing that, would he really bluff again when 2 people have called him? So I think those might be the thoughts Elton's having, and he's really considering betting his hand himself here, scared of the check back. And by the way, he's right. But will he do it?
Well, he just goes for it. All you can eat.
Yeah, so really interesting hand played by Elton here. Finds the lead at the end in a spot where his opponents were, in my opinion, both 100% checking.
Full jar.
Jaffe asking for a count. Surely ace of spades, 10 of hearts is one that hits the mark.
Yeah, with somebody behind him as well, who just bet turn. Yeah, hard to see Jaffe calling in the middle here. He does only have 300,000, but yeah. Now it's up to Vogelsang. And he's only beating bluffs, which at this point pretty much amount to missed draws. Given the check raise on the flop, backdoor spades pretty unlikely, so missed hearts.
What would it have to be? Like a hand like king 7 of hearts? Flatting from the small?
Yeah, like king 5 of hearts, king deuce of hearts.
If Vogelsang calls, he's going to be out, and Elton's going to be the tournament chip leader with 37 left. Vogelsang obviously pained by this decision. Cross-armed, staring Elton down. What do you think some of the thought processes going through Vogelsang's head here are when it comes to making this hero call or not?
Yeah, Elton maybe has king high hearts. or if not king high hearts, then like a heart draw that had a gutter on the turn and is now deciding to bluff. You know, I think we can find some value hands, maybe a hand like 5-6 of hearts or boats. There aren't a ton of those hands, right? Maybe a hand like king 4.
Okay, what hands you have?
King 4 suited. You know, the question is, does Elton flat like king 4 suited in the small blind versus a cutoff open? You know, maybe not. He can't really have pocket threes. I mean, we had a check raise on the flop. He can't have aces. So there just aren't really that many hands that Elton can have. I mean, ace 4 suited does make sense. There's only 2 combos of that, or actually 1, because he has the ace of clubs. So it's just kind of hard to put Elton on any hand, really, which I think is what is perplexing Vogelsang. In the end, I think he just goes with, I'm not really sure, but I don't know. My hand's pretty weak, and I guess you probably have it.
Does preserve those 40 bigs put in the blender by Elton. Did have the goods as we head on over to the other feature table. Wang flopping the joint after opening from early position. Queen 10-4. Greenwood going to be in trouble here. Brian flopping top pair. It's really quietened down out there. There was a lot of banter at the start of this frame. I wonder if that's due to the fact we're just 18 off the money, really heading into the business part of this day 2.
Yeah, guys showed up, 60-some players, a lot of 20 big blind stacks. But, you know, now many of those players have busted, and yeah, playing down to the bubble, a lot more money, risk premiums going up, more difficult decisions, and guys are lasering in.
Wang not greedy. Went small on the flop, small on the turn. Against this size, feels like an impossible fold.
Yeah, I agree.
275 out there, going to the river. That's a pretty bad run out for Greenwood's king-queen. Some of the obvious bluffs from Wang, hands like ace-king, ace-jack with a diamond. Obviously bricking out.
Ooh, and the check.
Yeah, let's have a little look.
I wonder how Sam's going to interpret that, because he waited to the river to check. So you would think if he wasn't sure if he had a diamond, maybe he would have checked on the flop or turn.
Could be some leveling going on.
Yeah. See what size he comes with too. He went small twice, but I mean, this hand can it's the nuts, so it can obviously bet big.
Goes 225 into 275. Kind of expected him to get a bit greedier than this on this run out. Unblocking the flopped pairs.
And I mean, the check is very relevant here, because if the check was he doesn't remember his hand, then this is probably a bluff. If the check was intentional, then, I mean, unless it's a sick level, it's almost always value, right? Because you're just like pretend checking, like, do I have a diamond on the river before you launch out a pot size bet, right? So Oddly, that was like a very consequential card check. I would tend to think, that's why I also think the fact that it happened on the river is maybe somewhat telling. Like, if you weren't sure you had a diamond, I feel like you'd probably actually, either you just don't check and you just go with it, or you check earlier in the hand. Yeah,
Greenwood gets away from it. Bravo. Bang up to 1.4 million. Pretty much tied for the chip lead with 36 players left. Now this is no slight at Greenwood in that spot. Are all of these guys looking for those kind of tells, or are there guys out there that are just purely sticking to game theory and not trying to read too much into the river, check down at the cards kind of situation? Because I know the moment you bring that up, that's because that's something that you look for, but not all of these guys, if I'm right in saying, are necessarily looking for those kind of things. They just stick to, you know, what they know and don't look for anything extra in terms of live reads.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you did a pretty good job of answering the question. Yes, there are some guys that are definitely looking for that, and even in this tournament, you know, one guy I'm pretty sure would be like Fedor. Like 100% fits something Fedor's noticing and thinking about. And a number of other guys, I'm just giving him as an example of someone I feel pretty confident in that. But I do think that there are guys that are going to be playing this tournament that, you know, guys who are predominantly online players who are not nearly as practiced with live play, who are going to be quite scared about delving into those streets. Yeah. Like how to interpret what someone's doing, you know, their card check. They're not going to want to second guess themselves. That said, I think those guys are leaving a lot on the table, right?
I agree.
It is like the next step of, you know, how do I, you know, keep improving and you know, earn more at the table. And there are things to gain from kind of live reads of all different kinds. Just comfort level, actions, how you bet, how you place your chips, you know, all kinds of stuff. Many a times these things are not, they're not the type of read that's universal. Like you can't say, oh, people who bet their chips like this are always bluffing or always have it. Usually it's something that you kind of need to do as a comparison with that own player. In other words, at different times they like might bet their chips differently, right? Or at different times they have different comfort levels or excitement levels and what that means for them. There could be tendencies that like one thing tends to mean this more often than the other, but everyone's different and different things will mean something different for different players. Does that all?
It does.
Make sense?
No, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a couple of people that come to mind from some of the cash games that I've played in that you can tell, like, they can't wait to show you the bluff, you know, and you can pick up on that mid-hand, you know, on the river.
85.
They're just waiting to flip it in your face kind of thing. And it actually surprised me in the 25K, and again, I don't need to mention any names, but there are a couple of guys that I know do really well online. In between hands, they were just on their phones. Instagram, scrolling, they just, you know, weren't really paying that much attention to some of the reads that they could potentially pick up on me or other players, and I was pretty shocked by that. But I think that just comes from their unwillingness, if you will, to deviate from what they know, because like you said, they're scared to make a mistake. And
yeah, they have something that they've obviously had massive success at and are using it, but you can always add wrinkles to the fold, you know? And I think that's one of the steps for online players who probably have the theory, game theory, blockers, all kinds of things, maybe on a different level
Greenwood, you
than
shite
some
bag.
live players do. But the next step really for them is to add in live reads, both not giving them out, but even more importantly, picking them up from other people.
I've got to put you on the spot. One person that comes to mind for you that just sticks out with great live reads that you can think of that you've played over the last 10, 15 years?
Yeah, I can name a couple different people. So, doesn't play as much poker anymore, but Antonio Esfandiari, back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a period where he was a world-class no-limit hold'em player a while ago.
Yeah.
And he was very good at picking up reads.
And he was pretty chatty
Yes,
as well, right? So like
yes.
that was all part of the package.
Yes, all part of it. You know, somebody else who's not as well known because he's predominantly a cash game player, but David Oppenheim.
Okay.
Nasty live reads on people, for sure. So, you know, two guys that stick out. I also wanted to name people that people aren't going to be expecting, right?
Yeah.
There's not like 50 YouTube videos of this person making a live read, right? But these are two players. I'm pretty sure everyone who's into poker has heard of both of them, and I think both very good live reads.
I appreciate you giving some insights there as Jaffe turns the 8 high straight. Patrick did lead into Jonathan on the 6-5-4. Jonathan obviously with the gut shot, jack high spades going nowhere. Tony's now slowing down. Interesting turn card. There is a 4-liner out there. Jonathan opening off of sub 20 from the cutoff. Shouldn't have too many 8x.
60.
Jaffe just smashing this. The 8 high straight along with spades. Wow, Patrick comes with a pretty thin call here with just second pair and no real way to improve his hand meaningfully. So, I mean, this is not a good card for Patrick in the sense that he's kind of calling here because he probably thinks Jaffe's bluffing because his hand is by no means an automatic call on the turn, and this card changed nothing. So it's the kind of card that might get him into trouble here on the river. And Jaffe just, I mean, super easy value bet for less than pot with the 8 high straight. Can't be scared of monsters in the closet. Oh no, the board paired. Maybe my opponent has a full house. Yes, if he has a full house,
then you're out of the
you're
tournament.
out. That's the way it goes. You know, you can't have the nuts every time you value bet. I mean, this isn't even one of those spots where one of the things I like to say is if you are always good when you're value betting, you're not value betting enough. I mean, this like hardly even qualifies as one of those spots. I mean, he has the 8 high straight here, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, it still kind of does qualify. That's a point that you need to remember. If you're always good when you value bet, you're not value betting enough. There should be times when you value bet and your opponent calls you with a better hand. You know, one of the tricks of getting really good at poker is kind of figuring out where that line is. Like, what's the worst hand you should be value betting here? But there is a line.
We were just talking about live reads. Patrick has been known to make some sick hero calls and sick hero folds. If he clicks call here, Jaffe is going to pretty much double up. It's around 40 bigs. I mean, where do the bluffs come from? The ace threes, the ace... Oh no, ace threes are straight.
Yeah, miss spades that don't have a straight, certainly. Maybe a hand like King 9 off with like the King of Spades.
God, I thought the one chip flicking was going in then.
Like 10-9 of diamonds, some hands like that maybe.
The longer he tanks. There it is.
Oh, wow.
The one chip flicking. It's 170,000. He'll be not seeing again. Jaffe back up to 40 bigs after a real swingy couple of orbits at this feature table. Patrick putting on the cape incorrectly with the ace-6 of clubs. Not often you see Antonius on the wrong side of a hero call.
Good luck, boys. Good luck.
Danny Tang being moved to an outer feature table. We're down to 35 players now.
I'm done. Yeah, thank you very much.
China now in pole position. Wang Ye and Liang Zhao in first and second. 15 off the money is the biggest min cash of the series so far. Of course, 20th will be walking away with 228,000. Elton Sang out in front at this feature by quite some margin, by the way. Huge drop-off. Badziakowski and Vogelsang both tied with 33 bigs apiece. Timothy Adams has been pretty quiet, understandably so, on just 8 bigs. Have 5 7-figure payouts in this one with a top prize of 4.2 million. Blinds going up to 10,000, 20,000. The back end of that incorrect hero call. Patrick down to just 15 bigs. A walk for Vogelsang. Always a welcome sight. How's Adamo getting on? It's been a while since we've had an Adamo deep run.
Yeah,
Came
he's
third
still
in
up there.
Cyprus, yeah.
Thank you.
The 75K. Had a pretty rough outing to Vietnam this time last year. Similarly for Cyprus in 2022. Went 0 for 7. Picked up 2 titles in Madrid. Elton just scanning around at the stacks at the table before taking it upstairs with the ace-9. Has the stack to do it. This hand might just be a big old nothing burger. The 9-6 from Makita out the big, hitting the mark. Elton up to 1.3 million. There are like 2 Elton modes. There's this Elton. Very quiet, silently getting it done. And then there's the Elton in the cash game streets that you just never know. You never know when that clip's going to get emptied for 6 figures plus.
Yeah, that Elton's here right now.
You can put the other one here. This, yeah, thank you.
Looking over at the Triton Poker Plus app, Jonathan Jaffe's chart. or graph rather, over the last couple of orbits is it's a pretty grim one. He's been involved in a lot of hands. He's managed to bounce back after losing that big pot to Elton with the ace-deuce of hearts. Gonna get involved here with the sevens under the gun, Savannah. A couple of eights. Has the suits covered in the hijack. Just 14 off the money. 7 of spades in the window. Jaffe flopping middle set. 1 overcard to Savannah's 8s.
So we'll see how he decides to play it here. If he keeps betting, no, he decides to check.
What are the reasons behind not c-betting here after opening from under the gun? Just too much of a hand, or?
Well, he might want to keep in some of Svarna's very weakest hands that fold to a c-bet, maybe even encourage them to bet himself. You know, I don't think this is a flop that from like a range perspective, like he's crushing versus that in position flat or anything to the point where he's like 90. Obligated to bet. So that would be some of it. You know, I don't know if he has any exploitive reasons, right? Maybe he does.
Just thinks that Savannah's maybe overstabbing once check too.
Yeah, with some weak hands, right? Like maybe overstabbing with like Queen 10, King 10, some hands that might fold to c-bet. Okay.
Taking it to the streets with the snowman. 3-10 out there. 3 of clubs on the turn.
It's a bad card for Svarna. If he gets really curious, it's one that he can talk himself into continuing because it really doesn't improve. I mean, like Jaffe's never playing 4 or 5 this way.
Does he also have some like club backdoors?
Yeah, exactly.
The check raise?
And now maybe, you know, in addition to other draws that he's beating, now club backdoors have gotten there. You know, no overcards came. You know, no ace, king, or queen especially. So then again, this hand is starting to shrivel up in value quite a bit with this action. Check raise flop, half pot turn, you know, kind of sizing this for a half pot river shove. So 8s, yes, while our opponent could have a bunch of draws, we're definitely not beating any value.
Savannah really needs to proceed with caution here. If he calls turn and then folds river, he's going to be left with less than 15 bigs, 14 or 13 off the money.
And 8s also really have like no way of improving, which is a pretty rough. Like you have 2 outs to improve, and it turns out both of them fill in a flush. So I kind of think this is a hand you just have to let go at this point. If your opponent is, I mean, it'd be much better to continue with a hand like 7-8, 7-9 suited, for example, that at least has 5 outs to make 2 pair or better.
Does get away from it. Bit of stack preservation, still 22 bigs for Savannah.
Yeah, nice fold.
Jaffe doing it the hard way. He's playing around 800k, dropped down to 350, bounced back to 600, now back up to 800,000. And all of this can be seen in the Triton Poker Plus app, top right-hand corner of your screens. Scan the QR code, as I said earlier on. For any fan favorites out there that aren't at the feature table, you can sweat along every hand they play including showdowns, bet sizes, positions. I mean, from an educational point of view, get to just unpack a ton of hand histories from some of the best players in the world. He has been quiet, suited queen on the button.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him now. Always a pleasure to watch Makita apply his craft, one of the best. And I doubt this gets defended. Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of close, but like, just let Makita take that one.
Yeah, if it's me opening, you know, you defend. If it's Makita,
yeah, just, it's all good. You got it.
just the rustling of chips heard for the last half hour or so. As the stakes get higher here in Jeju, closing in on that money bubble. We do also have the 50K Turbo starting any minute now. Only one player registered so far, at least according to the app. Michael Joseph in from the start. That 50K bounty. That's a fun one. Turbo structure, very VIP friendly.
Yeah, so 20-minute levels. Yeah, very, very fast. You know, in some places, 30-minute levels are considered turbo, but here at Triton, everything's ramped up a notch, so 20-minute levels, that's a turbo.
Little 20-minute 50K.
Yeah. I'd love to see what Triton calls a super turbo. It's like
I feel
5-minute levels.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think 20-minute levels counts as a super turbo.
No, it's only a turbo here.
Adams down to just 5.75 bigs, does defend. Does not want to connect the form of top pair as Elton has him out kicked. 150 out there.
Oh,
how about connecting with the old 5-4 deuce rainbow?
And a board that's good for him, but his hand's so strong that we don't want to lead here. Let's let our opponents either bet or catch up, or both.
Patrick opening from +1. Picking up a customer on the button and out of the big. Does knuckle this one over. Elton, who's been on
95?
quite the spin up.
250?
Elton might decide he's just going to bet get it in versus the big blind, who, you know, might be check raising some one pair or other dry types hand. He's doing good against that range. That would deny
45.
Patrick his equity in the pot.
45?
Yeah. I mean,
He's given himself a step as well against Adams. Maybe trying to deter Antonius from doing anything funky.
don't really know if call is a thing here. I think it's just kind of all in. So I think this is just way too much heat for Patrick, and we're going to see this all in where Adams is a massive favorite. Like, I think Elton can just only chop the pot, right?
Okay. Oh.
That's what he's looking
I'm
for.
dead.
Chop only. Music to the ears of Timothy Adams to get back up to 17 bigs.
Always get it in joint dead.
This small one, you'll survive. Or you flop us dead.
Huh?
Or you flop us dead.
Yeah, probably not something you want to do in poker, Brian. Get it in dead. Slight exaggeration from Elton, of course.
Nice hand.
Thank you. Yeah.
With a small one, you win big one.
No, but that was a bad play, wasn't it?
I mean, it was like, what, 5 big blinds?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
Elton,
think you made a big mistake for 5 BD.
Huh?
You didn't make a bad play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was okay with it. Someone else at the table just told him he didn't make a bad play. I think he's being honest. I mean, you know, let's not be results-oriented, Elton, you know? Just every once in a while, someone has a big hand. It was he had 4 blinds.
Has anyone ever seen Patrick Antonius at a feature table not eating food, by the way? Saw him devouring like 2 bowls of rice and chicken or whatever that was.
It's true. He does eat a lot. He's not overweight either, so
it's not. We had a big dispute
doing something right
with producer James and Ali Najad in Vietnam last year about Patrick's maintenance level, calorie-wise.
Yeah, over.
It's.
Is this
150?
Including his regular workout regime? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tennis, working out.
I mean, yeah, like maybe if he's working out enough, maybe it's like 4,000
Queen 4, not a stellar holding.
calories. I mean, tennis, right? You play tennis for an hour, hour and a half, or
Am I
whatever.
alive?
You're burning. You're burning.
Knew
After
it.
potentially burning
Knew it.
150K
Caught you.
chips here. Went for the open on the button. J&T waking up with the goods. Out the small. 7 of diamonds with a 4 behind. Grafton
Put a 9.
out in front with bottom pair.
I take a 9. I take a 9.
How about a 7?
Something like that.
Do you still want that 9?
Don't put the code on John Noel, please.
Clean run out
Lucky Sam.
for Sam. Across
So
turn and
bad.
river.
This is how
J&T
This is all I ever do, get it in bad.
out just 14 spots off the money. Number 1 on France's all-time money list. Showered by the Arsenal fan.
Sam.
Morale at an all-time high.
I'm only returning the chips if
For Arsenal
you
fans,
give me a
of
guess for if you can name the second place finisher in the WSOP 25K. Do you know who came second to Negreanu in the 25K the year you won? So you know I do this little thing of like, so like their number 1 result is they got second to Negreanu. What year was it that you won the? Yeah. So the 25K, they got second to. I'll give you a clue. There you go. Like little hint there. He narrows out 50% of people. Can't say I didn't help you. He got second in the 25K.
You know what's sick is I'm so bad with yield. Like I could be like, oh, this guy won like a 25K in Barcelona or whatever, but like people are like, oh yeah, that was 2016 Barcelona, and I'm like, sure, if you say so.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah, the years. Oh my goodness.
I only knew it because it says Angers Laivin
Yeah.
in the Hindermark.
Yeah. Yeah. What year things took place? Who knows?
Paul with 4.5 blinds here under the gun. Is he gonna wait? I'll go with it. Yeah, decides against it.
Know what to do.
Seems prudent. I think I like the fold.
Not sure how I feel about the hoodie. I don't know whether I love it or hate it.
Pocket
Pretty
sevens,
torn.
Paul? Is that what you had?
The
Pocket sevens?
mushroom Gucci top.
Tough spot?
Who was, sorry,
The man from Belgium,
Ah.
Peter Arts.
Okay, let me see the next time it comes.
Hey, listen, man. I've been known to go for long hikes, you know.
Are they breaking a table or are they doing a full redraw?
Just
breaking.
Okay.
Redraw 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like they are breaking a table as we are down to 32 players. So final four tables of 8.
Yeah, very good.
I'm pretty sure, Paul, you
All
made the right
Oh,
decision
redraw?
there.
No, we're not. It's not a redraw, Paul.
No, but you get an extras person in there, so.
Great timing for Paul as he's going to get a player to his right, meaning he's got at least one more hand before having to put in half of his stack out of the big. Wang got to continue.
And more good news is he made a good fold. Queen 7 off, not a shove there under the gun for 5 big blinds. So.
Even against this small sizing, immediate discomfort for Greenwood. Connecting with middle pair.
Not too much discomfort.
Huh?
Gonna push back. I mean, it's King 8-4, it's disconnected. If you could just end the hand right there, it would be like a fist pump. Now, obviously the hand won't end right there and, you know, it can get dicier, but yeah, putting in 20% pot or whatever there is money. I mean, I think the worst option was fold by a lot, like raise would be better than fold.
Facing a double barrel now from Wang, tournament chip leader. 32 left. Is the discomfort now kind of, you know?
Yeah, no, now we're
gets a bit dicey.
Now we're getting discomfort. But there was no guarantee on the flop that our opponent would, you know, bet again. Sometimes it's just one and done. Sometimes we improve. And maybe a little check. Pot goes to Wang. Maybe Sam's thinking of turning this into a bluff. Maybe just taking his time to check. If he does turn this hand into a bluff, it might work. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
8.
Here we go.
8 no good, Greenwood. Wang Ye, the first player to cross the 2 million chip mark as he extends his lead. Top of the chip counts with 32 left. By quite some margin, by the way. Michael Adamo in second with less than 1.5 million, 12 off the money.
Ooh, there we go.
Ye.
He won a pot off camera. Doing some work. Wang Yi. Wow, he's chipped up almost 2 million.
Doing work over here. I mean, it's his first time out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. He's played 6 events, has cashed 4 so far, cashing a 20K as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Russ alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Real quick break as we are breaking a table down to the final 4 tables of 8. But yeah, just want to touch on Wang Yi. I mean, look, played 6, cashed 4, tournament chip leader, 12 off the money with over 4 million up top.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to separate himself. Second place is Adamo with 1.5 million, basically, and Wang's at 2. So, you know, pretty exciting group of players up there at the top. We got the Hidden Dragon in 4th. James Chen, player who's playing some high-stakes, no-limit hold'em tournament these days. Artur Martirosyan, who's no stranger to high-stakes poker, Fedor Holes. So, Stephen Chidwick.
It's been a while since we've had a Stevie deep run, it feels like, as well, especially in the bigger buy-in events. I know he ran deep in a couple of the short deck, smaller buy-in short decks. I say small, you know, 25, 30K ones But yeah, 50 bigs for Stevie. As Brian mentioned, Fedor Holtz, James Chen, Danny Tang, Mario Mosbach, some huge names left in the field. And the app that we happen to be using, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, top right-hand corner of your screen, so make sure I get this right, up here. You can see, you can go through every player left in the field. You can click onto their name. You can see all of their hand histories, the last 100 hands that they've played, including showdowns and, you know, pre-flop opens, the hands that they're getting involved with. Get the notepads out. We've got some of the best players in the world. Scan that QR code and follow along over on the Triton Poker Plus app as we do throw it down once more to the final 4 tables of event number 9. $150,000 buy-in with over 4 million up top. Plan today, James, play down to the final table, I believe, and then some. A little bit more.
You win a trophy or stop on average?
Got that 50K turbo up and running. 27 entries in that one.
32
They
players
play with
left.
a 52 card deck.
We're getting down to the bubble zone.
Every event.
They play with a 36 card.
20 make the money, so.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't even say that.
Yeah, they're down to 4 tables now, right? 8 players per table.
Yeah.
The math checks out. That means we got 1 more table to eliminate, and then we're right on the bubble. 24. That'll be 24 left. Pay 20.
Wow, clock got short, by the way.
You know, just looking up the shortest stack, there's 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, but
Oh, boy.
20th place has 30 blinds.
Oh, wow.
25th, 17 blinds. So, and this, Adrian Mateos is that 25th ranked player in terms of chip stack, 17 blinds.
Yeah, this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, we still have a while to go to get the money. 45-minute levels as well.
頭先我呢個係 bottom range 係咩啊？
答你唔到喎。啊，anything with some
here we
equity,
go.
you know?
唔係啊，頭先我 UTG 啊。
Yeah, I know. Anything with some equity. I'm not.
500同花喎。
Yeah, all in.
頭先喎。
All in, all in.
Queen 7 off?
屌，這把500。
Let's see what Boss wakes up with out of the big.
現在你沒有真的沒
Going
有
to be putting in half of his stack pre.
No, Paul, don't listen to them. It was a good fold. All in, nothing.
Talk about timing. About the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series, Jacob and Co. We've seen some of their just world-class timepieces on display at Triton stops on the wrists of Boss, Paul Nagy, KT. Of course, they've got that Astronomia casino that has a functioning roulette wheel inside that piece. And if I'm not mistaken, in Cyprus last year, KT was literally taking bets at the table, 1K bets, spinning the wheel. And, you know, the house always wins. I mean, a little bit of rake back
It's like a
on the
mystery
watch.
bounty, except there's no mystery, you know?
That's why they just called it a bounty, Sam.
Is red
Yeah, the Quattro.
What if a quarter of the field gets reached?
It's a nice innovation, though.
Red still open?
No, I mean, a quarter of the field,
It could happen.
it will be extremely unlikely for a quarter of the field to be reached with red
If
still.
it happened, can you reg?
Ask Luca.
Teos with potential candidate to get involved. Is it under the gun open? Doesn't like it. Could tell he's pained by mucking the ace-5.
Danny with a solid hand. He's quite deep. 755. It's about an average stack.
5 seconds.
But 40 blinds. Out of position to the chip leader. But pretty strong hand.
Boss doesn't love it. Having to take it multi-way out of the big. But the 7-5 of spades, Brian, has potential.
It's a pretty good spot. I mean, you're getting what, like 6 to 1?
6 of spades window card. Double gut shot for Paul. 140 out there. Flicks it in. Does this go 3 ways to a turn? I mean,
Good luck,
yeah,
Paul.
I think so.
just has to, right? Danny getting almost 7 to 1 on the call, 2 overs. Backdoor straight draw. King Queen actually currently ahead.
Ooh, I think this folds a little.
你大。Hey, many out. 14.
Very live. Any 8-7-5-4. Working for boss to get back up to 10 bigs.
50-50.
50-50? Wow. You look like somebody who folded the best hand, Danny.
4.
Ooh.
Hello.
50-50.
Is this too many outs?
Nice. 紅心5.
Spade, 8-7-5-4, 3 of diamonds. Bricks,
Danny would've
everything. Yeah, the King Queen would have taken it down. Instead, Wang Ye extending his lead atop of the chip counts as we lose boss. 12 off the money. Straight into the 50K, one would assume.
Yeah. And it's the silky bass line that's come back to remind us all that it's time to look at the chip counts. And there we see Wang Yi crossing the 100 big blind mark, 2.1. I mean, he's just crushing that table.
What a spot to be in.
Yeah.
Not just the chip lead, I mean, has almost 3x what Danny Tang in second has. 11 off the money. Prime position to just lean into all of the middling stacks as we close in on that 6-figure bubble.
Yeah, all the stacks there, really, not even the shorter ones, because everybody's, I mean, all those stacks would be very happy to cash. I mean, nobody else at the table has an above average stack. Danny Tang was second, and Danny Tang's now that he lost that pot, just a hair below average. Ooh, Greenwood might get himself into trouble here with a little suited ace. Has some fold equity potentially.
Whoa.
Lets
Careful,
it go.
man. All almost came out of your mouth.
Maybe I
You
need.
were starting to say all in, and then your mouth wouldn't let you. He was like,
I'm loading from
That's
the
a
front.
strong read from Jonathan there.
The verbal misclick.
I mean,
Oh, was it
something
Winters?
weird.
Sorry.
whatever. If I go all in,
Can't be that bad. It's only Adrian opening. I mean, probably got the best hand, bro.
it was a fine hand to go all in with, you know.
I mean, yeah, you almost said it.
I know. It was. There's no small blind. I don't know what to do.
Well, you'll be happy to know that
Got this
Mateos
aces
was
nagged on my
belated.
left over here.
You keep up to date with the Premier League at all, Brian, the EPL?
Maybe he's been unlucky.
No, I don't want to say it's never, every once in a while, but as of recently this year, no. I have no idea what's going on. What's up?
For the first time in God knows how long, Sam's team are actually at the top.
Sergio as
last
well.
night.
El Clasico's back.
Who's his team?
El Clasico
Arsenal.
is
Yeah, it's been,
Okay.
it's been
ruling.
Still 10 matches
big
left,
for-
but
big
Yeah,
week for
historically
Spain, big
a
week
very good
for
team, but hasn't
Germany,
done that well
Austria,
recently,
you know?
right?
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
But he's happy. Although I did speak to him, he said it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of close it out.
But is he the first? Yeah. The first non-European.
Asia and Europe carving up you dusty Americans.
Are you claiming
Sam?
North American continent.
Both flop top pair here.
Yeah, Wang in trouble, blind v blind.
Yeah, with wide ranges, so
Classical.
it's a spot where I think Ertz can't
how many
have
titles does Spain have?
top or middle set or top 2 pair.
More than U.S.?
Can definitely have king or queen 5.
More than US. Kuhn has more than the entire Spain country.
So has to decide if his hand is good enough to raise, but maybe he just never really raises the flop. We're also getting down to the risk premium going up type part of the tournament, which tends to make players thin out the raising
The bridge
ranges
between
anyway.
the two continents.
And this is a turn card which might keep this pot size under control now.
He's the only American.
Bonomo's got 2.
Ivy, yeah, Ivy, sorry. Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, the worst card in the deck.
Cates has got 2.
For Peter, obviously, other than the 6.
Tom.
Dan Kate?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, his worst
Tom
perceived
Dwan
card.
has 2.
Yes. Not worst
Two
actual
real
card.
tough tournaments, both of them.
But, I mean, he has way too much hand to go
I think he
anywhere
has
right
one in a
now.
PLO and one in
Brewer,
a
yeah,
King,
Brewer.
good kicker, and even a gutter.
Oh, you're right. Right. Let's just keep talking about different ways that Danny's wrong, you know?
Yeah, let's keep it.
Wow. And Wang has found a way to chop this.
Mike Watson?
He is Canadian.
Yeah. You don't have one?
Goes
I
for the
have
river
one.
peak again, this time without a spade.
Not enough to get it.
Feels
I
like
think I'm
getting
1 in
value
6 heads
here
up,
is
something
going to
like
be
that.
pretty tough. I mean,
actually
like,
has 2.
maybe you
100
could
bullets.
block and, like,
I
hope a
wasn't
queen
done.
calls you.
Wasn't done.
Pretty dicey,
I wasn't done.
all in all.
He's put in the most in buy-ins right in lifetime.
Is that true?
I mean, no, it could just be, it's probably just Jason, actually.
Yeah. Neither player wants to get any value. Flush comes in, overcard ace, bottom pair trips up.
Yeah. I have a feeling who had the most in
Different
buy-ins is Frank
forms
Viscio.
of run good
Bluff.
and run bad.
King of spades.
I think your brother has
Well,
Wang
Oh, I thought you meant the
finding a way to chop that one.
Let's see.
Top of the chip
And
counts.
Monaco.
As we switch back out.
Yeah,
the
this
blue
is
feature
why
table.
it's one of those things where it's a very perceptive statement you just made. You know, people have this very basic conception of like what luck is, I feel like, and how it expresses itself in tournaments. But there's all kinds of much more nuanced ways in which that happens that I think most people miss. Like, people catch like who wins an all-in.
Yeah.
And certainly all-in EV is a large part of luck, but there's many other aspects, like even, you know, like it was lucky to get a cooler your way, or very unlucky to get one against you. And even much more subtle things like this, you know, this pot right there.
Yeah, instead of playing 650k, he's now still playing 500k, you know? Makes a difference.
So. And I don't say that with the implication that, you know, luck is everything in poker and no limit hold'em poker. But over the short run, luck expresses itself very strongly. It's very hard, if not impossible, to overcome your luck in the short run in a matter of hands in one tournament. If you're a winning poker player, that expresses itself over a large sample size, like many tournaments. So one of the ways that I like to think about that, and a little phrase I always came up with, is you don't pick the tournament picks you. Just as a way to think about it. Like, you can play great, but you're not choosing, and you don't get to win that tournament because it's the case.
Yeah.
Now you're going to help your chances by playing great. But really, at the end of the day, the tournament picks you. And by that, what I mean is you getting lucky. You know, now what happens is if you play great, over the long run, over the 100 tournament sample size, you'll do better. You'll cash more, you'll final table more, and you may or may not win more. That depends a bit on ICM. I'm not going to get into that thorny discussion right now, but you'll cash for a lot more overall, whether or not you actually win more than someone else.
Yeah, sometimes you just dealt out of the tournament, man. JJ potentially dealing himself out of this tournament. Rejamming out of the big. Roland open from the hijack with the King 10-0. Bad's flat on the button. He's taken the 30 big blind rejam. Does Bads just want to go for it here? 11 off the money. Spin the wheel for 30 apiece.
Makita has a pretty big hand here. I mean, this is like definitely a call for chips, but he has 710K, a very solid stack, and we're playing down to the bubble. So
been to this place.
I mean, once you start thinking about the risk premium on this, he's pretty likely to cash if he doesn't call.
Yeah, he's currently bang on middle of the pack.
Yeah. You know, if he does win this pot, he'll really be up there, but so there is value to him winning chips here. You know, he'll have 1.3 million.
Might be a punt announced. Makes the call, Brian. This is easily one of the biggest pots of this frame. Not to state the obvious. Just 11 shy of the money.
Great guess.
Whoever wins this, going to be in a great position. Just push people around on the money bubble.
Makita chose violence.
Oh, that's not good for me.
8 of spades in the window.
Especially not good for me.
Wow, and he's got a hammer lock on this.
JJ drawing to running cards, which do present themselves on the turn. A 10 would do it.
Pretty good.
No, 5 of clubs. Makita holds with the pocket 8s and is now playing a 1.4 million chip stack. Good for 4th in chips overall. 10 off the money.
So yeah, I think Makita's kind of thinking there, yes, if I fold, I'm very likely to cash. That said, if I call and win this, I have a big stack. We're on the bubble. Maybe I like my table. I'm going to be able to win a lot of chips. So it's not always so easy. It's just fold in order to cash, you know? And I think, you know, I think he was aware that maybe this is a punt. Maybe this is bad ICM. I don't know. But I want to gamble and try to get a big stack here. So worked out.
Too rich to fold. Mateos.
Too rich to fold.
Stepping into it. Out of the big. Went open from Danny Tang. 3-bet from Wang, who's going to be a lot wider than Kings here as the tournament chip leader. 3 bets, 10 off the money. Adrian happy to go with it for 20 big blinds apiece. Needs help.
Can't make a straight, but he can make backdoor clubs.
Ace, obviously the immediate out. Clubs not presenting themselves.
Down to Barry Greenstein. That's Adrian's only hope.
Mateos out, 10 off the money. Wang extends his lead atop of the chip counts up to 2.6 million now. Overwhelming chip leader. 9 off the money. This guy's just a machine.
He's really doing it. I mean, well over 2 million now.
He has almost a million more than Liang, who's in second. Playing 130 bigs.
I said Danny was an aces bag. I said that's why you know.
Back over to the blue feature table. Talking of aces, Magnets, Ronald Rakita has the goods. Adam's in trouble.
We'll see how many streets Roland wants to go for value here. It's going to be 2 or 3. Again, 3 streets means he's risking his whole stack, basically, which he may or may not want to do with the bubble coming up. He's short enough that he's not in a situation where it's likely that he becomes a big stack, and we can see that caused him to check back the turn. I think a spot that if he's just playing for chips, he's a bit more inclined to go for 3 streets of value here.
Turn, check, check. Action on Adams. Comes with block in the form of third pot. How do the aces respond to this size?
Well, they're definitely good enough to raise theoretically from a chip EV perspective, but again, yes, when we're playing down to the bubble with a risk premium, way less likely to take those kind of spots, which is in some ways kind of the power of that play and why it's probably a good decision by Timofey, I feel like. Set the price there. If he's probably facing a bigger bet if he checks. You know, hands you're beating likely go check, check, right? So it is possible to get some value, like what if my opponent has 9s, hits the 8, etc.
Talk about bats. Finally, big stack, deep in 150K. It's been a while. Made that call with the pocket 8s against Jonathan Jaffe. Adamo as well. Third in chips, 80 bigs.
Yeah, he's just been up at the top pretty much the whole tournament. I mean, we didn't cover this yesterday because the final table for the 50 ran late, but during the final table I took a look and he was, I mean, he basically had as many chips as he had now with a 5K big blind level.
Yeah, I think he bagged chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, but he bagged chip lead, but he actually had less chips than when we looked in at the 5K big blind level. He had 1.5 million for 300 blinds, and it's like 700,000 more than second place. It was pretty nuts. So since then, he's pretty much just maintained for many, many levels. As the blind's now 20K, and he still has about that many chips.
Savannah defending the suited jack, connects with bottom pair, but trouble on the horizon. Vogelsang flopping top pair, top kicker on a very wet board. Not to state the obvious, but every pot, just 9 off the money, so crucial here. Savannah potentially going to bleed chips, at least one street.
Such a natural hand to value bet, and it looks like he's coming with a little over half pot. It's about 60%.
Even this feels dicey, Brian. Against 60%.
Yeah.
Bottom pair, no real backdoor other than the running 9-8.
Jack's not the cleanest card.
Brick.
Sang improving to top 2. Now perhaps room for Savannah to just pitch this one.
Yeah, you have to think that he's folding to any bet here.
See the players standing up as we will be going into a scheduled break. Conclusion of this hand, just 9 off the money.
Yeah, the ace, just a great card for Christoph's perceived range, for his actual hand.
Yeah, no nonsense from Savannah. Lets it go. 360K left for him. Be coming back to big blind 25K. So going to be coming back with 14.5 bigs. We'll be looking to spin the wheel.
Yeah, see, look at Makita there. That winning that pot launched him into being a decent-sized chip leader at that pot with a number of short stacks, which might have been part of his calculus, you know, like as to why he wanted to gamble in that spot.
Going to give him a lot of leverage as we work our way down to the money. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Brian Russ alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Business end of the tournament, arguably one of the most entertaining parts of any tournament. Of course, the one table off the money, 29 left with 20 places paid. Are we about to see the Makita Badziakuski show? With that chip lead, I kind of feel like it's his opportunity to just really bully everyone around.
Yeah, I think at that table, there's a pretty good chance that, in the next hour or two of play, whatever it takes to kind of get through the bubble, I think more likely than not, we're going to see Makita chip up. So he's 1.4 right now. Let's set a target for, close to 2 or something. I think that's reasonably likely.
I agree. China in pole position, 1 and 2. Wang Ye way out in front with 2.6 million, looking to pick up his first Triton title. 10-minute break. Don't go too far. When we come back, we're playing down through that money bubble. We'll see you all very shortly.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
And be right. And then you're just like, what is going on? Like, are you seeing the cards? No, you're not doing that. You're just a weird savant in this way, Sean Winter.
If I kind of take poker into an analogy in terms of the Avatar ecosystem, you know, the gods being maybe that big tree or those flying dragons kind of thing, Sean Winter, he's got that braid of hair connected. He's achieved Saut. You know what I mean? He's in the dark energy, my friend. He's just, there's clarity.
In the dark energy, marching to the beat of his own drummer.
Oh, yeah. As Pardo beats upon the 20K Open, Martirosyan glancing over to see what's what. Just 30K back. This is a declaration, clearly off of 10 bigs. Pardo happy to go with it from the small. Will Artur give him a spin with the ace-8 suited?
He's going to have to put 85,000 in essentially to win. It looked like 135.
Deems it enough. Rasty, as we're on our backs for 230K here, Pardo's arrival could be short-lived.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot actually for him, I think. And don't blame him for putting it in there.
Oh. Well, I don't know who we lay the blame for this upon other than a deck that seems to have chosen a little bit of violence post-flop here. No backdoor straight opportunity for Pardo. No backdoor diamond. The 10 alone saves him, and it isn't there. Aces and 8s for Artur Martirosyan, and he continues.
Pardo is one of the biggest winners in online tournaments, is my understanding, having been told by a reliable source. So, great poker player, crusher. He's walking away now. He got it in with 4 comes on the river, not a club. Chidwick could jam for like 125, B125, and that's like totally fine. So it's a spot where that's why I was saying like the check raise decision is interesting because now you're kind of polarizing your range right there. What's your turn and kind of betting? Are you 2 or 3 streeting? And you could see like the check raise got like a pretty good hand to end up folding. Like, right, like maybe that hand decides to call if Chidwick just calls 30K on the flop. Which
I thought he did just call 30K
no, he
on the
check
flop.
raised to 75K.
He did. Okay,
yeah.
Forgive me because I'm
So-
looking at the hand history. So we're a little bit off there in terms of our, synchronicity. Check raise, then
Yes.
follow through
Yeah, follow
makes things a
through.
little bit different. So apologies there for not having been on the same page with Rasty. Do want to flip back and make sure that we've got that hand history logged properly for you in the Triton Poker Plus app.
So actually quite an interesting hand. Yeah, I think that's wrong in the app. He check raised them. I mean, he put out, I saw 3 white chips as well. So I think the app is wrong. But I visually saw him check raise and I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Four-way affair here, there, as the keen eyes of Rasty, even keener at times than the app. We tried about 1,000,
on
but it's
point
not always
today,
reasonable.
Ali.
Yeah, you're very sharp. You're always on point, my friend.
But today I think is like top 90% level. I mean,
Okay.
I recalled the hand from yesterday with the
the
value bet from the final table. Ivy's hand, perfect.
Yes.
Recall of bet sizing and card runouts, and yeah,
That one was
I'm here,
kind of
man.
etched.
I'm
Yeah.
dialed.
This is why we love to have you at the desk, as Fedor loves to have an ace on a dry board, enough to follow through on the 26K Open that drew 3 callers behind him. 20,000. Ibinger was among those callers. Out of the small was 7, second pair, as it were, on this board.
7's an interesting spot here. I think having the 2 overs, some backdoor straight possibilities, and the bet being so small, yeah, he decides to come along. Seems quite reasonable to me. sevens is a hand that I think is a massive snap fold to a bet here on the turn. One of the easiest folds. Sevens is behind any value bet that double barrels. Unlike a 4, a 6, or anything like that, you have 2 outs instead of 5, and you're actually blocking a big class of your opponent's bluffs here, 7-8, 7-5 suited, as well as even you have a diamond in your hand if you're Ibinger, so you're blocking some backdoor flush draw possibilities. So would have been the easiest fold of all time, but Fedor checks it back. And now Ibinger would love to get to showdown. We'll see if Fedor wants to value bet his hand if it gets checked. I don't really see block here. I mean, maybe you're blocking trying to make Fedor, trying to set the price for Fedor, but Fedor's a scary guy to set price versus.
Well, listen, Fedor's also a guy that in terms of the meta, Matthias knows about as well as anybody.
Whoa.
Leads for
Okay,
104,000, and Fedor picks it off, Rasty, as Ibinger went check call, check on the turn, tempting him into that barrel.
That's a bluff. I think Ibinger wanted to get 10x or queen x that or like nines or jacks or something.
And I know.
24,000.
Not for you, maybe, Rast. You're kind of like Neo in the first Matrix. Everything just turns into the green characters, and you see it for what it is, right? I'm still looking at the construct out here, but lucky to have guys like you with us to break these moments down. Unlucky, of course, is Kuznetsov to be against the talents of Fedor in a spot such as that, but the opportunity was there for him as Ibinger looking to see some opportunity of his own with pocket nines. In-raise open, Tanchuan off of fewer than that even. Rast, we're talking about like 12-ish bigs. Rips it in there. Ibinger calls.
But you have sevens.
And I don't think Tan's given us the kind of Mandarin that they teach you in school after seeing the nines. Not sure if things are being thrown. 352 in the middle and no 7 on the board.
Let's see how good.
Yeah.
This is a terrible flop.
Tan knows when it's time to dim the lights. And now it's official as the 9 is insult to injury for Tan. Checks out. Not going to find the money here as Ibinger showering.
And Ibinger going to turn right back around, play the very next hand. Solid suited Broadway.
But look what he's run into here for Yerai Iribaren. Ace-King suited going to be played as a flat. We don't often see this sort of pesk. To what do we attribute this choice of line from Iribaren, Rast? Inviting others to join behind.
Yeah.
No one takes him up, by the way. And he doesn't improve on this board, which gives Ibinger 2 overs in the flush draw. Talk to me.
Yeah, maybe he's protecting his flatting range. Could encourage somebody to come with a light 3-bet, in which case he's obviously sticking in his stack, which is sub 40 bigs. Could have something to do with his perception about Ibinger's reaction to his 3-bet and what he's going to be doing with hands that he dominates. It's probably a hand that doesn't mind mixing call here at a small frequency. You probably prefer to, if you do call Ace-King here, have it be suited because it plays better in a multi-way pot than the Ace-King offsuit.
So Matthias played his hand as a check on the flop. That allows Iribaren to pick up a touch more equity in terms of the wheel draw. 60 on request into 72. This isn't modest.
Yeah, but he's going nowhere. He's beating all overcard hands and has a gutter.
And note, by the way, in spite of how pretty Eibinger's hand looks, 73% is the ace-king, and now 100% if it can find showdown. Unclear whether or not Matthias will allow that to happen, though, Rast.
Well, he might not allow it, but he might still get to showdown anyway. I mean, it's not absurd for him to call it that.
Crunch time in the 150K, 29 left with 20 places paid. Welcome back to the Break Desk, Brian Rouse, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for this one. China out in 1 and 2, Brian. Wang Ye just steamrolling his way through this field. A monster chip lead with 104 bigs. What's that? Almost, 40 bigs more than second in chip slang.
What a spot,
Jeju
right?
In.
I mean, 150K, it's pretty big buy-in tournament. You know, 4 million for first. Let's go.
You'd love to see it.
Yeah, love to see it.
Especially with the money bubble looming. Expect to see Wang just continue to lean into those middling stacks. And you've mentioned risk premium. You know, you sat there middle of the pack. You can kind of comfortably make your way into the money if you don't get too involved. But we see people like Makita, who's just happy to roll the dice with the 8s.
Yeah, you know, you look around at his table, and he's got, you know, if he won that pot and doubled, he really vaults into the chip lead at his table, can lean on other stacks. It's a spot where it's definitely plus EV for chips. So, you know, I don't know if he was sure. He was like, maybe this is a punt, but maybe it's good. Like, I'll find out later, maybe.
Well, find him in third currently with 29 left as we look to throw it down to the final 4 tables here. Makita out in front on the blue table, has everyone covered, and we know he's not afraid to put chips in the middle, be looking to bully the likes of Elton Sang, Vogelsang, Roland Rakita, Wang Ye. I mean, what a spot. 104 bigs. Mario Mosbok, fresh off his second title, second at that table with 48 big blinds. Does have the chip leader to contend with. Some huge names left in the field. Michael Adamo, Artur Martirosyan, Stephen Chidwick, Fedor Holtz.
My daughter,
just to name a few.
You know that between us
from when she was.
Min Cash.
Okay, but no, that's different though.
Once you're 4,
when
then
you're
you
4,
start
you can
remembering everything. For the rest.
very judgy. When you're 4, you can remember being like 3, but when you're like when people were like
10K,
18
25K.
and like I remember what it was like being a
45-minute
like,
clock.
I don't know.
All right. I prefer no warning.
All right, a
just me.
solid hand for the hijack. 2 10s. A couple seats to his left is the chip leader. Chip leader's in the small blind here.
I saw one of them, a red number. I don't know which one.
A red number.
Yeah.
Let's see if he calls first or whatever, or what he does. Maybe it's irrelevant. Maybe. I also don't. It was like 4, 5, 6.
Okay, well you both know they have the same information, right?
Give me a check.
He thinks he saw a red 4, 5, or 6.
Full red.
That's just more and more exposed.
Turn the hand over now.
2 red cards. Well, Peter Ertz sitting on 2 clubs, so let's get in there. We're going to make this flush just a little bit more often.
And one of them could be rumored to be 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Completely relevant.
Yeah, big board for those.
Well, all the red cards are dead. I mean, it has to come.
What on earth is going on? It's 150K buy-in.
Everybody's got an opinion, you know.
Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. 4, 5 diamonds right there, man.
Now folding my king 9 of diamonds.
C-bet from Mosbok. Gets it done.
Bluffing. No, I was like
just like a warning.
So far ahead of king 9 of diamonds.
Like
Bluffing.
No warnings at all.
King Jack.
What do you call that?
To me only. Like, I think
Top right-hand corner
Huh?
of your screens once more.
Like trying to get
QR code.
Yes.
Get involved, chat.
Yes,
Don't
yes,
make me
yes.
replay
But, you know,
the rant
King
Brian
9
went on
once called.
in Cyprus.
I
The
just
Triton
don't like,
Poker Plus app. Scan the
warnings
QR
like
code.
again.
Follow along.
And then river
All
blank.
the action of your favorite
Check
players.
Yes, king high.
the outer tables or their hand histories.
But fast, you know. If
We
it's
don't even
fast
need
and
to
it's
have
king
that
high,
QR code. We should just
flush miss,
clip
flush draw.
that 45-second package of you telling people to download. Do you remember this? Do you recall?
I do remember that I did some aggressive
Marketing.
pushing of the app. Or
That's all
was
it
the
should be.
QR code as well?
No, it wasn't back then, but
thought it
that's
was
what
the
it
app.
should be. It was, yeah.
Yeah, right.
We need to just get that clipped.
Yeah, bring that back. I haven't brought that back yet in Jeju 24.
Save it for the main.
I've just let the person in your seat handle the business so far for the app. King 8 worthy of a play here. He's just got to decide how. And he's going for jam.
Got potential to start a bond
Oh
run.
my.
Yeah. That would be sick.
This is a lot of hand here in the big blind.
Was the sickest ever?
It's like, can we fold this?
No,
yeah, I think the answer is no.
Fatal.
Wow, this is
Fatal,
bad
that
news
summer
for
won
Peter
everything.
Ertz here.
Go red. Go
Oh,
red.
Mike,
first.
Adamo too.
You have to go red. It's your signature.
Adamo had a really sick.
No, you really are red already. How do you control that?
His wasn't as prolonged. Fader's was longest, right?
Yeah, the thing about Justin's is
Fader's was a
he
lot
just-
more buy-in.
Yeah,
Well,
Justin
no,
just
no,
Justin
won
just
a lot of 25Ks. too.
Justin just won the 3 biggest tournaments of the
He
year.
also won a lot of 25Ks, like for like 400.
Yeah. I just remember that time where.
Yeah. Sweet.
And you think Feder's run was
Fedor won so many 25Ks that
Just
time.
like that. Squiddy.
Yeah.
Like 6 in like a very short period.
Scooping a massive
I mean, I think enough of the runs have
865K
happened
pot,
that
blind
you
v
know that,
blind.
like, you know, somebody
Hence
they
Peter.
have to happen.
Was that 16 big blind
Oh
jam?
man,
Small
what a
with the
disaster!
king
I made a big fold, and then they were on the other TV.
Don't want to throw
on
shade
the
anyone's
other-
way as they
you
bow
don't know
out.
what he had then?
9 off the money. Feels like there were potential ways for the 16
you.
bigs to not go in pre.
I mean, he definitely could have
Fader doesn't know, but I blessed
tried
his
coming
house.
with 2.5x or something like
How
that.
so? His house?
His old house in Vienna. I went there on New Year's.
I like the hoodie.
Yeah.
You know,
Gave it a blessing, and then he went on a run. Like 3 days later, he cashed for like
See.
3 million, and then he just
walks out potentially jumping straight into the 50K.
he went to like Philippines.
Maybe go for a little half-hour walk outside.
Didn't you win like a week before the Alpha
Shake
8?
it all off.
That's kind of where it started.
Yes, but I think he probably had a bigger piece in the
Philippines
second
one?
one. Yeah.
The other thing at Fedor was right is he came. I don't think he final tabled, but he came like 10th in the main event that summer, right? Or something like that too.
No, like
No.
40th.
Oh, was it 40th?
Yeah.
Oh, my,
It's super deep. But
24th.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I've underestimated you.
Yeah.
That's still super.
But also that was the year before.
What's the deepest anyone's gone in the main here?
Day 3? No, in fact, no. I was chip leader day 2, but I think I busted day 2.
I finished 45th place.
Oh, yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, your bust out is memorable.
Oh, damn, yeah, I remember that.
Like he ran a 6 lap and
Against the Brazilian.
no, he's not Brazilian. He's
But-
American, but Sri Lankan.
I remember that hand.
It's a 6 hand.
Yeah. 8-7.
Fedor.
Oh yeah, I
It
remember
was the
that.
year of Fedor as well, around that time.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what they're discussing. This
Ran
whole
deep in the main.
discussion has
I mean,
been what
not
was Fedor winning on
historically
that
not
run
gonna
and
get-
during that
Yeah.
year. Oh,
Oi, oi.
now we can ask the man directly.
We just talked.
I don't think many people.
We were talking about what the all-time great like high roller heaters were, and it's you, Justin, Mike, Ike.
Coleman?
Well, no, but at Almo. No, but Corman. The thing is, when there were like 6 tournaments a year, he won 3 of them, which is sick. But like, It's a little
But
different.
he also won
like time
5K mass field at the same time. Right?
Timex
You know
too.
how many 25Ks he won?
Timex is the same thing too. Well, he went on like a big one. All right.
Fedor and Donovan won a lot more tournaments than like
In Vegas?
Coleman
Yeah.
This one World Series?
What did Adamo do?
He just
No.
super high roller.
He had the main event win.
He had like
Race,
a
run,
big
big
period of time
big-
where he won like every tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
He won like
You know what's so
8.
funny is
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
It sounds like after listening intently,
I'm all in for
they've decided that
170.
Fedor and Adamo might have been the two best Sun runs.
I remember Coleman in the winner interview of the one drop, he told everybody to not become a poker player.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Great ambassador.
So what was funny is he had already gone on a run and he had won like the Hard Rock 5 million or 10 million already. And then he final tabled it again and had like a good stack and there were 6 left. And he showed up 45 minutes late intentionally to play. He was enjoying beach volleyball like too much.
Which
he was like blinding out for 45 minutes at the final table.
Yeah.
And it was like 2 million to first or something crazy.
Yeah, big legend.
I mean,
Then he final the other one drop, and I remember on the final he like limped the button with jacks, and I was like, wow, this is the sickest thing I've ever seen. And then like snapped off a shove, and I was like, I mean he lost, and I was across that, but I was like, it really blew my mind that he could do this. Like, wow, it really makes sense. Like, what if they have 10-9, become 10 high like that? Like, wow. I didn't know that high.
He was also him and Justin sort of kindred spirits in a way.
What?
Dan Coleman and Justin. Do you remember the Barcelona final table with him and Olivier?
I see.
Yeah, of course.
What happened there?
Back before, as you know.
Before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about, he like didn't do anything interviews and started talking about Chomsky.
Raise 100,000.
Big fan.
Winter coming with the 4x. On the button. Greenwood says run it with a better ace out of the big. The mood has lightened out there.
No, because I had a bad feeling.
Talks of it not coming, but some potential for Winter on the 8-5-4-2 hearts.
He says it's a dream start.
That is a dream turn.
He might be right. I hope you're right.
Chop it up.
Greenwood not greedy, asking
wouldn't
for a
knock down.
chop.
Ooh.
How about the 3 outer to win the entire
very
pot?
Bad feeling on the button.
I had 7.
So you got on.
So you fell to my 7 too.
I bet Sean was still final table with this though.
That was off stream, I would have folded.
Really? Like, exactly.
Thank you so much.
Sean is funny.
And the broccoli as well, right? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, 25, 25.
All right, well, this table, very unlikely to have a conversation as engrossing as the last one. The last one they were talking about all-time epic heater runs and kinds of fun stuff, but
Is there like a 12 to 18 month period that you recall and you just felt like you were just winning every flip, like every tournament you regged, every cash game session, you just felt up with that confidence, you know, that you were just getting it done?
I don't know. I mean, I've had some good runs for sure, but never. I don't know if I ever. I'm trying to remember. I felt like things were a bit more spaced out for me with tournaments, like hitting some here or there, but never just really a condensed period where I whacked everything.
Yeah. Cash games? There's got to be some like 6-month blocks where.
Yeah, there's been some blocks where.
Nice hand.
Bitcoin.
Where, I mean, Bitcoin's not even done, man. We're just getting started, but
yes, sir.
Yeah, no, like the start of the big bet mix. I started off, had a good run at the beginning of that.
Likely to be a chop. Confirmed on the turn. Those games still running? I've heard Bobby's room's been a bit quiet.
It has. The big bet mix kind of morphed into, I call it hybrid mix, but then that's barely running nowadays. Bobby's room game does go from time to time, but not that frequently.
Guess pretty tough now. Everything going private.
Yeah, it's been tough to organize a nosebleed mix game, is I guess what it boils down to. Regular players live all over the world. Some of the people in Vegas, I mean, like, you know, Doyle died. Rest in peace. And
rest in peace, indeed. Would you also say perhaps a byproduct of the younger generation, or the newer generation, not as inclined to jump into the mixed game streets compared to your group of guys?
It does seem like that's happening to a certain extent, especially with all this action. Like, you want to play publicly available games, you have, you know, kind of like unlimited tournament action now for the high stakes. Whereas that wasn't really the case, you know, you go back 10 years ago. You know, I mean, you could play a few high stakes tournaments here or there, but not like today. Like, Triton has 4 stops a year, World Series of Poker, throw in a few more places that have high, you know, 25, 50, 100K high rollers.
I want to say back then, you know, a 25K was like, that was it. That was huge.
The second, I mean, there was a good stretch where the second biggest tournament of the year was the WPT Championship 25K. That was, I think it was like in April or May, like a little bit before the WSOP. They used to run it at the Bellagio. And that was, you know, and that got 300-400 people sometimes at the height. So, you know, I mean, solid, but it was big. There were some years it was like three something for first. I mean, so that was a big tournament.
4 million up top in this one.
I think WPT was the first to really go with they had their Alpha 8, the 100Ks.
Yes.
But like before that, like 100Ks, you never really even saw them.
Yeah.
You know? So, and then, I mean, the one drop just blew it all out. That first year it came out, million, which is like, felt like nothing even close to that ever ran. It was just a spectacle. So I final tabled that first one. That was pretty cool. That was an amazing tournament. I mean, like half the field were like non-professional poker players.
I'm trying to recall, and apologies for bringing up potential salty memory. You flopped the nut flush against Tricket?
Yeah. And
I thought so.
He bet, I call.
We got the QR code. We got the exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Get involved, ladies and gentlemen. It's free. ! giveaway in the chat. Seen a lot of the merch on display, both here in the booth and out there on the feature tables. But go on, Brian.
So yeah, he bets. I call. The turn comes. He bets pretty big. I call. I mean, there's well under a pot size, you know, like 2/3 pot left or something. He covered me. You know, I have like not even a pot size bet left, so it's, just why not call?
Yeah.
River pairs the low card on the flop, and I think it was a 4. You know, he puts me all in, so I snap. I'm just like turning my hand over as I call. I call, turn it over, you know, assuming I win. But then, you know, he turns his hand over as well, and like it's like this weird you know, it feels like it's forever, but it's probably like half a second pause where people are trying to figure out who won the pot, and it's like, oh, he has quads. I guess Tricket wins, and there you go, just out of there. Yeah, I'm never gonna forget that hand. And my good friend Antonio went on to win though, so I sucked it up and stayed on the rail.
I mean, that I remember that. I mean, that was huge for poker, not to state the obvious. Antonio was already established as a poker celebrity, but that really just, I mean, he just then became like the guy.
Yeah.
For a while, it was the most talked about player for a long time.
Yeah, I mean that was. I mean, $1 million tournaments are even big today, but like back then, just there had been nothing like that ever. Like you barely had 100K tournaments. Like those were big, and this was $1 million, right? Like so, you know, it was just a totally different poker landscape, especially with tournaments. And that tournament at the time was just something totally different. And winning it was just a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I got sixth. I think I got like 1.6 million. So like, you know, not even
2 buy-ins.
Not even full. Not even 2 buy-ins. He got like 17 or 18 or whatever it was. Not bad.
I remember him like jumping up on the table or something like that, celebrating. Savannah turning best here. The Jack of Clubs turn. Elton did check back on the flop, allowing Savannah to connect with one of his 6 outs. You got some cards over there, Brian? You gonna deal me in, or what's going on?
I'm just kind of
getting a feel for it.
I don't know. This Schulman has left this deck here, and apparently I've picked up his habit of just kind of playing with the cards when I'm watching the poker stream.
Savannah with the 100% check mark. Does put a 4-liner out there, but it's safe to say lack of 5x in Sang's range.
Does he want to value bet it? And he says yes. I do think it's, I mean, you can come up with hands you're beating here. Right, flop went check, check. Nelton just called turn in the river, so we're beating basically missed clubs. That's really it. Right? Hands with 7s, 5s, 10, 9, etc. Those all got there. Like maybe queen 10. Queen 10 suited, missed clubs.
Yeah, Savannah did flat out of the small. So it really does only feel like those king 10, queen 10 clubs. Maybe an ace 3.
That would be cheeky.
That would be. Smiling as always. Immediately.
No
I got it,
no
bro.
bluff, good
I got
fold.
it. That's me.
TV. Good fold.
The young Bulgarian,
Value
Alex Kulev on the climb, by the way.
Jack.
Jack. Yes.
Mikita got it. Value bet Mikita Jack. That's why he's Mikita Batsiakowski. Although not the toughest call if we're being honest, given the sizing, but you know, still he's 1 for 1. Just guessed right.
Go time perhaps for Adams in the cutoff with an ace. Just north of 8 bigs. He's going to need to double if he's going to make it into the money, and he's happy to go with this one.
Oh my.
Savannah with the ladies, just scanning the stacks behind.
And both the stacks behind him have just slightly more than Adams does, so he's not risking his whole stack. Oh, wow.
That trick.
Would have definitely played with Adams, but this is a different situation entirely.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Potential double elimination spot here.
It's like, what kind of range are we putting Svarna on? Like maybe ace-10, probably certainly ace-10 suited. Who knows about ace-10 off? You know, pairs, maybe something like 7s or 8. Maybe let's upgrade it to 8s plus, 7s plus.
Yeah, I'd say 7s run it on the button.
So maybe like king, queen suited. I don't know. I don't think he's doing that well against that range. You know what I mean?
Hang on a minute. I mean, what is going on down that end of the table? Rakita waking up with ace-king out of the big.
I had one ace. Ace-jack.
2 aces dead. The Austrian needs to find the case ace, or one of the 3 remaining kings. Jack 6-4, as clean as it gets for Savannah. Would be a huge hold. It's life for Adams on the turn.
Better than nothing.
Tell me about it.
3 of diamonds completes the run out. We have a double elimination. Savannah holding with the queens up to 1.2 million. And with that, I believe we're down to 25.
So we're just on the table break bubble.
Yeah, we got something going on over here as well. Winter effectively
Ace-9, ace-jack suited.
jamming from under the gun. Danny says run it, of course, with the queens for 15. Fedor makes the call on the button.
Yeah. Oh.
King, queen.
Okay.
If Fedor can find an ace here, we're going to have back-to-back double KOs.
Come on. Really the difference.
And Sean's king is live, so he's actually doing all right.
Let's see if the poker guys will reward you for calling that river.
That would be punishing.
Triton just instant get the chips.
Sean is just...
He has king jack suited.
I want him at every feature table, bro. 7-4 deuce.
And queen's just smashing these.
6 of clubs.
2 more cards left to come, though.
Bro, you can't call for the 6 of clubs when you're
Ace.
ahead.
I think it's greedy.
Come on, king of clubs. Give Sean the best hand.
Ace of clubs.
That'd be nice.
For fatal hold. Oh. I'm wrapped in.
Fatal with 2 outs. 1 to come.
看啥呢？
So Sean going to triple up. Danny going to win a side pot between himself and Fedor. No elimination at this table.
You guys put me in the blender. I didn't know if you had ace-9 or queens. But either way, it didn't matter.
Dicey spot for Fedor pre-flop.
How much did you shove, Danny?
Given Winter's shove was from under the gun. And then both of the players behind him actually...
Winter had 4.5 bigs, though.
Oh, 4.5.
And Danny had 14.
Yeah.
Fedor just called, but yeah, the players behind covering.
Okay, 4.5 bigs, so that's why. Because I think he feels
Never mind.
Danny can be a bit lighter now.
Yeah.
Stuff like a bunch of suited aces.
Winter has to
Well,
go
chips
with
you
any
could-
two out of the big next
did I do?
hand. So
Yeah.
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 Five away from the money. Biggest min cash of the series. 228,000 will be going to the top 20.
Just goes to show how the spots can be different with like small stack size changes, because that spot wasn't entirely different, at least in terms of the ace jack, the raise, the shove, but the stack sizes were quite different there, meaning the ranges shifted a bit.
Pass. Big cards.
Oh yeah, also Patrick had
Pretty
the ace
big.
jack off after
I mean,
someone
I'm
called
not
the
open
all-in,
with-
right?
with small
Yeah,
cards
Savannah,
very
yeah.
often, you know.
Basically.
And then Roland wakes up with ace king suited out
5-4
of the big.
suited, just, you know.
Pretty sick setup.
It's a big hand in Canada.
Henrik Hecklin on
5-4
short
suited.
stack duties with 9 big blinds.
Gavin
After
Smith.
bubbling the 50K in brutal
Gavin Smith
fashion.
loco too.
Was second in chips
Yeah, but also
with
the
pocket
loco.
kings on the stone bubble. Got it all in against Punat Punsri. Had ace king. He then went on to win the tournament after finding the ace 10 flop, flopping Hecklin dead. Dead to a chop. Squiddy on the button. Just gonna flat the ace queen suited. I'm sorry, I keep laughing, but Sean's facial expressions every hand.
Are the tables doing hand for hand? No, right?
I don't think so, no. We track all of the hands, so Luca keeps
So-
on top of it if there's any table that's like 2 or 3
Discrepancy.
hands ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so Sean just trying to burn that 10 seconds in as amusing a way as possible.
Oh, Squiddy flopping top 2, Fader with top pair, Mosbok with middle pair, 10 of spades in hand. Fader in trouble here. Very wet connected board. Flopping top pair won't be going anywhere for 55,000. Mosbok caught in the crossfire with the queen 10. What do you do now in Fader's shoes? I mean, you've got top pair, you've opened from the hijack, checked over to Sam.
I think you call. Like, Mario's call's not that scary, I think, all things considered. I think you're still probably more worried about Grafton, who flatted in position. I mean, Mario can definitely have some hands, though, that suck for you. Like, for example, Jack 10 ruins your 9 as an out.
How about that for a pure turn card for Squiddy? Picking up the nut flush draw. Let's go along with his top 2.
Yeah, the turn is where another bet here gets really uncomfortable for Fedor. Sam has a hammer lock on this hand, though. Is a spot. Maybe he just wants to give his opponents a free card. This kind of depends on his read about what they have and how much money they're going to put into the pot on future streets with those holdings.
The way he's getting stared down by both players, by the way. Look at these close-ups. Like hawks. No time wasted from Mosbok here.
And now is when Fedor has his decision.
Five in the middle. Fedor drawing dead. King of diamonds. Jack 10 does complete. Both flush draws brick. Checks over for a third time. Just 5 off the money.
Ace jack. It's a good hand.
Squiddy checking that one back, Brian?
Well, I can tell you based on Fedor's look and comment, I think Fedor thinks he should have value bet it.
He must get a lot of big hands.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I think you got to value bet that.
I would have thought about value betting ace 7.
I need to bet the turn. I roll so hard to play against you, Makita.
You know, I mean, I think realistically speaking, the only hand Fedor probably, I mean, does he even really have Jack 10 just taking one off out of position with a double flush draw on there? Yeah, I think we just got to bet ace queen there. I mean, he covers Fedor anyway. We're not out if we're beat, and Fedor somehow has us beat on the river.
This bubble turning into a bit of a bloodbath. In terms of pre-flop premiums and setups.
I fold.
Vogelsang just clicking it to 100K. Patrick starting the hand with sub 12 bigs.
Sugar or what?
And what do you do now against Minklik? C3, out of position.
What is this?
I mean,
yeah.
It's a pretty tough spot, right? I mean, Patrick can't really fold his way in there. That said, you're now playing a contested pot against a strong range, so you can probably find better spots to just like move all in pre.
And what do you do now? Middle pair, backdoor spades, I mean. SPR less than 1.
I mean, I think you have to call the 40. That, I think, is more clear than the pre-flop decision.
Patrick going to be down to 6 bigs unless he can find a king or a jack or somehow get Vogelsang to fold the queens on the river. Just 4 away from the money. We are going to be having a final 3-table redraw. So we've lost the player. Spaniardieri out in 25th.
I mean, the ace seems like a really bad card for Patrick here because like a lot of Vogelsang's kind of bluffs, so to speak, probably have an ace in them, like ace-x suited-ish type hands that are just leaning on Patrick's stack. So it's really hard to imagine a world where his hand is good at any frequency here. I mean, I guess the one class of hands you would be beating would be like king X suited. And I mean, we're really stretching. We have a king ourselves, so it's, you know, Vogelsang is now going to value bet this, and it seems like a pretty easy fold to me in Patrick's spot.
Couple of names that are going to look to sneak their way into the money, but they are going to be forced to spin it. Hecklin now, Antonius, Greenwood, Short Winter, all on the outside looking in.
Christoph asks for all of it.
Put on the cape incorrectly earlier on with the a6 against Jonathan Jaffe. If he clicks call this time, it's going to be out the tournament. Struggling to find bluffs here, Brian. This was 3-bet pre, min click 3-bet.
Yeah, I think just the king X suited hands. Like, it's not a big hand class. And like maybe king X of clubs just barrels off. We have the king of spades. Beyond that, like what? I don't even know. I mean, yeah.
Pitches it. Vogelsang crossing the million chip mark.
Seems like a pretty easy fold to me.
Wang Ye still out in front with 24 left. There is going to be a final 3-table redraw. Liang Zhu in second, Alex Kulev, the young Bulgarian, in third, Mikita in fourth, and Adamo rounding out the top 5. Couple of real short stacks out there. That man on your screens, Henrik Hecklin. Makita looks interested. The queen 5 cut off.
Finally gets a spot to lean on these guys a little bit with his chip lead. Wow, and Elton not altogether done with this very modest hand. Maybe thinking of just coming at the table chip leader.
See if Santosh wants to tango out of the big. Jack 8-0. Is very comfortably in 8th, 48 big blinds against a covering stack.
Pretty good setup for Makita here. Both of them have nothing, really, with no relevant blockers, and Makita is in position with stronger range in this spot. So seems like pretty likely we get C-bet fold.
Bad's doing what Baz does best. Would really love to see him run deep in this one. I mean, obviously, just 4 off the money, but I'm talking, you know, top 10 with a stack. It's been a while since we've seen him run deep in a big one. 4 million up top in this one. $200,000 min cash looming as we are down to the final 3 tables as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rass alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, 4 spots away from that 228,000 min cash, and it's really crunch time, not to state the obvious, but for the likes of Henrik Hecklin and Patrick Antonis on 6 big blinds.
Yeah, no, they're down to the danger zone, and looking at the stack size is really big gap because it's those 2 guys at 6 blinds, and there's a gap up to a group of players who have that sub 20 big blind stack. So they're going to have some work to do if they want to bubble this, which is never fun, and especially when it's a big buy-in like this, you know, getting that close to the cash is becoming short is a little more brutal.
Well, that bubble will be bursting when we return from a very short commercial break. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage of the 150K 8 Max coming to you in about 4 minutes' time.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or Pocket 9's no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Wow, that 4 minutes flies by there. Biggest bubble of the trip looming. $228,000 min cash. 24 players remain with 20 places paid. Is China still out in pole position 1 and 2? Wang Ye really just hasn't looked back since we jumped in a couple of frames ago. Went from 1.4 million all the way up to 2.9 now. Liang Zhu second in chips with 2.6.
He's jumped up though.
He has.
He has, like, 2.6. That's what. I mean, he's moved up at least $500,000 or something.
It's been. I mean, you said that you would like to see him playing around 2.2. He's up to 2.6 now. Kulev closing in on the 2 million chip mark as well. Makita and Michael Adamo rounding out the top 5. Not to state the obvious, but again, some huge names left in the field, and this one's shaping up to potentially be a classic.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of big names, a lot of action, huge prize pool. We're in for a treat.
We are indeed. Short stack duties belonging to Henrik Hecklin and Patrick Antonis, both with 6 big blinds. Gonna look to spin the wheel sooner rather than later. They're gonna have to at least double up if they're to make it into the money. And then, as you mentioned, pre-break, a pretty big jump up to that cluster of 15, 16, 17 big blind stacks who, you know, 17 bigs, you've got enough room to maneuver here and there, but still not safe. Fedor, for example.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not safe, but they have enough room to maneuver. I mean, you can jam over an open with that stack and get some fold equity. So, I mean, the people on life support right now are Hecklin and Antonius. And then the rest of them have a bit of a decision, you know, about waiting game, or do I try to pick up some chips here or there? Yeah, some of that also depends on kind of what you see other players doing, like how much chances are other players taking. You know, let's say the 2 short stacks go out. Well, there's still 2 more people that need to bust. So you might, if you try to wait, you might end up waiting a little bit too long.
I was just having a quick glance there to see who got the worst seat draw. I mean, Kulev, 3rd in chips, does have Bats and Zhu to contend with. Adamo, 5th in chips, has the chip leader to deal with.
But he is in position.
He is, yes. Oh my. Artur. Starting the hand with 26 bigs. He's kind of middle of the pack-ish, 13th at the moment. Against an under-the-gun open from the chip leader.
Oh.
And this really is just unfortunate. A spot where he knows Wang's going to be opening wide, even from under the gun. If Wang can hold here with the Cowboys, going to be up to 3.7 million. 3 off the money.
You can see some of the frustration on Artur's face there.
Oh, hello, Jack of Diamonds. What a time to spike a 2 outer.
Oh. Here comes 8 more outs for the Kings.
That's never easy. Diamond or a king needed. As the deuce of diamonds finds its way to the river.
Yeah.
Artur eliminated in brutal fashion, obviously getting it in behind with the jacks, but that glimmer of hope on the jack high flop. Flopping top set, but unable to hold across turn and river. And just like that, from middle of the pack to out, 4 off the money.
Wow, 今天
Wow,
KK 对我很有缘啊，我3把牌。
3.7 million.
Wow, and quite the development for some of those shorter stacks down there. Somebody from way up in the chip count just went out. So looks like Hecklin doubled because he's up to 14 blinds. Yeah, it looks like he got it all in with ace queen versus Fedor's king 10. Both suited. Same suit, actually, and ended up making 3 aces. So he's up to 14 blinds, and Fedor's down to 11 blinds.
Wang has like 15% of the chips in play, bro. 23 left. Just heaps.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a monster stack now. That was a big hold versus the jacks. Definitely a roller coaster ride, that run out.
Two of the comfortable stacks here are going to collide. Oh, I was about to say Savannah going to square off against Adamo. Wang's woken up with ace king out of the big.
I mean, he just keeps getting big hands in these spots. I mean, here comes 3-bet, and I mean, 6s is going to be out, but like when you're oh, sorry, Adamo. Okay, sorry, I got those spots mixed up. When you're Adamo here and you're really deep, what's he going to choose to do with ace queen of hearts? I mean, that's a big 3-bet. Do you let this one go? You know, do you flat?
60 big blinds effective.
5 seconds.
Open it from under the gun, squeeze out of the big.
Yeah, he's coming, and
strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This is 1 and 4
oh,
as we
we're walking away from that pot. Okay.
Do have an all-in and a call situation. Looks like it's Sean Winters squaring off against Patrick and Tony. This is a fair fight. Ace-king against 10s. Patrick with 6 bigs. He's going to hold. Holds with the 10s against Sean Winters' ace-king. Got a bit of breathing room. Back up to 16 big blinds now. So we head back to this monster 3-bet pot. Chip leader against 4th in chips. Just 3 off the money.
Suvarna getting immediately 3-1. If he calls, he has 900 behind, which would be basically 4.5 to 1. So if he flopped a set and doubled, it's getting 7.5 to 1 on his money. It feels like it's just a little bit too much to pay to gamble here. I mean, there's no guarantee you double either if you flop a set.
Don't look. Don't look. You're not gonna like what you see.
An ace would just be an awful card for Adamo. Okay. So now we got a low board with neither player flopping a pair.
Adamo with the backdoor hearts. Wang Ye with that king of diamonds in hand.
Pretty good flop for 6s.
That's 100,000.
Now let's see how Adamo navigates this.
I don't think he's going to be folding.
No,
flop.
not here. This street seems like a pretty easy call. I mean this hand.
5 seconds. And a fold.
Wang Yi too, for that matter. Will he start checking or will he keep betting?
Well, we're about to find out. 9 of clubs on the turn. Backdoor hearts no longer an option for Adamo. Very vulnerable with just ace-queen high. But does have the power of position. Should Wang check it on over, which he does. Is ace-queen one of those weird ones where we have good showdown value, beating some of the pre-flop bluffs, you know, some of the king queens, king jacks, weaker ace x.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And I'm sure Adamo's computing all that into his decision right here. I mean, check back seems pretty natural because we are, you know, if you're Adamo, you're beating quite a few pre-flop bluffs. The deuce fills in some of the suited wheel hands that we were beating here if you're Adamo, the ace-3 and ace-deuce specifically.
Check.
Knuckles on over to Adamo. Now does he try and shake out hands like this? Ace king, ace 4, ace deuce, ace 5.
He's going to go into the time bank to think about that exact question. Yeah, do I want to bluff out like a ace king? Definitely Wang can have ace king here if you're Adamo, and Wang does in fact have that hand. But yes, also ace 4, ace 5, ace deuce. If Wang somehow has a decent pair, very unlikely he folds, but maybe he doesn't after check, check. Ooh, and Adamo's going for it here.
Let's go. Just feels like you never check and win with ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Adamo with a bet I don't think many people find here. I think many people just check back that ace queen hoping you see ace jack, king queen, etc. All the other hands you named. But Adamo goes one step further there and turns ace queen into a bluff on the turn check, check, river check.
This would be some hero call from Wang with the ace king, king of diamonds. It's been pretty plain sailing for him so far today. He can muster up a hero call here. Be up to 4.5 million. Make a massive dent in Adamo's stack.
He does have the king of diamonds, which is a pretty relevant blocker. I mean, if we're Adamo here, what are we betting for value? Like queens, flushes? Like, is he betting sevens? Like, no, right?
Doesn't feel like it.
So, like, maybe the best pairs that get bet would be something like queens. So, yeah, I mean, kind of a decent part of his value range would seem to be flushes, as played.
Wow.
5, 4.
The one chip flicking from Wang Ye gets shown the ace queen, and he's up to 4.6 million and now has over 20% of the chips in play. I mean, if that doesn't send a statement to the rest of the field.
That was a pretty gnarly hand as well right there. I mean, you're Adamo, you're bluffing ace queen. One of the biggest goals of the bluff is to get ace king to fold, for sure. Like, and ace king calls you. It's a pretty nasty hand by Wang Yi there. And he's got a lot of chips. I mean, said over 15%. Well, he just took a chunk out of Adamo right there. So 4.6 million.
He has 20% of the chips in play now, with 23 left. Adamo caught speeding.
I mean, nice bluff by Adamo. But sometimes when you make a nice bluff, it gives your opponent a chance to make an even nicer call. And that's what we just witnessed there, folks.
5 seconds. Ace to 60,000.
Man, this has been, the stream has been pretty good today in terms of quality hands. Like, that was a pretty sweet hand. And my favorite hand of the day is still the Fedor Kuznetsov hand, although this hand is now a solid number 2. I mean, two pretty sweet hands.
As expected in 150K.
Yeah, because they're a little deeper, so we're getting some of that post-flop magic. Going 3 streets. Some real gangsters out here.
Oh, there's some people in the chat though, Brian, saying that that entire hand was standard, so yeah, showers to us and Adamo.
You mean this one right here?
Yeah, the ace king, ace queen. Yeah.
No, I don't know if Adamo's bluff is standard, frankly. I'm not sure if you ran that in a solver. Because he just called like B20 on the flop in position. He's going to have a plenty worse hands. What about any other suited Broadway with a heart? Worse than ace, including like ace 10 suited of hearts, right? Jack 10 of hearts. Like, those hands are all calling. I mean, I don't know, like if a solver bluffs ace queen. Like, that might have just been Adamo's like, this isn't winning. I'm not winning. My opponent has ace king, you know, maybe something else. And I just don't think he has value too often given the river check. I'm just putting the pressure on. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, and then that call was, you know, a pretty good call. I'm not going to say like one of the best calls I've ever seen, but it's a pretty good call. Would have the King 7 call that Kuznetsov didn't make would have been better. That would have been a nasty call, but he didn't make it. So Wang Yi did just make a really good call.
Especially with the situation as well. 3 off the money. Makes the call correctly, extends his lead atop of the chip, counts as more than 20% of the chips in play. A big spot to put on the cape.
Yeah, someone in the chat asking if 10s and jacks, do they bet or not? Yeah, maybe. I think anything that's starting to beat the board can maybe bet. Like, but that starts to become the value cutoff there. I said queens. I think queens is a pretty clear value bet. You could go to 10s and jacks. I don't really know for that size if you can go below 10s. I mean, Adamo went big. Like, that's a massive pot in this tournament. And Adamo went like, what was that, like B80? Basically. Yeah. That was a big bet.
Seconds. Go. Check.
Yeah, there's no downplaying it here. It's a great call. That's what I've said. That was
saying he also has sets.
One of the coolest hands of the stream. Who, Adamo?
Yeah, people in the chat, Brian, you know, trying to take away from the moment.
May or may not have a lot of sets. I mean, Adamo might not check sets back all the time on the turn. You know, he might not. So he can, but you do have to discount them somewhat, not only because they're hard to have, but also because he's not necessarily checking them back.
Blind v blind action. James Chen. Betting flop with bottom pair. Getting called by the Queen 8 from Elton and firing twice now. 2/3 pot. Elton picking up a gut shot, but going to be tough to continue here. I mean, no heart in hand. Facing a double barrel.
James actually firing with the best hand here.
5 seconds. And fold.
Okay, so this table's behind by 2 hands. I'm going to play catch up.
Fold.
Greenwood on short stack duties. Finds a legitimate hand.
5 seconds.
He's currently sat in 20th.
All in. Fold. 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 Fold.
He's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. And Sean Winter
Jacks.
with just 5 bigs. Biao Ding with 8. Henrik Kekner with 10.
Sam just
with 12.
Sending out a little message that he wasn't messing around. Shows his jacks.
Yeah. As soon as they jacked us 12%, we
Get some advertised with some good hand.
Yeah. Jacks bottom of range. Yeah. I had 2 red jacks, so I'm like, oh, maybe I just looked at the same one twice. You know?
Guilty. Done that before. Ran a massive bluff recently in a cash game I was invited to, and I could have sworn it's the first time I've made a massive live misclick like this. I was adamant I had the ace of spades blocker in PLO, so I just run this bluff, turn and river,
60.
get called, and I had the ace of clubs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, would have saved me about 20K. I mean, I may have just ran it anyway, but, you know.
Sounds like you might not have.
I don't think I would have.
But you did just try to tell yourself a nice story right there.
Yeah, I mean.
5 seconds.
On.
Here is all in.
Okay, Elton shipping it here. Very, very reasonable. 2 9s. He covers.
Just 3 off the money. Just catching up with the hands on this feature table as they were 2 behind. 228,000 bubble looming. Gonna be a painful one
5 seconds.
for 3 of these final 23. Yeah, Wang's just loving life. I mean, look at this.
Go. Go.
Oh. Can add another player to the field. Here. 3-handed, and we still have the blinds.
Well, out of table action. Looks like it's involving.
Are they offsuit, right? They're hearts or diamonds?
Again.
They're both hearts and diamonds.
Ace King against 6-5. It was a sweaty one. I mean, King 6 deuce could have had outs.
140.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't Kulev involved.
No, it was Zhu Liang, who's probably in there opening some pots.
What is going on today?
Oh, just the aces wake up in the small blind? No problem. Yeah, Liang opened under the gun with 5-6 off. He's over there mashing the bubble, which is perfect for him. That's exactly his style.
Wang going to get out of there, understandably so. Assume Chen will also pitch the King Queen O here. Then it's going to be on Savannah. Sevens in position. Getting somewhat of a good price, 3-1 on a call, thereabouts. Unless James Jens steps in it, he doesn't. Similar to that sixes spot earlier, Savannah kind of caught in the crossfire in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah. This time there isn't another caller in front, but a cheaper price. It's about the same. But yeah, again, a fold.
Nice little pickup there for Christoph, up to 1.2 million. Very healthy 40 bigs. He sat 6th in chips overall. It's getting a bit cagey out there for some of these middling stacks. The likes of Elton Sang, Ty Seibinger, David Peters. All comfortable, but not looking to play any massive pots.
We haven't busted anybody really in a while. I mean, it's been a minute since Arthur busted in 24th. Some of the short stacks have doubled, like Sean Winter just did. Sam Greenwood here with the offsuit ace. Like 8 big blinds or so.
5 seconds.
Into the chip leader's big blind.
All in.
260.
All in and call.
Great flop for Greenwood. Blind v blind at risk against the
Don't you
10-7
do it.
suited.
Not yet, don't you do. Okay, now.
How do you win with the ace deuce there? I mean,
260? Yes.
Seems like the short stacks just keep winning here on the
Good,
bubble.
an 8 coming.
Ooh, and we have a new
8, 9,
short
10.
stack now.
I knew it.
Looks like Steven Chidwick
Yeah, I mean, we know what's
just
coming, right?
lost. Oh my goodness. It looks like it was ace queen versus ace queen, all in versus Hecklin. Hecklin had ace, and Hecklin made a flush.
Full flush.
Yeah, they both had ace queen off.
Well,
Wow.
someone like you would welcome emotion.
Yeah, so Stevie down to 6 bigs.
Wow. Aces again.
Again for a short stack.
Why always no cut, is it?
Oh.
Oh, better AA got customer, my AA no customer.
Yeah.
Boss back up to 16 bigs, bit of breathing room on the bubble. Two-time champion. Tangoing with the best in the 150K.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick dealer change.
Doubled up.
Go check out the all-new betacr.eu, exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging the sporting world today. It's 15% free play to $250. Get involved, betacr.eu.
Oh, sorry.
And Fedor is pretty fearless here on the bubble. Just queen jack offsuit. No problem. 7-handed under the gun off a 20 big blind stack. I expect Fedor c-bets this pretty frequently. Some
5 seconds.
It's a board he should have a range advantage, and his hand is one that I think favors betting. 2 immediate overs to the 10. Backdoor straight. Enjoys the fold equity. Yeah, and it works. Gets a better hand to fold.
Fedor chipping up nicely. So finds himself middle of the pack. As Brian mentioned, the short stacks seem to keep on doubling, finding squeeze spots to pick up chips. We had 2 5 big blind stacks at one point. Now shortest stack is Stephen Chidwick with 6. Then a pretty significant jump, but a cluster again of 12 to 17 big blind stacks.
Hecklin passes a playable hand in the small blind, but makes a decision to preserve his chips. Getting close to the bubble now. He's 16th, so quite a few stacks shorter than him.
Eine 7,25? 7,30. No, I didn't count, I guess.
Votes. Votes. Votes.
All right, and Stevie finds a hand more than enough hand to go all in.
Fold. Fold.
Nevertheless, surely happy to pick it up. Ooh, and gonna be unhappy to see what Mario's woken up with.
5 seconds. Fold. And fold. All in and fold.
Chidwick, all in for his tournament life, in trouble here, but quite the flop.
What's going on, man? The short stacks continue to bail themselves out of prison. Gets the double. Still 3 off the money.
Chidwick, after losing the nightmare, ace queen off to ace queen off all in to become the shortest stack. Gets lucky, something goes his way. Wins with ace jack suited versus pocket queens to get off the hot seat. And now Elton's defended his big blind against the chip leaders open.
I'm sure someone has.
And it's a flop which theoretically favors Wang Yi a lot more, but I mean, if Wang Yi's opening a lot of nonsense, putting pressure on these guys on the bubble, then he's not going to have.
The name kind of sounds
He's
like
going to have a
tilt in
lot of
Chinese.
non-ace
Someone told you
X
that before?
type hands.
Yeah, your
And if
name
Elton's ahead, he's
sounds
way
like-
ahead.
In Chinese, it's tilt.
And as we can see, that's
When
exactly what's going
obviously
on.
yours is different, but it sounds a little.
In India, happy.
Good luck calling flop turn and river though, Brian.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. And will Wang Yi barrel this one down with
Has a nice suit
no
to do
equity?
it with. I'm blocking all the backdoor flushes. I'm just pulling stuff out of the air right now, but I'm trying to find a reason for Wang to triple off here from an entertainment point of view.
I mean, Wang showed pretty good feel so far.
Here we go. Just looking, he's like, yeah, I got 20% of the chips in play. What are you going to do, Elton? Going to call me down with King Jack, are you? Elton's a tricky customer, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a few people that come to mind when I say too rich to fold. Elton's one of them. ICM be damned. Bubble be damned.
Well, I mean, when you're right here, your opponent could have little equity. And in this case, we can see, how about 0%?
Wang's sizing this up for an SPR of around 1.2.
And will we see any third barrels? I mean, ooh, that's
not the river, right?
That's a tough river to fire that third barrel on.
In before he just sends it in.
Yeah. I mean, it does. Knowing all that, I mean, you're never getting an ace to fold, obviously, but it does make it feel harder to call a king, because it's like, is my opponent going to bluff this river? I mean, at this point, your opponent's only repping an ace or better anyway. I mean, this definitely would put Elton in the blender, I feel like.
Just feels like an impossible river.
Yeah, this is probably getting checked back, but yeah.
Queen high, no good. Elton up to 1.2 million after an unsuccessful double barrel from Wang. Chip leader doing chip leader things, but Elton standing his ground with the king jack. See some updates from that 50K turbo.
Yeah, let's.
97 runners in that one. Steve O'Dwyer was chip leader. 103 runners in that one. Do apologize. Sirzat Hisso currently chip leader. No rest for the wicked. Wang straight back in the driver's seat. A legitimate holding this time. Savannah going to defend.
Can't blame him for defending. Nice little suited two-gapper.
Flops a 10 high flush draw. 185k out there. Wang with one of those hands that has a few options. Go for like the delayed C-bet. Get protection on brick turns. Let's check through 4 diamonds.
About as bricky as they come.
What does Savannah want to do with just 10 high? 3 off the money. I've already seen Wang put on the cape with ace king high in a 3-bet pot. Massive river hero against Adamo. Savannah can tend to just check this one over. Wang checking back. Getting a bit grindy out there, Brian.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've had an elimination.
Short stacks keep winning pots, so grind continues. The mid stacks suffering. Mikita has been chipping up, no surprise. Almost 1.8. Right on track for the 2 million prediction.
Yep.
And Wang takes one off.
50k late reg is finished.
180 runners in a one-day 50K turbo. Just absolute scenes here in Jeju. If the bubble goes on for this long, it's going to be a flurry of bust outs. Once we do make it into the money.
Certainly. The blinds will keep going up and the average stack will keep inching down. Vogelsang has 1.2 million, but the big blind, Sam Greenwood, only has about 500,000, so.
Ace?
Ace of spades.
Deuce of
What a life. Christoph Vogelsang
That was the time to show a deuce, though.
went on one of the most brutal dry spells at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but did finally pick up his first title in Monte Carlo, beating Nacho Barbero heads up in the 100K. 2.6 million.
Kind of.
A bit of momentum here, 150K.
Yeah, they could have responded to a raise on. I had a high code.
All you can eat, one would assume. The only option for Greenwood here. Oh, and a snap call from Wang, who's woken up with the ace-king of clubs out of the big. Will the short stacks continue their run of double ups? As the chip leader going to hold here to get us 2 away from the money. The ace 9-3, 2 diamonds, 1 heart. Looking pretty grim for Greenwood. Dead on the turn. Wang Ye back up to 4.6 million, back up to 20% of the chips in play. Greenwood out just 3 off the money.
And that'll put Wang back up towards his peak. I think he had about 4.5 before losing a little bit back and is now back up there.
GG's Greenwood does have time to max late reg. That 50K turbo. Or can just go and, you know, play baccarat.
Zhu Liang has dropped back some, and now Wang has about double Zhu in second. Pretty strong. More than double third.
looks like need to have the player moved from somewhere. Shortest stack now, Patrick Antonius, 9 bigs. Stevie Chidwick and Sean Winter playing both 12 apiece. This is going what?
I'm gonna think.
One under the gun. Picks up the blinds in the big blind ante. I think the cameraman just missed Nikita. Bit of a nothing hand that we went over there for, but you know, just a little closer, see what's going on.
Still at around 1.7 seems to be the. Yeah, he's over there with Zhu Liang, né?
He is indeed. David Peters over there, Sean Winter, Ding, Danny Tang.
I think maybe I can exchange them.
Alex
if that's
Kulev. Talking of Zhu Liang.
Thank you.
How about this for a
Oh, he's
bit of
coming
run
here.
back?
Oh, but yeah, right to the right of the chip leader. Certainly not what he was looking for. He had been quite active on the other table.
你有这么多筹码？啊？
Christoph turtling up. All right, now we get a. Hasn't even unracked his chips. And thinking about the 4-5 suited.
I mean, look, you just this is
200.
you just get brought over from an outer table.
There we
you
go.
You gotta send a message, you know.
200K. Let's go. 4-5 high.
Image building.
Well, I don't see Christoph continuing in this one. He was already about as light a hand as he was going to open in the
Those are your
cutoff.
plugs?
Yeah.
I think.
Just the room in general, you know.
Sorry?
The room in general.
No, I
don't like it.
really. I just want to check it out.
Are they like those concert ones, like you can still hear, but like filtered? Yeah. I have one of those. I never.
There he is.
Talking
Zhu
for
Liang,
concerts and
the sleeping dragon.
you can still hear. It's just like it lowers the volume or something.
That's right.
And his second hand feels like he's certainly going to play it, but how? Another 3-bet just flat? Can never quite guess what Sleeping Dragon is going to come with. I don't think fold, though. Oh.
I have.
Michael Adamo, who had been chipping down
I mean,
to
pretty
430.
brutally, yeah.
But finds
I left my 10 bank on that table. Yeah, yeah.
a really good hand
Start the clock.
to really go all in with. And I guess the question will really be, does Savarna call him? Probably. What do you think?
I mean, it's Adamo.
I mean, it's only like 15 bigs. He's getting almost 2 to 1. I don't think you have to worry about Jeju behind you at all. Like he's aggressive. He just 3-bet the last hand. He probably would have 3-bet this one if it was really good.
Two away from the money. 15 big blind rejam out of the small. It's Queen O. Santosh says run it. Great news for Adamo. Is one of Santosh's immediate outs are dead.
Yeah, 1 ace has been folded. I think the big blind had a king.
King 5, yeah.
Yeah, so
this would be pretty brutal for Adamo. I mean, he was, what, 4th in chips?
he was the chip. He was the chip leader for a long time early in the tournament.
Okay. Adds an extra out. Case
Pretty good
king.
flop. Adamo seems like he's accepting it.
Always a fun sweat. Adamo bounces back.
We're back on the same table.
Bit of breathing room after that unsuccessful bluff with the ace-queen. Left him crippled. We got Hecklin. All in, took the rejam spot out of the small against the Sam Grafton Open.
You're saying flush on the board?
It's been
I'll
a
take some kind of
pretty
chop.
brutal trip for Hecklin.
I would happily.
Stone
Yeah, a
bubbled the
little chop
50K
for
yesterday.
morale, big morale.
Squiddy calling for a chop, I mean. Sure thing, pal.
Let's start with that.
Chop is going to be tough here.
Hecklin's dead on the
Again.
turn. 2 off the money. Sam Grafton's up to 1.6 million.
No
As we
envelope.
head to
Fuck.
a scheduled break.
This is the envelope bubble as well.
I think
the envelope bubble.
Stone
as well.
bubble, Brian. Someone's going home empty-handed. Everyone else
Can you still laugh
is going to be
after
locking up
again?
228K.
No, 2 more people. Oh no, one more. One more, sorry, yes.
Right, yay. 4.6 million, 20% of the chips in play has more than double what third has. Alex Kulev in third. Juliang second with 85 bigs as we welcome you back to the break desk. There was a bit of a stalemate there for quite some time after the departure of Artur Martirosyan in 24th. It felt like the short stacks kept on doubling up, but now we find ourselves on the stone bubble. And I guess all eyes on Wang Ye, really. I mean, the guy just doesn't seem to put a foot wrong.
Most certainly. I mean, it's been the Wang Yi show. And just also looking at the tables, that table is by far the most interesting. Got to keep that one. It looks like I'm taking off after this break, so thank you all. But got to keep that table. Not only does it have Wang, the chip leader, monster chip leader, we just got the sleeping dragon, Zhu Liang move there.
He's in there. He's in
He's
the mix.
out of position. He doesn't care. He's 3-betting 4-5 of hearts. He's in the mix. And he's always fun and exciting. And, yeah, that's the table to watch. got another great cast of characters there. Adamo just doubled. He was the chip leader for the beginning of the tournament, and everyone else. But yeah, got to watch the blue table. Keep that one on
100%,
stream.
man. I mean, odds on us seeing like a 5 million chip pot, you know, just out of nowhere, out of left field, some crazy blind v blind action. Who knows? As Brian mentioned, he is going to be stepping away. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Stone Bubble in the 150K 8 max. We'll see you all very shortly.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Adamo stuffs it in front of Kuznetsov. Got him well covered. Uh-oh. Nikita's woken up with something. Black sixes.
Adamo's a 2-to-1 dog.
Yeah.
Very easy call for Kuznetsov with sixes there. Basically 10 big blinds.
250 in the middle.
Ooh.
And a jack as well. disheartening developments for Kuznetsov. The reasons are obvious.
Yeah,
The
rough
turn
day for him,
is
assuming.
unhelpful. And the river is as well. So Adamo just brute forcing with Jack Deuce suited. Manages to shower Nikita. Kuznetsov.
Three-hand history when it goes to showdown. And I think from a educational point of view as well, having access to some of the best players in the world, get your notepads out, see what these guys are up to.
Yeah, and this table has an interesting mix of players from kind of all different, even just like poker backgrounds. Here we got Oli Shemion, like a longtime tournament crusher. Badziakowski, obviously the legend, you know, used to be primarily a cash game player back in the day, but obviously now has transitioned to at least being a very serious tournament player. Not quite sure about his cash game exploits. Elton Sang, longtime Macau and Triton legend. You know, Antonius, who's just been playing high stakes forever, plays all the games, and just kind of recently has more been coming out to Triton and getting into like the high stakes tournament scene, because for many years he played almost no tournaments.
Yeah, I believe he's also in the high stakes backgammon streets as well from time to time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've heard. Santosh with the king queen out the small, facing the +1 jam from Ole for around 7.5 bigs, closer to 8. Oh no, sorry, 7.5. Jonathan making the call. Patrick going to get out of there. Jaffe in rough shape, looking for some clubs or a 10. 42 players remain, 20 places paid. Needs a spin. Well, the 8 of clubs window card.
Such a promising start.
A bit of a tease as you hear him say how much of a promising start it was. Both players flopping top pair. Shemian now drawing to 3 outs once.
Oh, he's done it. He's yeah.
Never works.
Doesn't find it. 7 of diamonds completes the run out. Shemian unable to spin the 7.5 bigs. JJ up to 8.
Yeah, with somebody behind him as well, who just bet turn. Yeah, hard to see Jaffe calling in the middle here. He does only have 300,000, but yeah. Now it's up to Vogelsang. And he's only beating bluffs, which at this point pretty much amount to missed draws. Given the check raise on the flop, backdoor spades pretty unlikely, so missed hearts.
What would it have to be? Like a hand like King 7 of hearts? Flatting from the small?
Yeah, like King 5 of hearts, King Deuce of hearts.
If Vogelsang calls, he's going to be out, and Elton's going to be the tournament chip leader with 37 left. Vogelsang obviously pained by this decision. Cross-armed, staring Elton down. What do you think some of the thought processes going through Vogelsang's head here are when it comes to making this hero call or not?
Yeah, Elton maybe has King High Hearts, or if not King High Hearts, then like a heart draw that had a gutter on the turn and is now deciding to bluff. You know, I think we can find some value hands, maybe a hand like 5, 6 of hearts or boats. There aren't a ton of those hands, right? Maybe a hand like King 4.
Okay, with 10 you have.
King 4 suited. You know, the question is, does Elton flat like King 4 suited in the small blind versus a cutoff open? You know, maybe not. He can't really have pocket threes. I mean, we had a check raise on the flop. He can't have aces. So there just aren't really that many hands that Elton can have. I mean, ace 4 suited does make sense. There's only 2 combos of that, or actually 1, because he has the ace of clubs. So it's just kind of hard to put Elton on any hand, really, which I think is what is perplexing Vogelsang. In the end, I think he just goes with, I'm not really sure, but I don't know. My hand's pretty weak, and I guess you probably have it.
Does preserve those 40 bigs put in the now. Only 1 player registered so far, at least according to the app. Michael Joseph. In from the start. 50k bounty. That's a fun one. Turbo structure. Very VIP friendly.
Yeah, so 20-minute levels. Yeah, very, very fast. You know, in some places, 30-minute levels are considered turbo, but here at Triton, everything's ramped up a notch, so 20-minute levels. That's a turbo.
Little 20-minute 50k.
Yeah. I'd love to see what Triton calls a super turbo. It's like
I feel
5-minute levels.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think 20-minute levels counts as a super turbo.
No, it's only a turbo here.
Adams down to just 5.75 bigs. Does defend. Does not want to connect. The form of top pair as Elton has him out kicked. 150 out there.
Oh.
How about connecting with the old 5-4 deuce rainbow?
And a board that's good for him, but his hand's so strong that we don't want to lead here. Let's let our opponents either bet or catch up, or both.
Patrick opening from +1. Picking up a customer on the button and out of the big. Does knuckle this one over. Elton, who's been on
95?
quite the spin up.
250?
Elton might decide he's just going to bet get it in versus the big blind, who, you know, might be check raising some 1 pair or other dry types hand. He's doing good against that range. That would deny
45.
Patrick his equity in the pot.
45?
Yeah. I mean,
he's given himself a step as well against Adams. Maybe trying to deter Antonius from doing anything funky.
don't really know if call is a thing here. I think it's just kind of all in. So I think this is just way too much heat for Patrick, and we're going to see this all in where Adams is a massive favorite. Like, I think Elton can just only chop the pot, right?
Okay.
Oh. That's what he's looking for. Chop only.
Chop.
Music to the ears of Timothy Adams to get back up to 17 bigs.
Always get it in, join dead.
This small one, you'll survive.
Or you flop us dead.
Huh?
Or you flop us dead.
Yeah, probably not something you want to do in poker, Brian. Get it in dead. Slight exaggeration from Elton, of course.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Yeah.
This small one.
So we switch back out.
Yeah,
to the
this
blue
is
feature
why
table.
it's one of those things where it's a very perceptive statement you just made. You know, people have this very basic conception of like what luck is, I feel like.
Stone bubble of event number 9, the 150K 8 max. 21 players left with 20 places paid. It is, of course, the biggest bubble of the series so far. One player will be going home empty-handed. Everyone else going to lock up at least 228,000. Of course, all eyes on a top prize of over 4.1 million. Brian Rast stepping out. Will Jaffe joining me at the break desk. Will, it's been, I mean, everything you'd expect it to be. A 150K tournament, some of the best in the world turning up for this one. But currently, China out in 1 and 2. Ye Wang and Zhu Liang leading the pack, but it's all eyes on Wang. I mean, has over 20% of the chips in play, dude, with 115 bigs.
Yeah, and there's just something about this guy, Henry. Look, I've been here a week. I think he has 4 caches already.
4 caches, yeah.
So I've seen him play, and he has like a little bit of a magical way of maneuvering through these tournaments. Very unorthodox from what I've seen, but hasn't made too many mistakes. And I mean, I'm honestly not surprised to see him here at the top of the chip counts.
Yeah, you know, oftentimes you see people come into this bubble stage of the tournament with the chip lead and overdo it. You know, they just get a little bit too wild, a little bit too crazy. That hasn't been the case with Wang. He put on an amazing hero call against Adamo with ace king high in a 3-bet pot. Had like the queen 5 hand. You know, lost a few chips in that one. But other than that, hasn't put a foot wrong. His fellow countryman as well, Zhu Liang, just getting in the mix. We got the QR code as well to mention up here. You know, over here, but this is the app, chat. Triton Poker Plus app. I keep showing it to you guys. You can literally scroll through all of your favorite players' hands. Just click into a player, see all 100 or the last 150 hands or so. I would say get the notepads out. You've got some of the best in the world. Showdowns being displayed. You can see what they're opening with, the hands that they're barreling off with, and yeah, a great educational tool, as well as a way to sweat along the stream with us here in Jeju. 21 left, 20 places paid. Outer table, Alex Kulev leading the pack. Nikita on his tail and a bunch of short stacks out there. Patrick Antonius, Winter, and Ding sub 10. Then on the blue table, we got Ye Wang. 20% of the chips in play and direct position on second in chips. Zhu Liang. Crunch time, Will. $228,000 bubble.
Yeah, and we got a little taste of Zhu Liang in the 25K earlier this series. Very aggressive from what I remember. So curious to see how he maneuvers here.
Yeah, he got brought over from an outer table, and before he even had time to unrack his chips, he was 3-betting Vogelsang with 4-5 suited as he gets involved here with the jacks. Wang hasn't folded yet. Is he thinking maybe applying pressure? No. Gets out of there. Note the snap fold from Adamo, by the way, with the ace-3 of spades. No nonsense. James Chen. Cowboys in the small. Massive cooler perhaps about to go his way. Just going to ship it in. This is for almost 30 big blinds. Hilton with 6s.
Yeah, and I think, Henry, maybe he's picking up on the fact that Shu needs to be very strong to open with Wang on his direct left, and just picking up that Shu is strong and just putting it all in. And I mean, it's going to be really difficult for Shu to get away here.
How much is the bet?
How much is the bet? Has to call off here. 28 big blind rejam from Chen out of the small. We've got jacks. We're second in chips.
It's not a snap, though, Henry. Is there a chance that... Were you guys calling him the general?
I think Brian was calling him the dragon, the sleeping dragon.
Can the sleeping dragon find a fold? This would be pretty incredible.
fact that he's taking his time with this one. Maybe thinking of, you know, stack preservation. Okay, I'm second in chips. Is Chen ripping it in with 8s, 9s? Feels unlikely, given that he's very comfortably in the middle of the pack. So I have 10s crushed. Do I want to flip against ace-king, ace-queen?
Yeah, and Chen's got over 1 million. There are a lot of players with 330,000, you know, so Chen does not need to get out of line here at all. It seems Shu has picked up on that. This would be a pretty incredible fold, Henry, if he could make it.
Wow. Gets away from the jacks pre-flop in a spot where most people would go broke. I say go broke.
Incredible fold there, Henry.
That's pretty insane.
Because the dealer, you mind if I touch your chips? Is it okay? Can I? So your call was here, right? Yes. And then there was counting, and then the dealer didn't pick it up. For example, when you came back from a break, and he was put back in your stack.
Some stuff going on with chips. Luca Vivaldi coming up. So let the players know. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Incredible laydown there from Zhu Liang to preserve his 2.5 million chip stack. Would love to kind of pick his brain on that one. Stack preservation doesn't give Chen weaker jamming hands.
I've seen these guys play, these kind of newer players. They're very crafty, Henry, and they just navigate in a way. They feel like they're here for a reason.
You know, we talk so often about, you know, big bluffs, coolers going your way, but something we kind of sleep on sometimes is the big folds and the discipline required to make such folds in order to run deep in events like this. Let's keep an eye on this man, Zhu Liang, the sleeping dragon. Still in second in a spot where most people would be sending 1.1 million Chen's way. Squiddy with the hairstyle, the hair flick.
You seen something about Mary, Henry?
I have indeed, yeah.
The hair gel?
Yeah. Was that Ben Stiller and
Cameron Diaz?
Cameron Diaz, yeah.
Classic.
190.
That's a pretty cringe movie. Not gonna lie. It's a great movie.
I don't know, Americans. And look, now Mario with the jacks.
This could be showers for Stevie here. Effectively jamming from the cutoff. Got really unlucky in an ace-queen v ace-queen spot against Hecklin when Hecklin 4-flushed him.
Mario, fresh off that first place for almost 1.2 million, Henry. And that was obviously any win is great, but he was so short in that tournament. Got to feel extra good. I've noticed this. These guys kind of tell each other their hands, right, when they're not allowed to table, just as like a courtesy.
Yeah, exactly. Just out of respect. So we are going to have a showdown. Luca Vivaldi coming over to call the action as the hands on the other tables have been completed. Stevie's survived one of these already. Safe flop for Mosbach. Stevie drawing to running cards. One of the 3 remaining aces in the deck. Ace and an ace only. Otherwise Chidwick will be out on the stone bubble. Four of clubs completes the run out. Really is a brutal game
Mario,
that all of these players sign up for.
For the Mario fans out there.
$228,000 min cash locked up for these final 20.
That's content, bro. That's why they pay me the big bucks. This kind of on the spot.
Did you say $228,000 min cash, Henry?
For a Pulitzer one day.
That's not an error?
We've got 5 7-figure payouts in this one, pal. 4.2 million up top.
We made it.
Cashes do you have?
Kaihan, pay me my money, bitch.
Yeah.
What?
Fedor wants to get paid.
Was there some side bet action going on? He was shouting out to Kai and Mockery.
我的 K 勾 call 得好。
K 肯定要 call 吧？
要 call。
这么大的牌。
Bring me my money, bitch. I mean, hey, the man wants to get paid.
Definitely not the first time Fedor said that to someone.
So a bit of pressure release for the shorter stacks out there. Richard Young, Ding Biao, Sean Winter, Santosh Savannah, Antonius, Danny Tang, all sub 12. Zhu Liang, put in from under the gun. Gonna fold round to Elton on the bottom. Suited King hasn't hit the muck yet.
Elton's one of these guys, Henry. You feel like you never know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I saw him reaching for chips there for a second. Thought he might try and cook Zhu with the 3-bet. Santosh, the Jack-8 action over on the outer table. Blind v blind. I do apologize. It's not blind v blind, it's button v small blind. Ace-4 of hearts for the Bulgarian Kulev. 10s for David Peters. P started the hand with around 12.5 bigs, in great shape to double up here. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Okay. Nut flush on the Queen 10-8. Peters with 10 outs once, looking for a board pair. Doesn't find it. First player out inside the money. $228,000 min cash. Always brutal though, you know, you just make the money, get it in good, potentially double up to 26, 27 bigs, but the Bulgarian flopping the nut flush. Up to second in chips. Number 1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Fresh off that 4th place finish in the 40K mystery bounty. Going for gold here is Savannah. Double gut shot, picking up spades on the turn.
Yeah, looks like he called a raise out of the small blind. Flop went check, check, and what a turn for him.
That nice little pickup there for Santosh. Was struggling for a bit, got squeezed out of a couple of 3-bet pots. Still one of the shorter stacks, but can breathe a sigh of relief, playing 15 bigs now. So the bubble has burst. Talking of bubbles, hopefully not something you experience on your road to Vegas. You can qualify to the WSOP main event, as well as Triton events only on GG Poker. The WSOP Super Circuit Online running now until the 31st of March. And of course, would love nothing more than to see some of you reprobates that join us on YouTube or Twitch. You're winning a satellite package to a Triton event. Love to see it as we have another all-in. Sean Winter, the ace king, against the jack 10 of Kulev. He's going to hold.
One more card. One more card.
Winter's very good at these, Henry.
He really is.
I'm still 66%.
275.
God, Patrick, how you win that flip versus me? How you win that flip versus me?
What did I win?
You won a flip versus me.
Sean doubles up and
I almost it's pretty
immediately jabs Patrick. Previous hand. Yeah, Wang in the mix. It's been an absolute pleasure to call the action on. Really hasn't put a foot wrong so far today. That's 20% of the chips in play.
Sorry.
At least someone to keep an eye on. A real contender to close this one out. I mean, he has almost double what second in chips has with 19 left.
I noticed Henrik Eklund basically bubbled this. I mean, absolutely brutal.
It's been rough. From Stone bubbling the 50K in a spot where if he holds with the Kings, I mean, Punat went on to win the tournament, right? So Zhu Liang wrapped around that 9 of clubs. He's up against an under the gun open from the chip leader. We can see clubs dominated in this instance.
Yeah, one of these spots where you don't have anything, but you're really tempted to continue.
Yeah, I mean, if you play PLO.
So much potential, Henry.
I mean, I immediately saw 60% of a straight flush.
You could have a wrap on the turn with a flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, good luck holding with top set. There we go. He sees the same opportunities that we see, Will.
Club would be interesting.
Let's now pick up a gut shot.
This is an action card, Henry. 10 high had nothing. Now it's got a gutter. Ace high has an open ender.
There's also a path to victory for Zhu Liang should this go check-check. To then take it away on the river. You can also just river top pair.
It's never a bad strategy, Henry.
Now very comfortably look to extract some value. How's that 50K turbo getting on?
I gotta say, I walked by on my way over here, Henry. The faces are starting, you're starting to see it on some of the players. The 50K turbo being 3 times less than the buy-in of this one, I could feel a little bit of frustration coming from those tables.
Zhu does come out with a value bet. 140 into 340. The ace high of Wang hasn't hit the muck yet.
You never know with these guys, Henry, but this would be awful creative. No hearts in his hand. Hasn't folded yet, though.
Yeah. I don't use them that much.
Looks like he's counting out a raise here, Henry. Look at this.
This man is just relentless.
I'm trying to use them more actually because
how does he find a raise to 550 here? I mean, ace 3 of clubs.
I don't know if you noticed. It's like
no heart in hand, just trying to really pounce on those weaker 1-pair holdings. Like, what are you doing with 9x, 6x, even river top pair?
Something like that. 8 or 9x pot.
Really gross spot for Shu.
Yeah,
7x. Can he figure this one out?
he trapped 3 times with nuts, and then I made a straight, and then he flopped a nut flush, and made a straight like that, and he just made jam. It's like the first hand.
Made a world-class fold
First hand I
earlier
was dealt.
with the jacks against kings pre-flop. Can he make a world-class call here? I feel like whenever I put on the cape, they just always show me
Most people would go
king, jack of hearts.
something like that, and then
They always have it.
Yeah.
Not Wang, though. But you're not playing 300Ks, are you, Henry? 250Ks?
Yeah, I mean, thanks, bro.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You're on your way.
One day.
oh yeah, that hand, the 9x pot, I didn't use the time.
$150,000 buy-in in this tournament. I mean, and he does make the call.
The old one chip flick in.
Great
up
call
to
from Xu
3.1
Liang.
million. I mean, this guy, the sleeping dragon.
I mean, just makes the fold probably of the tournament so far with
Yep.
jacks.
Yeah.
Would be crippled to, you know, like, it's just crazy, man. What a hand.
I mean, these guys just aren't afraid.
These guys are on another level, Henry.
Playing big pots.
Nice end.
Blue one.
Nice left, nice call.
What happens when you have no more time banks left?
It's just the hand.
I can't believe you're asking that question. You really don't know?
I really don't know.
Heading back over to Kulev's table. Bulgarian not involved this time. It's Patrick against Makita.
Yeah. We are 4 left.
I need a red time bank from you,
Makita
please.
opened the button to 80k. Patrick defended off of sub 10.
You use it pre-flop.
Both players flopped a piece.
I
One.
folded at the last
Makita
second of
That
the
was the
second
second
one.
flop
one.
top
That was
pair
the second
against
one.
Patrick's middle pair and holds
We're
across
4
turn
left.
and river. And then there were 18, Will.
Bads, stacking chips.
Oh, we have 5?
Very familiar sight.
But it's still 5.
That made a huge call with around
27,
27, 28 left. Pocket eights in a rejam spot for 30 big blinds against Jonathan Jaffe. Eights held against the king-queen suited and now finds himself 4th in chips with 18 left.
And we were talking about how him and Jason Kuhn both were kind of tied for Triton winnings. They both got their 4th title. Then Kuhn goes on and wins 6 more last year. You know Bads is competitive. He wants to start creeping back up there. Maybe this is the one, Henry.
Would love to see it. It's been a while since we've seen him lift the trophy. Savannah, sub 15. Does he just want to ship this in? Does he want to go for the... There it is.
Can that count?
All you can eat. Christoph immediately asking for a count.
Oh. What a cold deck for Santosh.
Dude, this tournament has been insane for pre-flop collisions. Feels like every hand is just a scripted hand.
And
This
there's
is live.
just this gut feeling, Henry, when you shove a hand like this, and the guy just instantly asks on your left for a call for a count. I know tens is a good hand, but Vogelsang has him pipped.
Ooh. We got action.
Stop it, Jeju.
He said, I want to take a break, Henry. I'm making hero laydowns, hero calls. Let me have a hand off here.
Ace 8 and 5 is going to hit the mark. Savannah in trouble. This is for a 30k pay jump. Vogelsang can just hold with the hooks. Has both suits covered as well.
Oh! What is going on, Henry?
Tournament poker is a cruel, cruel mistress at the highest level. Savannah spiking the 2 outer to stay alive up to 1.3 million. Huge blow to Vogelsang's stack. Instead of playing
75,
45
right?
bigs, he's down to 12.
Fan favorite Santosh with a big double there.
Honestly, I don't know how these guys show up day in, day out.
Cooler.
Some of them are just really rich, Henry.
There's that.
And
Just take these beats on the chin and then be expected
That's nice.
to just
That's
move
nice.
on
That's a
to
better
the next hand.
Did you see? There was no reaction from Vogelsang, like zero, when that flop came out.
They have to catch up, or we have to catch up.
we have to catch up, and then they're gonna probably bring players over.
We bring one of us over there,
No,
right?
I think they're gonna bring someone over here.
Oh. Oh, it's gonna go 8 and 8? No, it's 18, so it's 666.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Adamo looking a little like chill today,
moving
Henry. He
near
looks like
you.
he's kind of like relaxed. You usually see him in that really like intense mode. I feel like he's almost like waiting it out or something.
Yeah, he's been super quiet, stoic as ever.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8.
He's made some really good laydowns pre as well. Seems dialed in.
Sorry, I need to get the card up somehow.
And that Vogelsang hoodie, look, he's got his card under the rail. Where do you get that hoodie, Henry? I've never seen them in stores.
Look this way.
I don't want to
You think he's customizing them with the little
and then get a fold.
mouth blocker?
Yeah, Balenciaga, I think.
Beautiful hand on the button for Shu. The Sleeping Dragon?
Sleeping Dragon.
He looks like he's awake tonight, Henry.
It's a bit on fire. I love that he took a dent out of Wang's stack as well. I mean, those guys now, I mean, still first and second in chips, but
Looking to take some from Adamo here.
Adamo does defend. Flops an open ender on the 7-6-6. Shu with the 2 overs. Backdoor nut flush draw. Sleeping Dragon.
Interesting spot for Adamo. Always tempting here, Henry. Put in a little raise. We just have 9 high, plenty of equity, but curious to see what he does.
You know, a year and a half ago, I would always lean more towards the check raise. But Adamo, I don't know. Maybe he went on some silent retreat for 10 days. He's calmed down a bit.
Think he started meditating or something?
Yeah. Maybe, you know, did Elliot Rose course.
Interesting. King of Diamonds on the turn, bringing in the flush. Shu happy to check back. And this is going to feel very mandatory for Adamo to bluff here. Just no worse hands ever. Plenty of hands that got there. Diamonds, 8-5.
Yeah, literally everything gets there, right? Bar the 9-8, 10-9, 10-8.
Prefer to have a diamond, obviously, but beggars can't be choosers, Henry.
Doesn't even need to go that big.
He's going to go real small. And I don't know if this is going to work, Henry.
Just trying to get a cheap price on the bluff. Trying to fold out hands like this. Ace highs, queen highs. Sleeping Dragon hasn't put a foot wrong so far today. See if he flicks this one in. Does make the call. It's up to 3.3 million.
This guy is just a machine, Henry. Rasty and I got an introduction earlier in the series. And these high rollers are getting their own introduction in this tournament, Henry.
See in the top right-hand corners, or corner rather, of your screens, Triton Poker Plus app. Scan that QR code, ladies and gentlemen. More on Triton Poker Plus. You can check out the Player of the Series, Player of the Year leaderboards. You can check out all of the hand histories from that 50K bounty. Late reg has closed in that one. It is a one-day event. We're down to 41 as well, so closing in on the bounty stage of the tournament.
Yeah, according to Nick Schulman, the Triton app is the best app in the world, Henry, so.
I mean, look, I'm not going to question Schulman, my guy.
I saw a low red card.
Oh, I got this again.
So, yeah.
Adamo just looking very zen tonight, Henry.
I think he downloaded the Calm app. Or maybe Headspace.
James Chen, very good player. One of these guys, you know, if you're in poker, you recognize the face, the name, but more of the mainstream audience getting a taste here.
Yeah, I mean, James has been playing at the highest stakes for quite some time. Not just tournaments. The Macau days.
1.7 million in Triton earnings.
He's guaranteed at least 228,000 here.
And this is a flop that Wang is going to be tempted to bet at. A lot of good turns for him to continue barreling. And an awkward spot for James with just bottom pair. Yeah, too strong to fold yet. And this is one of these turns, Henry. You bet the flop because now you can start applying pressure.
Yeah, we're speaking with Brian about different forms of run good. And this is one of them. Just getting the right turn card to continue applying pressure on. Full 20 in the middle.
I don't think Wang is the type of player who's going to pass up on a spot like this, Henry. From what I've seen from him.
Oh,
interesting,
hello.
yeah.
Just gets there instead.
I think he knew it was coming.
Takes a free one. River's second pair. See what Chen does here. I mean, I think the only play is check. Maybe he does something.
I think he's trying to figure out, Henry, like, is his hand so bad now on this run out that he needs to bluff? But he does check, and Wang may be happy to check here. Let's see. Does he want a slice of value?
Wouldn't hate a bet here. It's a weird one to just show down as well.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Seems to know exactly where he's at. Just shy of half pot.
This is a really tough call to make for James. Just not beating much, but there are hands. Even a hand like ace-9 for Wang with the diamond might be tempted to bluff here.
We saw him with the ace-3 of clubs on.
Yeah, we just saw him do that, right?
I mean, we know this guy has bluffs in him. Chen taking his time. Think long, think wrong.
The way this tournament's gone for Wang, I really wouldn't be surprised to see him get paid. Oh, good fold.
Good man. Gets away from it. Took his time, but wanted to make sure he thought everything through before making his decision, ultimately coming to the correct decision. 3 tables of 6. Gonna lose Elton Sang. He's gonna get moved over to the outer table.
换隔壁桌去了。
加油加油！
你冠军我亚军也可以。
Stephen Chidwick, our bubble boy here. Just a $228,000 bubble, Henry. Nothing too much.
I mean, there's part of me that wants to say, you know, you sign up for it when you play the biggest buy-in tournaments in the world.
We
But
won that tournament, right?
you know,
Phil Hamius?
No, Negrano won that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't play this, and I
doesn't matter
knew
who
it.
you are.
I mean, I started playing poker.
Sure.
have some
So it's meant, I
empathy
mean, it's meant to be hard.
for the bubble boy.
You seen the Wikipedia
or
football
girl.
one?
No.
Go time for Richard.
Grafney on the board, 5th place.
How do I fold that?
Yeah.
Another one of these legends here, Henry. 9.5 million in Triton winnings, 2 titles.
Yeah, one of the founders of the Triton series. 2nd, I believe, on Malaysia's all-time money list.
Mike Watson in the big with a real dusty ace.
Richard's come with a min open. So what makes the call? 220 in the middle, I mean. Less than par behind, and this might be showers for Richard. King 10 up against the ace deuce. Both players connecting on the ace king 5. Richard Yong in trouble, looking for a king or a 10, or running straight cards. Get out of jail. Dead on the turn. And with that,
cashed.
Our first pay jump inside the money.
Yes.
Everyone now guaranteed 254,500 for their efforts.
And Mike Watson, Henry, talking about this, one of the best players out there, but lacking that signature career-defining win.
Thank you.
4th place in the 50K, the last event for 770,000. Obviously a great score, but is this the one where he can break through?
I mean, he has 2 titles.
Yeah, but
not career-defining enough for you.
no, I mean, come on,
2
Henry.
EPTs.
Can you just play along, my man?
A couple of bracelets.
I thought you were a pro.
I mean, yeah.
You've made this so easy for me, Henry.
Yeah, he doesn't have a 4 million score. You're right.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah. Come on, so what's? Get it together, dude.
What's up top? 4.2 million here, Henry?
Yeah, just, 4.2.
Just 4.2.
Just 4.2. What's 4.2 between friends?
I'd split it with you. Chop it up, right?
we'll put me down as the winner so that we don't have to pay any taxes. We get the full 4.2.
And then you can really retire.
Yeah. Out of table action. What's going on here?
他妈的，拿这钱牌开你大盲就。Queen
like-
10 off fold, Queen 7 suited, we go.
Ding Biao has found his chips into the middle with Queen 7. He's flopped best. He's on short stack duties. Needs to fade an ace or a jack. Oi, oi. So with that, finds the double. It's Kulev with the Queen 7. Ace on the river, keeping Ding alive.
Danny Tang still hanging around.
There's a few people out there holding on for dear life. Danny Tang on 10, Fogelsang on 10. Ding Biao with that double up to 15, Fader on 15. Sean Winter up to 16 pigs now.
That's a lot of chips for him, Henry.
Just always finds a way.
Wang increasing his chip lead. I mean, always nice going deep in the tournament here. All the buy-ins are big, Henry, but imagine it's the 150K. There's 17 players left, and you have 110 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a trip saver, a year saver.
A life saver, potentially.
At 16 players?
A career saver. If you're only playing Triton events.
Let us know in the chat, what would you guys do with the 4.2 mil?
We're playing the same number of hands until the redraw, no matter what.
And look at this. Pocket rockets for Chen. And he's just praying for someone to pick up a hand behind him.
Chip leader in the big with absolute rags.
Oh, not a good feeling. This has been a rough day for Chen, Henry. Obviously he's still in the tournament, but gets kings. Shoves on jacks. Somehow they fold. Now no action with the aces. Someone in the chat says, put it all on black. I like that. Can you bet that much at roulette? Is there a cap?
I'm sure there's a casino out there that would take.
Someone else says red. Are you guys really sick like that? Get some high rollers and gamblers in the chat. Someone says play a ton of Tritons. I like that one.
I'll probably buy a kebab house.
A what?
Kebab house. Like a...
You could buy a lot more than that, Henry. You could buy a bigger house.
I could, but you know, like an Iranian kebab house or like a Lebanese kebab house, and just eat kebabs all day. You know, like on like a coastal town, and like.
I don't even think you need 4.2 million for that, Henry. You could probably do that now if you wanted to.
Probably could. You're right.
Is that what? Is that what? Are we getting a glimpse into what retirement is going to look like?
But the 4.2 million means I could give out free kebabs. So you know.
And look at this. We've already seen these guys battle, Henry.
The 7-4.
It's going to continue. Look, the Sleeping Dragon is completely unpredictable. Don't think this hand is just over because my man has 7-4 offsuit. Someone says all in on one number in roulette. So they turn that 4.2 into what?
I don't even want to do the math.
Can we get Rast in here for that one real quick?
140 million.
Look, I'm telling you, Henry, I've seen some really crazy stuff from Shu. A 4-ball is not out of the question here. 7-4 though, too low in the range, right? 7-4 off there, Henry.
I mean, it's cuspy.
And Wang just on cruise control. I mean, this guy's walking on water, Henry.
AK 别听他乱说，等一下看得到的啊。
看到了。
对呀，这个我跟你说的不，这个
现在只要
你这个
让你有
导播理解。
我的 read
太快了，太快，还好。
Look at the chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. It's China leading the way, and they have been for quite some time. Ye Wang just cruise control all day today. 20% of the chips in play with 17 left. Quick update from the 50K Turbo Bounty. Down to 37 in that one. 108 runners. Top prize of 951,000. Plus bounties up for grabs. Some big names left in that field. Bonat Punsri, Michael Joseph, Jason Kuhn. A couple of Bulgarians in the mix as well. Nacho Barbero.
Year of the Nacho. It hasn't been the year of the Nacho so far, Henry, has it?
That was last year. And even then, it was in the shadow of year of Ike Haxton and Chris Brewer.
Yeah, things really turned for Brewer as soon as he cut that mullet. Are you done playing for this series, Henry? You got any more tournaments lined up?
I was going to play the 25K PLO
1.1.
and the 30K Bounty PLO.
Okay, thank you.
But I have to leave earlier than planned, going to Bali on Friday.
Must be nice.
I would love to pretend that it was for vacation.
Starting a kebab house there?
Yeah.
Got to get it going? Yeah. It could use
That's
one.
the spot.
Yeah.
That's the spot.
Little kebab house on the beach, little surfing. A couple pairs here go into battle. Wang and Santosh. Santosh hasn't dominated.
I mean, this is a pretty wide peel on the bottom, but when you chip leader, you can do chip leader things.
It's also a wide open from Santosh, Henry. We see these players pitch the pairs, and this is a flop both of them are going to like. Santosh betting for value with the fours and going to get some.
I'd love to see like a 9 on the turn and then just see what both players do. Nine ball. All right, Jack on the river.
Might slow things down.
Let's check it on over to Wang. Wang with an interesting one here. Could see him betting small, just get some protection from, you know, overcards.
The nice thing about betting small, we've talked about this with Rast, is you set the price. But he just checks. That makes sense, too. I think,
Teach me.
Henry.
Teach me. Deuce of hearts. Corner pocket.
And it's the type of river that really shouldn't change anything, right?
I mean, it's meant to be the biggest blank in the deck, right?
I'm not even surprised Santosh is going for a little slice of value here. Trying to get a call from ace high. And Wang just rivers the boat, Henry. Disaster for Santosh.
Does Wang just ask for it all?
We,
Just go greedy?
we just saw Wang try to bluff Shu on the river get called. This is a similar spot. He checked back the turn, Henry. What does he have?
45.
Makes it 450,000. And this is a
Yeah,
spot for
45.
Santosh. He bet small. Does he convince himself that the guy's just trying to bully him? He senses weakness. His can kind of looks like what it is, right? Just something that doesn't want to bet a lot, not a very strong hand.
Yeah, to level himself into making the call. I can see it. I can definitely see it, especially against Wang. I mean,
Did Wang just float the flop? It's tricky, though.
turn went check, check.
450千了嘛。
Just feels like a trap or nothing.
This has really been Wang's tournament so far.
I'm just like, did the guy just flop quads on me? I mean, what's going on?
Gross spot.
I could see Savannah looking him up here.
It's just you get curious with guys like this, Henry. What are they doing?
Good fold.
Yeah,
Savannah.
very good fold from Santosh. A lot of discipline. Wang now up to almost 5 million. Setting the stage for the final table. Stacking those chips. Vogel with ace-9 off under the gun. Might this be enough?
6-handed, 10 bigs. He is currently 17 of 17.
Looks like it is, at least for a min-raise. And I've seen this from these guys, Henry. Not the type of hands I would think you want to min-raise with, but... And Wang has ace-3 suited.
Might give him a spin.
It feels like Wang wants to play the rush here, Henry.
Race.
Even against an under the gun open off of 10 bigs.
This is pretty sick, man. And James with ace-jack.
Yeah, this just hits the mark, surely. Out of table action, ace-king, or ace-queen rather. King, jack of hearts. Ace-queen. It's gonna hold.
Couple of doubles for Ding so far.
Yeah, looks like he's now playing around $1 million.
And look at this, Henry. The Ye Wang show continues.
Is he up to 5 million now?
The thunder, yeah.
Vogelsang opens under the gun off a 10 big blind stack. This guy still finds the 3-bet with the ace-3, just sick.
Someone in the chat want to give me a line on Ye Wang taking this down.
I think you got to lay money, man.
An all-in and call doesn't matter, right? If you have the table. Okay.
Let us know where you guys are watching from.
275, yeah.
Beautiful night here in Jeju. Great sweat on our hands. Sleeping Dragon raises the king 10 off. See Germany, Texas, Canada, Kalamazoo, Tokyo. The toilet? Detroit?
I've been there a few times.
Yeah, it's a good place to watch.
Danger zone now for Vogelsang. 6 bigs back, 2 invested. Just gonna pitch the 8-6. Let Savannah and Jeju square off. Would have flopped an open ender. And Zhu's flopped best. The Sleeping Dragon, man. I mean, this guy. Might just have to get a framed picture of Zhu for my office. Just, you know, up in the middle of the wall.
In the back of the kebab house?
Yeah. We'll have like the Sleeping Dragon special. Doner meat and chips. Can of Coke and chili sauce.
Gross spot for Santosh. I mean, don't really know what he can do here. He is going to call in really bad shape.
It's one of those ones where you feel obligated to check call flop with the ace-jack, could be good, but against someone like Zhu, it just feels so difficult.
But I
to
think
get the
part of the
ace-jack
reason
high to showdown.
part of the reason you call is that Shu has just been so crazy. You feel like it's good a lot. Just feels too strong to fold, and now you're just in a terrible spot.
175.
Oh, Santosh coming with the turn lead. This is going to be detrimental to his stack. I mean, he's going to be playing 11 bigs unless he can spike an ace or a jack.
He's in a really dicey spot here, Henry.
Somehow get Zhu to fold. 2 flush draws out there. Does Zhu just want to put it all in? Just comes with call.
Yeah, giving Santosh the opportunity to potentially bluff or hit his card. And that is one of the only rivers that Santosh can win on that doesn't improve his hand, Henry. Will he go for this? Every draw on the flop has gotten there. Can he pull the trigger?
This is so sick.
This is sick.
Santosh. Behave.
And now Shu, who loved his hand on the flop and the turn, just has a pure bluff catcher. No hearts in there. I mean, what do we beat here, Henry?
We beat ace of diamonds, jack of clubs. Strange how specific I was with that combo, I know, but that is one of the combos that we beat. Oh, he's out of time banks. No way.
Look at this. And Santosh gets it through.
Excuse me. When can I get more time banks? Final table.
Wow.
What a hand for Santosh there.
That's insane. I mean, Zhu didn't realize that he was out of time banks.
Ace 8? Huh? Ace 8 of hearts? Fuck, you got your pen? I'm easy.
Santosh Shervanya, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is why he's such a fan favorite, right, Henry? Guy's the best.
Blinds going up. 25K, 50K. That's pretty wild.
Pretty unreal action in this $150,000 buy-in, Henry.
I haven't seen many.
I mean, what was that hand?
I haven't seen many time bank timeouts or lack of time bank timeouts before, especially not in a 150K. And no more time banks until the FT announced
And Shu really likes those time banks because he gets into a lot of spots. Mr. Mosbeck. Former professional soccer player. Pretty easy defend here. Doesn't want to hit a jack though.
Volsang with the spin.
感觉是应该是13、14、15、6。
Kings against Jack 10 of spades. Could have showered Savannah
他转盘应该是
about an hour ago. Got it in with the jacks against Savannah's 10s. Savannah managed to spike the 2 outer to stay alive.
This would be this would be a really gross way to go, Henry. And now it would be even dirtier.
Green, then green.
Some back doors though.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, that's one of them. A queen now for Servania would send Christoph packing.
Always has a smile on his face. Christoph. Back up to 12 bigs.
The one who's at risk to like not win the hand, right? That's our agreement. So.
Yeah. Christoph doubled.
Back over here, Mosbox flopped a flush draw. Facing the C-bet from Watson.
Kind of an awkward stack size. With less chips, we'd be happy to just get it all in. Here, just gonna go for the raise.
205.
Keine Ahnung. Okay.
And I like this play, Henry. We're happy to get our hand in. We don't want to just call, have the turn go check, check, then have to bluff rivers.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you, sir.
Okay.
Bless you again.
Es gibt ja so den Zwischenfall zum Beispiel.
Give it a good old clear out.
Gesundheit. Mosbach.
Und dann
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Let's get it out of there.
Aber dann bisschen, also, ja.
Very dangerous player, Mario Mosbach. Just like looks like a natural at the table, Henry.
Two-time champion. Really making a name for himself on the Triton tour. How about this for a lineup? Mario, Fedor, and Ibinger. Good friends.
Yeah, Michael Watson and Sam Squid with a very Austrian-German table to compete with. What does Squiddy want to do on the button?
Yeah.
Pitches the 10 high. Fedor may be getting a walk here.
Yeah, and he's very short.
Hey.
That's huge.
That's huge. Vamos, Michaela. Double up.
Especially with Sam on the button.
Especially with Sam on the button.
Got poker code in the chat saying what a beautiful view that is.
I stepped out one time. One time I tried it. My first bluff of the whole series was it doesn't work. Then a flush draw
I think Sam's bluffing at this very conversation.
Three-way. How can you even have anything?
5 seconds.
I was there too. So.
Yeah, no, it's got pocket threes, stop mining still up 20 bigs, can never fold a pair this guy.
5 seconds.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising, Henry.
That's interesting. Folds an ace on the button.
I like that. Let's just keep holding around and nobody will bust.
Yep.
Not sure about that one, but not going to be one to judge Mosbach.
We're
That's for sure.
You're 8 hands ahead of the other two.
I mean, you did cash in the $25,000 buy-in event here, Henry.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it myself, but I mean, I know he won it.
Give yourself a little
but
credit,
still.
but you cashed.
Exactly.
The chat talking about how Santos just laughed off that double up of Vogelsang. Just love this guy.
Sleeping Dragon on the button with the ace queen o.
Sure wakes up with a lot of hands, Henry.
Damo, now sub 12, just can't seem to catch a break. Have that huge hand. Ace queen against ace king. Bit of a gridlock for him since then.
No, they have to catch up 2 hands, that's all.
2 hands?
Yeah. 2 hands. 2 minutes.
是要合桌了是吧？
不是，那边应该少打了2
别人打
把。
我们打得太快了。
对。
So far, Xu and Lang, Xu and Lang, the two countrymen, really dominating this tournament, Henry.
番前没大你，刚才大忙。
Over to the outer table.
I'm not really going to have a decision.
Danny Tang with the tank fold. Elton Sang on the button.
Hollywood use them in pots, so it's like
5 seconds?
I get rewarded for playing fast. 100.
That is 100.
So nasty. Trying to get some support from my. It's intense. You're kicking her out as well.
So it sounds like this table is actually 2 hands behind.
I respect that. I respect.
Elton with the raise and take on the button.
You kicked out my girlfriend 2 times in a row.
Huh? Your girlfriend?
Yes, the security guard kicked out my girlfriend 3 times in a row.
Oh.
So,
How come?
they don't allow anyone to.
Oh, really?
Don't force me to get her immediate pass.
35 left in that 50k, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't know
17
that
places
they're really
paid.
relaxed about those things. Yeah.
Lot of short stacks as expected in a
Are they
20-minute
still stopped?
turbo.
They're still stopped, right? How about this one?
Now they have stopped.
Oh, they stopped as well.
Only table playing.
Okay, thank you.
5 seconds? That is 100.
Looks like Makita is min open from under the gun off of 1.6.
Kulev looks interested on the button.
Move harder, I think.
Yeah, let's see whether it's in the form of a call or a 3-bet. So it's first and second in chips at this table. Let's just make the call.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm coming soon. I'm coming soon.
Are those like 8 balls? What's going on here? Are these new card protectors? Makita. Ding Biao does defend. He's managed to spin up a bit of a stack, now playing around 900k. 998 rainbow.
Kulev just got 4th place in the 40K Mystery Bounty. Got very unlucky in that to bust a John Jaffe.
How did he bust out?
Jaffe raised with Jack 9. Kulev just defended the big with Ace 10. Came 10-9-3 rainbow.
Oh, okay.
Kulev check raised. Jaffe called. The turn was a queen. Kulev bet. Jaffe shoved. Kulev called. And the river. No, sorry. Yeah, the river was a 8 to give Jaffe a straight.
Tournament poker, man.
Bads. I mean, this guy's just in the Matrix, isn't he, Henry?
Certainly feels that way. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Bad's check calling a bet of 70k. 515k in the middle.
Maybe considering leading this card as the pre-flop raiser, no, just checks. And Kulev is one of these players, Henry. He's just insanely aggressive.
That's a sizable double barrel. 80% on the turn. Leveraging Bads' entire stack going to the river. Power of position.
Bad's in a spot here.
Trying to think of hands that check call flop that don't contain an ace. So he's going to have some king, queen, queen, jack. So when he tanks here, I'm leaning more towards pocket pairs. There is some ace X that turn top pair. Said fold.
Lets it go. Bows to the aggression of Kulev, and the Bulgarian, one of our chip leaders here, extremely dangerous player.
Closing in on the 3 million chip territory. Danny Tang trying to get information out of Kulev. Bulgarian giving nothing away.
Danny Tang, not the guy you really want to give too much free info to, is it?
Here we go. Sleeping Dragon.
Is awake again.
This guy could go on to like just become a Triton legend in this one tournament alone.
Both of these guys.
Yeah. Wang hasn't folded yet. Okay. Bit of stalling going on perhaps.
Maybe a little mind games, you know, make him think he's always considering 3-betting in position, continuing. James with a suited queen in the big in a lot of trouble. Has to defend. Really doesn't want to see another lady out there.
Oh, fortunately for Chen comes ace 8-8. See what she wants to do. King, queen's gonna knuckle this one back. Does give Chen a chance. Maybe steal this one away on future streets. The queen high with some showdown.
The problem for Chen is you would think Shu would continue the flop with a lot of his bluffs. going to go for a little value here, Henry.
Little value, little protection. Delayed c-bet gets it done. We could have very easily have been down to 13, 14 players. I mean, there was a time where there were like 4 sub-10 big blind stacks and the short stacks kept on doubling up. Talking of doubling up, how about buying a piece of action of some of your favorite players over on pokerstake.com, the exclusive staking partner of Triton. Rake free and no transaction fees. Scan the QR code. I know Michael Soiser has been posting action into the main event, which starts tomorrow. There's a special Triton tab over on PokerStake. Go check it out. Go buy a piece. I know we've had some pretty insane stories on ROIs in past events, including Soiser, actually. Second place finish in the 100K main in Vietnam. Had action available. PokerStake.com.
These tournaments have different speeds, Henry. We've seen a bloodbath, but this has turned into a little bit of a slog now.
Yeah, as expected. I think there's a lot of ICM stuff coming into play now. You have like one runaway chip leader. Average stack is 28 bigs. Only 3 players of the current 17 with more than average. So when that's the case, it just gets real cagey.
Obviously, ICM always in play, but when it's a $150,000 buy-in, even more so. And Santos spikes a queen here against Wang. Everything has worked out for Ye Wang so far, but in a lot of trouble here. And Santos, Henry, remember that ace-jack offhand against the Sleeping Dragon? Was in dire straits, now looking to get healthy.
Yeah, I mean, Santos had 1 foot out the door, 10s against jacks. Managed to spike a 10 ball.
Wang does have the 4 of clubs. It's enough, Henry.
This is pretty wild. I mean, 4s with the 4 of clubs. 625 out there, 740 back for Savannah. King of Hearts is a bit of a scare card. I mean, up against the hand like Ace King with a club, King Jack, the King of Clubs. Now behind.
Yeah, Santos gonna check to Wang. Who may be tempted to start betting here. No, just going to check.
I thought that was
a 4.
Yeah.
I mean, he did it with the deuces earlier.
I thought it was for a second.
Doesn't do Santos dirty twice. Santos happy to bet now. This hand isn't over yet, Henry.
All in?
It's in play.
Blocks ace 4 of clubs.
King 4 clubs.
Rocket Man. Such a sicko. This guy is next level. I really want to see him, you know, make like top 6 at least. How sick is this? Bet flop, call a check raise, turn check check. Now jams over the river bet of Santosh.
Just putting him in a disgusting spot. I mean, there are so many hands that beat him. He does have the jack of clubs, really good blocker, but
how does he even find this? Savannah can put on the cape. Going to be playing around 2 million.
no. Look at this, Henry. Ye Wang.
In the bin goes Savannah. Fedor jamming out the small.
He's going to get looked up here.
He is indeed. Fedor, the all-in player at risk, but with the best of it.
Very beautiful hand. I thought this is what you had, Matthias.
11 big blinds apiece.
I think it's very hard for a club's hand to be beautiful, to be honest.
Fedor, who won the opening event here.
I mean, I like clubs. Often they make broccoli.
No broccoli on that flop. Top pair for Watson. 3 outs once for Fedor to double up. Doesn't find it. Watson improving to top 2. And with that, we're down to our final 2 tables. 16 players left, 254,500 locked up. Is Ye Wang.
So do we wait 6 hands till they caught up and then we...
With like 25% of the chips in play. Back in the mix here with the ace-10 of diamonds.
I mean, just putting on a show, really.
It's actually insane that he just finds the jam with the 4s. Nine of spades window card. That's some potential for Vogelsang. Does have a gut shot to the mug's end of the straight. Ye Wang. Ace high. 275 out there. 420 back as Christoph picks up an open-ender now. 8 high with no real showdown.
Yeah, very tempting to start bluffing here.
$125.
I mean, we know he's not folding turn, right?
I don't know what this guy's going to do, Henry. He's just playing the rush.
It's been a while since I've seen someone dominate as much as Ye Wang has today. Vogelsang does brick, but is a 4th spade. 4 to a flush out there. 5-2-5 in the middle. Such an insane card for Vogelsang to even attempt to run a bluff on.
Yeah, 525 in the middle. He only has 295. If our opponent has a spade in his hand, this is suicidal. But if he doesn't, Henry, we have only 8 high.
Go on, Vogel. Find it.
Oh, he gives up, Henry.
Does Ye just take his showdown?
I think he's putting him in, Henry. This guy doesn't take any chances.
So just in case you got a 6.
It's going in, Henry.
Playing the rush, eh?
Ollie.
He's so sick. I mean, we can see he's got the best hand, but this is absurd at this point. Has 25% of the chips in play. Going into dinner break. 16 left. Ye Wang out in pole position after just an annihilation, let's call it what it is, of the last 3-4 hours since we kind of picked up coverage with Brian 3.5 frames ago. Looks like this is going to be the last hand before dinner break. So with the power of technology, we're going to splice the delay down. It's only going to be 10 minutes for the viewers at home. The final 2-table redraw. 4.2 million up top in this one, and it's looking very promising for that man right there. This might be going in for Adamo. 11 bigs in the hijack.
He's been super card dead so far, Henry.
Similar-ish stack to Savannah on the button. Sang asking for a count.
Same hand for Christoph, who's very short. Just folds, though.
I'm folding.
And Adamo going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. Have we got one more? Seems like this table is maybe behind. No. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. 110 bigs. 5.5 million of the 24 million in play with 16 left. It has been the Ye Wang show. Juliang also a contender for stealing a bit of the limelight. The sleeping dragon, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Players heading into dinner break. Final 2-table redraw. Again, to reiterate, that break only going to be 10 minutes. 254,000 locked up. I feel like we keep mentioning Ye, but I mean,
I haven't seen many orbits like that, honestly. That was just pure domination from Ye Wang.
Really just playing the rush, putting people in the blender, bluffing, you know, getting people to fold the best hand, making hero calls, just relentless aggression. And let's not sleep on Juliang as well. I mean, that call with the 10-8 against his fellow countryman. China 1 and 2, and it has been that way for the last 4 or 5 hours. Really strong performance from both, and I think all eyes are going to be on them for the next couple of hours as we work down to the final table.
Yeah, I mean, just very unorthodox, very unpredictable, but extremely effective. Alex Kulev still in there, really dangerous player. Obviously, Mike Watson, a lot of big names. Christoph Vogelsang short, but I mean, this is anybody's game here, Henry.
Yeah, this one's shaping up to be a potential classic Triton event. Don't go too far. When we return, we'll be playing down to the final table of event number 9, the 150K 8 Max.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or pocket nines no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
For Kuznetsov, the reasons are obvious.
Yeah,
The
rough day
turn
for him,
is
assuming-
unhelpful. And the river is as well. So Adamo just brute forcing with Jack Deuce suited. Manages to shower Nikita. Kuznetsov.
Three-hand history when it goes to showdown. And I think from a educational point of view as well, having access to some of the best players in the world, get your notepads out, see what these guys are up to.
Yeah, and this table has an interesting mix of players from kind of all different, even just like poker backgrounds. Here we got Oli Shemion, like a long-time tournament crusher. Badziakowski, obviously the legend, you know, used to be primarily a cash game player back in the day, but obviously now has transitioned to at least being a very serious tournament player. Not quite sure about his cash game exploits. Elton Sang, longtime Macau and Triton legend. You know, Antonius, who's just been playing high stakes forever, plays all the games, and just kind of recently has more been coming out to Triton and getting into like the high stakes tournament scene, because for many years he played almost no tournaments.
Yeah, I believe he's also in the high stakes backgammon streets as well from time to time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've heard. Santosh with the king queen out the small, facing the +1 jam from Ole for around 7.5 bigs, close to 8. Oh no, sorry, 7.5. Jonathan making the call. Patrick going to get out of there. Jaffe in rough shape, looking for some clubs or a 10. 42 players remain, 20 places paid. Needs a spin. Well, the 8 of clubs window card.
Such a promising start.
Bit of a tease as you hear him say how much of a promising start it was. Both players flopping top pair. Shemian now drawing to 3 outs once.
Oh, he's done it. Yeah.
Never works.
Doesn't find it. 7 of diamonds completes the run out. Shemian unable to spin the 7.5 bigs. JJ up to 8.
Yeah, with somebody behind him as well who just bet turn. Yeah, hard to see Jaffe calling in the middle here. He does only have 300,000, but yeah. Now it's up to Vogelsang. And he's only beating bluffs, which at this point pretty much amount to missed draws. Given the check raise on the flop, backdoor spades pretty unlikely, so missed hearts.
What would it have to be? Like a hand like King 7 of hearts? Flatting from the small?
Yeah, like King 5 of hearts, King Deuce of hearts.
If Vogelsang calls, he's going to be out, and Elton's going to be the tournament chip leader with 37 left. Vogelsang obviously pained by this decision. Cross-armed, staring Elton down. What do you think some of the thought processes going through Vogelsang's head here are when it comes to making this hero call or not?
Yeah, Elton maybe has King High Hearts, or if not King High Hearts, then like a heart draw that had a gutter on the turn and is now deciding to bluff. You know, I think we can find some value hands, maybe a hand like 5-6 of hearts or boats. There aren't a ton of those hands, right? Maybe a hand like King 4.
Okay, what hand do you have?
King 4 suited. You know, the question is, does Elton flat like King 4 suited in the small blind versus a cutoff open? You know, maybe not. He can't really have pocket threes. I mean, we had a check raise on the flop. He can't have aces. So there just aren't really that many hands that Elton can have. I mean, ace 4 suited does make sense. There's only 2 combos of that, or actually 1, because he has the ace of clubs. So it's just kind of hard to put Elton on any hand, really, which I think is what is perplexing Vogelsang. In the end, I think he just goes with, I'm not really sure, but I don't know. My hand's pretty weak, and I guess you probably have it.
Does preserve those 40 bigs, put in the now. Only 1 player registered so far, at least according to the app. Michael Joseph, in from the start. 50K bounty. That's a fun one. Turbo structure, very VIP friendly.
Yeah, so 20-minute levels. Yeah, very, very fast. You know, in some places, 30-minute levels are considered turbo, but here at Triton, everything's ramped up a notch, so 20-minute levels, that's a turbo.
Little 20-minute 50K.
Yeah. I'd love to see what Triton calls a super turbo. It's like
I feel
5-minute levels.
Yeah,
Let's
I was
go.
about to say, I think 20-minute levels counts as a super turbo. But
No, it's only a turbo here.
Adams down to just 5.75 bigs. Does defend. Does not want to connect. The form of top pair as Elton has him out kicked. 150 out there.
Oh.
How about connecting with the old 5-4 deuce rainbow?
And a board that's good for him, but his hand's so strong that we don't want to lead here. Let's let our opponents either bet or catch up, or both.
Patrick opening from +1. Picking up a customer on the button and out of the big. Does knuckle this one over. Elton, who's been on
95?
quite the spin up.
250?
Elton might decide he's just going to bet get it in versus the big blind, who, you know, might be check raising some one pair or other dry types hand. He's doing good against that range. That would deny
45.
Patrick his equity in the pot.
45?
Yeah. I mean,
He's given himself a step as well against Adams. Maybe trying to deter Antonius from doing anything funky.
don't really know if call is a thing here. I think it's just kind of all in. So I think this is just way too much heat for Patrick, and we're going to see this all in where Adams is a massive favorite. Like, I think Elton can just only chop the pot, right?
Okay. Oh.
That's what he's looking
I'm
for.
dead.
Chop only.
Chop.
Music to the ears of Timothy Adams to get back up to 17 bigs.
Always get it in joint dead.
This small one, you'll survive.
Or you
flop us dead.
Huh?
Or you flop us dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not something you want to do in poker, Brian. Get it in dead. Slight exaggeration from Elton, of course.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This small one.
So we switch back out.
Yeah,
The
this
blue
is
feature
why
table.
it's one of those things where it's a very perceptive statement you just made. You know, people have this very basic conception of like what luck is, I feel like, and how it expresses itself in tournaments. But there's all kinds of much more nuanced ways in which that happens that I think most people miss. Like, people catch like who wins an all-in.
Yeah.
And certainly all-in EV is a large part of luck, but there's many other aspects, like even, you know, like it was lucky to get a cooler your way, or very unlucky to get one against you, and even much more subtle things like this.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Will Jaffe, Nick Schulman, and I mean, I haven't played a $100,000 buy-in, Nick. You have. Tell us a little, what is it like?
It's what you'd expect. It's a little nervy, but it's very exciting, and you know the freaks come out at night a little bit for these sorts of buy-ins, and we're seeing some of that thus far.
Indeed we are. Ye Wang has put on an absolute clinic so far, just completely owning everyone. He's got a nice chip lead, 5.5 million. Shu Liang, familiar face now. I mean, Wang already has 4 cashes here, so he's been gearing up for this one. Alex Kulev, extremely aggressive player in 3rd place. Is there anything that stands out to you? Let's take a look at these tables here.
Well, I've been watching. Wang is super icy, as you've alluded to, and he's a cool kind of customer in these big buy-ins where you're under a lot of pressure. Obviously, that's an asset. Kulev, as you said, is great. Watson, Badziakuski, Grafton, no holes. Both of these tables are fascinating as always. I wouldn't say one thing in particular stands out, just the tournament as a whole, as we've come to expect, provides us with fantastic sweats.
Yeah, with Fedor out in 17th, he's still got two of his Austrian friends, Matthias and Mario. He wins 250,000. He'll probably be fairly disappointed, but, you know, he'll be okay after this. But, I mean, this is anyone's game here. Wang obviously in the lead, but Sean Winter, 13 big blinds. That's a lot of chips for him.
Yeah, exactly. Winter right in this thing. It is very much anyone's game. Let's ease in. Here we go.
Yeah, should be a good one, guys. Don't go anywhere. The sweat is just getting started. Xu Liang leading our blue table. Mike Watson, Nikita, Mario, Matthias Eibringer, James Chen, another very good player, Ding Bao, Vogelsang, nursing the nub, red table, Ye Wang with 110 bigs, Alex Kulev, Sam Squid Grafton, Elton Sang, Michael Adamo, Sean Winter, Santosh Serviania, and Danny Tang. I mean, so many big names here, Nick. I mean, not surprising for 150K.
Not surprising, and you're right, Will.
You did, yeah. What was your lowest I'm not sure. I think I was down to like 300-400K or something at some point.
I helped him out a little bit. I helped him out a little bit. I helped him out.
Yeah, he got me the first double that really got me the momentum working.
Yep.
Do you have any of those Vogelsang hoodies, Nick? Do you know where you can get them?
I don't know where you can get
So
them,
what
and
was
I
your
don't
shortest?
have any.
I need some inspiration.
What was it?
So what was the shortest?
If there's somebody in a call, they wait.
I don't know.
Huh? I have 17. Huh?
It's a good poker hoodie, though.
I don't even know what
I
my
get it,
shortest
you know.
was, yeah. I was never like crazy short.
Okay, okay.
I was, yeah. I think the hand against Mario where I doubled, I had like 13 or something. I think that was the shortest I was.
I want to give a quick shout out to our production team. I mean, it's pretty unreal the show they put on here, Nick.
It really is. Share hands is second to no other, and what Triton does is just beyond. Ace-10 off for Liang.
We've been calling him the Sleeping Dragon, and he just keeps waking up with hands, Nick.
I'm down for the Sleeping Dragon very much.
Highbringer, is this good enough?
Let's see. It comes to mind as just barely being. He's just gone, which is also understandable. Interesting how sort of quickly he released.
We are on a pay jump here. Next player gets 254,000. After that, it goes up to 281, all the way up to that $4.2 million first prize. It's getting pretty meaty here.
It is, and a nice call on the pay jump. Pretty one for Mario in the big.
And Mario, I mean, he hasn't even been playing poker that long, Nick, but he just, maybe it's the professional soccer career. He just looks so comfortable out there.
It's a wild ascent, and he does look comfortable well beyond the amount of time that he's played.
Little trouble with that scarf.
He's
but,
getting it. He got it,
yeah,
though.
Does he have it there?
I think he's got it. All Liang.
And it's been that way so far, Nick. Xu and Wang, they've actually tangoed a little.
Yeah.
But they've been winning all of the pots tonight.
They really have. Xu is just cool. This guy is the real deal. Don't know exactly what his background is, but just look at this guy. Take it, sir.
Oh, yeah. Only red one.
Santosh got an incredible fold
too many.
Against Xu, but
tough spot.
Xu had ran out of time banks, so he had no choice.
I saw that.
Against everyone.
Really? They always put in tough spot? Well, you
He seemed to navigate it pretty well.
How we doing, chat? Where are we sweating
he has a
from on
stack
this
of black, right?
beautiful evening
Just-
or
just so
morning
you guys know.
or afternoon? And who are we rooting for? The classics.
And Chen has had a really rough day, Nick. Kings and aces, no action so far.
He's here, though, Will. Is that ice cream? Or 100 to go?
Nikita looks awfully interested.
Might be considering a 3-bet.
Raised while eating ice cream must be reasonable hand. Right?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Nick? Eating while these guys, they're not giving away eating tells.
I've
are they?
always been a little camera shy to just kind of eat on the feature. It's not my favorite. If you're starving, you gotta do it. But I mean, Chen clearly wants some ice cream right now, and I just flat out respect that. A little bit of a decision for Liang. We see you guys. NYC, Ireland, Frisco, Finland, Jackson, Tucson.
And look
Norway.
at this,
Oh
Nick.
my God, go on, Shu. What is this?
This is a shove. And James happy to call in a
Whoa.
great spot to double now.
Gonna put a pin on the shout-outs right now. Shu Liang going for it.
I need to hold.
You certainly do, James. Another last bite of that ice cream, just in case. I don't know, Will. I mean, go on, James. Clean for Chen, clearly.
Just needs to dodge a king.
And a king alone. Ooh,
yeah.
It's the paint spade. Go on, James.
60, I believe.
And James, one of these players, not so familiar maybe to the wider audience, but all the best players know about him. Really dangerous.
A lot of high stakes cash, also very tough in tournaments. But you're right.
Really the first misstep I've seen from Shu so far.
Yeah, that was a curious one. You can tell he's a pretty instinctual, kind of primal player. Just felt it in the moment.
James Chen, first event here, 43rd place for $43,000. Always helps, right, to just make a run, sit in the chair.
It really does. Trinidad in the building. Sorry, Will.
I was going to say next out gets 254, then up to 281. How much are these guys thinking about the pay jumps, Nick? Or are they just playing poker?
Well, part of playing poker
good,
is
run good.
considering the pay jump, but it really depends, you know. Some people go for the win. It's so prestigious to win a tournament like this. So styles make fights. Everybody's a little different. But I think the grinders, the ones that go to every single tournament, they're mindful of the jumps. $5.5 bigs for Christoph. Does do it, minus 5K.
The sleeping dragon, Nick.
He's back. Rough for Vogelsang.
Very rough.
Chen now with 1.8 in the big. The sleeping dragon goes for call. Oh, and Chen with another ace-9 off. A little bit awkward. Mind you, Liang just jammed over and under the gun open with king-5 off. He might be considering trying to isolate Vogelsang with a 3-bet. Looks up at the clock. Suppose he's considering call as well. Of course, fold seems possible also. Interesting spot. Oh, he is doing it, Will.
Wow, right into the sleeping dragon.
And I would think part of that is the dynamics of the king-5 jam, where he knows Liang is dancing around. Believe the dragon is gone already?
Oh, he folded before.
Folded before Christoph flicked the 5 in. Fair enough.
What a great play from Chen. Gets Liang out and has Vogelsang dominated.
Good luck, Christoph, gentlemen.
Good news for Christoph is he can triple up here.
You're right.
But Chen, who had a bad start to the night, now in a spot to get really healthy if he can hold.
Indeed, and that was a nice find by Chen, the 3-bet pre.
Oh.
Christoph does slide into the 6.
Plenty of outs for Chen, though.
We see the 3 9s, but the 9 of spades was accounted for. Take it, Christoph. Huge.
You said 265? Or
Yeah, and then the last.
Oh, yeah.
We couldn't know.
And the spin begins for Mr. Vogelsang.
Triple up.
Little luck never hurts, does it?
No, not at all.
That's it. Level.
$4.5 million in career Triton earnings. 1 title for Christoph. It was a good one. Monte Carlo, first place in the 100K for 2.6. He's no stranger to these big buy-ins.
That is a good one. Such a great player, Christoph. Great cash player. Overall, just wealth of 2-card knowledge. Highly respected by his peers. And there he is. Okay. Oh, the sleeping dragon with a real hand finally will.
It may look a little steamy here, the way things have
really
gone.
might. All right.
Unlucky for Shu, no hands, no customers. final two tables here, this $150,000 buy-in. Ridiculous $4.2 million for our champion.
$150. That's real meat on the bone.
Yeah. There's some meat on that wrist there for Ding.
Yes.
I think he's played every hand so far, Nick.
He's been very active.
Raise 110.
Matia's taking a moment to gather himself. He's gone. Oh, and for Christoph with ace-jack off, we would expect to see it go in.
Yeah, and Christoph was just down to about 5 big blinds. Here it comes, Nick.
And you just never know with Xu Liang.
No, you really don't. Dragons are very unpredictable, Nick, but
They really are. Take it, sir. Nice orbit for Christoph.
the spin has begun. Almost 1 million chips now for Vogelsang. When you're down in that, 3 to 5 big blind range, 20 feels like an awful lot.
Man, it really does. And there's so many moments in tournaments where you really realize how relative things are. When you have 50 for a while, 20 feels brutal. When you have 3 to 5, it feels like you're rich.
These guys are rich, Nick.
Yeah.
A lot of money out there.
A lot. Makita looks good. The white kind of flavor hoodie.
Yeah,
and the King Jack of Diamonds.
We were talking about how he and Jason Kuhn were tied for the same amount of Triton titles, same amount of winnings. They both won their 4th. Since then, Jason has won 6 more.
I know.
And Bads, you know how competitive he is. He's hungry to get back on that list.
And you could feel the hunger the other night. He ran very deep, and he was just playing so hard. He really always does, but...
No, that night he was playing his heart out. You could feel how bad he wants it.
6s for Mosbeck. It's gone. As is Liang. Comfy one for Ding in the big. Barrelable for Makita. Sweet spot for Ding. Would think Makita always makes a bet here, no matter his holding.
$60,000.
And is this strong enough where we're trapping?
Yeah, I think we trap. Maybe we pure raise ace 9 plus, probably ace jack, but even these traps come to mind as it's a board Nikita could be apt to barrel off. He does call. Interesting card. See how Badziakuski plays it. Not the card Ding was looking for. Of course, an ace is still an ace, but a scary card objectively. For Makita, bets target things like Jack Queen, 10 Queen, 10 King. But check feels somewhat normal. We never really get better to fold if we bet. He might just go for pseudo value. Does check. And Ding does hold.
Does Ding want to go for value now, or is this too thin?
I think in the face of check, check, we feel pretty good about our ace. A little bit nervous, but pretty good. And perhaps our bluffs are derived from the 5.
Ding, 2.8 million in Triton earnings. Just going to check.
Nice check from Nikita, not kind of making a meal of it. Jacks with a king. Take it, sir. Good pickup for Ding.
One Triton title. One of these guys, a fresher face here, but someone you feel like you're going to see a lot more of.
Agreed.
And these watches here, Nick, I mean, the buy-ins are one thing, but...
Yeah, I mean, they're flossing out there.
Sir Watts, too. That clean Apple Watch.
Yeah. Sir Watts going with the hat, by the way. I feel like that's rare.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe the Officer Watson.
He's leaning into it.
Yeah.
Blinds up, 30-60. And honestly, in the face of that check on the end, one could see Makita pursuing value. He just snap checked. He really does keep it so clean out there. Kulev stacking some chips. Familiar sight.
Yeah, and he took a pretty rough beat to go out fourth in the mystery bounty. I spoke about it earlier. Had ace-10 against John Jaffe. Check raised the 10-9-3 flop.
Yes.
Jaffe called with Jack-9. The turn was an 8. He bet, Jaffe shoved. He called, got it in very good, but the river was a queen. And you just feel Kulev like waiting for that breakthrough. He wants it so bad. He's such a good player, so much success online, but that big live win.
All true.
240.
240.
Sorry, one.
A little bit of a misclick there, Nick.
And you can't, you know, say sorry and make it 120. Totally understandable. He was obviously trying to min.
It's a bit over, Dominic.
It's a tough big blind to get. I appreciate the respect, Alex.
And these are interesting spots. It's pretty clear he misclicked.
They won't let you change the raise size if you apologize afterwards?
Yeah, the apology doesn't get it done.
Yeah. वो एंड का चक्कर में भी डील कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Oh, and interesting for Elton. Counting down.
And this could be a pretty expensive misclick for Kulev.
It could be, and it's a kind of sweet spot for Elton. What I would imagine is almost sure the misclick was earnest.
And if it's going in over a min raise, we're extra happy to get it in with this overlay.
That's exactly right. He is doing it emphatically so. He smushes the chips forward. Go on, Elton.
This feels like a home game, Nick.
It does. Just 4 million up there, guys. And now it's a little sick for Kulev, who of course is getting a better price. I don't know. Are we, guys?
It's a suited ace, Nick. How bad can it be?
So he made it 4 bigs. And Elton is all in for 14.5.
We should get signs. We should get
Sheesh.
signs. Go, Michael.
Hope he didn't misclick his way into commitment.
Go, Santos.
Also, the chat pros quickly correcting me. Kulev won a WSOP 50,000
blind out.
prize.
Just wait for that one big win, Will.
So I'm on the rail.
But I know what you mean. He's the kind of guy who could erupt live.
I know, bro. I'm in a sandwich.
And an
That's what I
EPT
am.
high roller.
I'm the filling.
100K.
It's never good to be. It's never good to be.
What does he do here, though? This is gross.
He's priced in for chips, but against these ranges at this juncture in the tournament, it becomes a lot closer. Sometimes, even if the odds are there, we still let it go. He does. Annoying for him to depart with the extra 2 bigs, but what can you do? It happens.
Great pickup for Elton Sang. 4.5 million in career Triton earnings, but he, Nick, also no titles here.
And by the way, a rare misclick, the verbal misclick. And you're right, Elton would love to win this one. Legendary cash player.
Really fun player to watch. He and Wang have been talking back and forth a lot. I wonder how much history they have.
Feels like a lot.
In the 1-house, 2-house games in Manila.
对，我以为他有可能套池了，没办法了。
Santos still in there. And is there any player you feel like has a better chance to win with a short stack than Sean Winter?
No. There are very few players you can really say, as we see Cowboys for Santos, that truly play their own game. Sean is one of them. He is not worried what we or any of you think about what he's doing. He's going to keep just marching to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah, he got eliminated by David Yan. David Yan sucked out on him with ace-9, and after the hand, Winter just goes, "You're a really tough player." Incredibly dry sarcasm.
Very.
And unpredictable. Sam Grafton had a little time in the booth yesterday, now just finds himself final 2 tables of 150K.
Love when Grafton gets in the booth, and indeed he does.
And Kulev now. Things starting to go south a little.
And this is an awkward defend. We're often kind of dominated by Santos's mins. That's a really terrific fold.
And it's easy to say, oh, he's got queen-9 off, but these are the type of little things that can really swing.
No, you're absolutely right. That was classy. And I said min, he did make it 140 at 60, but the point remains.
Schulman, the GOAT commentator. Yes, that is Nick Schulman. Danny Tang, 6 bigs. Sean Winter, 7. Adamo, really quiet day for him. He's been very zen. Honestly, looks like he's kind of meditating out there, Nick.
Love seeing Adamo out there.
And Ye Wang up there with 92 big blinds, still well ahead of the pack. But Eddie wins game here. 2 tables left. 4.2 up top. How about almost 2.9 million for second place?
Second does sting, but 2.9, I mean, we're partying that very night,
1.9
right?
for third?
Partying.
At what point do we stop?
Maybe the min cash. We're like,
the old
happy, but...
And shout out to Henrik Hecklin, who also bubbled this event. Not directly, but second. Nick, what a 2 days for Hecklin.
The gods are testing Henrik right now.
Good thing he's a Viking.
Yeah. Should be going in for Danny.
Danny Tang also chasing Jason Kuhn. I believe he's second in Triton titles. Looking to start the spin-off. You know Elton brings that masseuse wherever he goes with him.
Elton is the boy.
Wants to gamble here, too.
His glasses are fully translucent.
Some of these guys, Nick, like I saw Ye walking around by the slot machines, and it looked like he's like floating or something. These guys just have a different level of swag to them.
I know exactly what you mean, Will.
Wang has 4 cashes here already, Nick, in this series.
He does. I really think some of it with these guys They're just built a little different and don't get nervous out there.
It's not, he's levitating off the ground, Nick.
He is flying above the building right now. He's not even here.
This is Last Airbender type stuff. And
Correct.
Danny Tang, one of the best table presences out there, goes with the live read. Saw an incredible fold from him earlier in the series.
With King Jack.
Yep.
Love Danny's game.
He's one of these guys that mixes like intense stare downs with a lot of jovial banter.
Yes, exactly. And it's a good combination, frankly. It's a bit disarming. He's telling you a joke, we're best friends, and then he's reading your soul. It's like, what happened here, Danny? We were just...
And Wang looking to lean on these guys a little, Nick.
This is an official lean. Crafton looks intrigued. Maybe he hasn't even looked.
No, I think he...
Sorry.
Kulev will be, though.
Essentially a snap call.
Yeah, not going to give up that button to Ye. Maybe starting to learn a little about what's been going on behind the scenes with him.
I think so. And does Santos want to come along closing the action? 8-6 off, looking up at the clock. He does. 3 ways to the flop.
He's tussled with Wang a few times already. Wang put a really sick bluff on him on the river earlier.
Yes.
Got it through.
Middle pair for Wang.
This has been his night so far, Nick.
Bottom for Santos.
Oh, that's way
Still the raw ace-10 for Alex.
我呢個用咗10秒，跟住可以再。
It has been his night. Over a 2-1 chip lead right now for Ye Wang.
Bet 120.
Elton Sang from Hong Kong, someone in chat asked. Kulev always capable, but does lay it down. And now Santos, weird spot.
It is a weird spot. He's tearing one off.
Really bad turn for Santos.
Very much is removing the 8 as an out and complicating the matter further as it makes it less likely Ye has a queen himself.
And I'd imagine by this point he probably knows he got bluffed by Ye earlier.
Yes, I would think he does. Although there is a chance Santos just isn't grinding the hand histories or streams. But whatever the case may be, just looking at Ye's face, he knows some things could be up.
You don't think Santos is grinding the hand histories, Nick?
I don't know.
Ye knows exactly where he's at. Goes for some value.
You're right, this is a nice value bet from Ye. And for Santos, does he keep him honest once more?
You can see the pain on his face, Nick.
A little bit.
It's not a happy spot.
5 seconds.
Does make the good fold, though.
Bravo, Santos. Go on.
And look, Nick, this is a $150,000 buy, and Wang looks like he's playing like a 1-2 game. He's incredibly comfortable.
So comfy.
Who are these guys, man?
Well, yeah. That's a great question, Will.
And who are you in chat? Shout out to everybody watching. Thank you
Truly.
for sweating with us. It's been an honor to sweat with you guys. I mean,
very much so. Much love to the chat. You guys have really been grinding for days.
And much
So
love
many
to the
more
Twitch
big sweats.
chat too, Nick.
Yeah, what's going on Twitch? How you guys doing? I'm a little scared of Twitch because they seem a little crazier, but much love to you guys.
I respect those animals out there in the
I
Twitch
do
streets.
too.
You
I
have
just,
to respect
I'm
them.
I'm almost 40. It kind of, I don't know.
You've got a child, Nick.
I have a child.
That's a crazy thought.
Like I see one thing. It's just anyway. Never mind.
Let's get back to the action here, Nick.
Love to Twitch. Love to YouTube. We are good. Good. Easy,
Why don't
Nicky.
you-
My
Nick,
bad.
Nick,
You're
why
right,
don't you call-
Stabes.
why don't you call this hand here? We got a hand.
Take it out, James Spencer.
Jack 7 suited for Adamo. He's gone.
Get the show quick.
Thank you so
Nick,
much,
Nick,
GLG.
Nick, come on. Let's. We got a hand here. Actions on Grafton.
Okay, you're right.
Let's go cool left.
All in.
Let's go cool left.
Kulev puts them in. Short stacks behind.
Ooh, and Danny.
I believe he squeezed the king first, and he sees
Awful
the suited
feeling.
4.
And he's dominated here. Is this too much, Nick, or is it just enough?
He's gone.
He's too good, man.
We like the choice, and he was indeed dominated.
Grafton, maybe a little chip envy there. Look at that watch from Grafton.
Here or call? Here or
He's not scared to bring that puppy out with all these tries. Gotta respect it.
60? 60? How do you think we feel?
I didn't call you guys animals in Twitch. I just said I'm a little scared.
Nick, can
it's
you?
love,
All right,
though.
you gave him a shout out. Let's put the Twitch
Okay,
chat
you
away.
started the Twitch thing, though, Will.
I just wanted a quick shout out. I know.
Got it. You got it. I went too far with it. You're right. Will's right. Thank you for reeling me in.
You see Adamo, he's just like, Nick, he almost looks like he's waiting. You know what I mean? Like,
And you know something? I was actually talking about this with Chewy, I believe, a while ago.
So, I'm so touched that you guys in the high stakes room, you think of me, and when you play sick games, you would name it after me, you know?
Hold that,
Squid.
though.
Very sweet of you guys. You know?
But Adamo, for so long, he had an insane chip lead every tournament. And we were talking about it. I'd love to see him grind 10 to 30 bigs sometimes, where he's obviously utterly world-class as well. And we get those sweats today.
We've been seeing that. He's already made some very good folds very quickly.
Yes. 120 to go from Kulev.
And Sam Grafton, is he saying the progressive squid game I hear about is named after him?
Well, you know, he's Squid. That's his nickname.
Yeah, but it's a pretty high-stakes game. Like,
He is in this 150. He's a high-stakes kind of guy. I think he's being a little bit facetious, Will.
What does that word mean, Nick?
I don't know. It's in
You're
the
really
arsenal,
good at this.
but I know.
You got all these words. You don't even know what they mean. That's the
No.
first time I've tested you.
Definitely. It's like a cousin of sarcastic.
Yeah.
Elton's in, dominated. Good flop for Kulev's range. Note the quick glance from Elton. Elton is a very scary guy to deal with at the table. I felt that personally. He's just one of those guys. You're not going to get any nonsense through on him. Very perceptive, slippery sort of guy. Note his mannerisms and just the vibe pre-check.
And Kulev himself, very young, not a ton of live experience. Obviously does have big wins, but his table presence has been really impressive to me as well.
Icy. Agreed. Goes for 60. Elton sizing him up.
Yeah, Elton really makes you sweat out there.
He does. And he's also capable of anything at any time, so does let it go.
Kulev looking to avenge that fourth place finish. And this would be a great tournament for him to pick up yet another big win, Nick.
It certainly would.
I had the best hand.
And look, we can have some issues with the chat sometimes. Things get dicey, but that's why we love you guys, keeping us honest, feeding us incredible information. You guys are, the chat pros are really some of the most underrated players out there, aren't they,
You know
Nick?
what I've noticed? The chat is sharp sometimes. It's a little scary. Like, they're coming with some bombs.
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on? There's just players everywhere who are pretty sharp. And then some of you guys not so much. But it's a mixed bag, you know, as is life. Ace-5 off for Christoph on the button.
Is this
13
enough?
and change. Believe it is, Will. Does do it.
Bads. And this is why we shoved the ace-5 off, right? We have the best hand a lot. Let's just take it down now. No funny stuff.
It's really that type of hand. No funny stuff right now. Offsuit ace-X in general, it's that kind of hand.
And Christoph's that kind of guy, right? No funny stuff right now.
He's all business.
If I make top 5, I keep it, okay? Then I deserve it on top.
If you make what?
Top 5 score.
If you win it, you keep it.
Oh. Top 3,
He wants to induce
like
you to
podium.
like fun.
That should count, right? Silver medal or
You gotta win it.
unless you bust me, okay? If you bust me any place, I keep it as well.
You really want Makita's balls, huh?
No Daniel in chat. Never.
Careful.
9s for Juliang.
How many hands does this guy wake up with?
Is it the sleepy dragon or the sleeping?
The sleeping. Come on, sleepy dragon doesn't even sound that scary, does it?
Right. Well, it does a little, you know. Yeah, sleeping is scarier. And he has card racked and also shown a willingness with less than a premium.
Someone in chat asked, Nick, why are you not playing? Are you not that sharp?
I was hired to commentate, so here I am. I might... They're playing right now.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I'm not going to indulge the not that sharp part.
I believe that day 3 will be played tomorrow, but we're going to play down as far as we can tonight. Obviously, I'm here. I don't really know why, but when we get to the final table, the night shift will take over.
I think there's like
There is
30K or something, right?
Triton Super High Roller Series.
See, there is 25K.
You're doing great, Will. And I do believe it's going 3.
Now I understand.
As it should, 150K.
You wish you would have played a little bit more careful then.
I did.
Yeah.
Subconsciously. I knew about it.
Another hand for the dragon, Nick. And Makita here with a very pretty hand on the button.
I believe he might keep the sleeping dragon honest.
So choose your words wisely.
And this might be one we would be tempted to
Hey,
flat
you set that
against
one
the
up.
under the gun
You
raise,
walked
but
into
when this
that.
guy's been raising so many hands.
Well said.
And look at this, Nick.
This is very close for Watson. Very.
I would think, though, the dynamic with Shu may push him into that.
The dynamic certainly nudges him towards continuing, but still he knows Makita is not reckless, but ace-queen. He does do it. Always makes clean decisions, Watson. Can Makita hit?
Yeah, and Bad's here. We talked about it. You can tell how bad he wants this. He's going to be a really bad spot. Mike Watson looking to get very healthy.
Ace king for Mike.
Sir Watts, another one of these players, Nick, lacking that big win. Incredible player.
By the way, is he though? Because
yes, this one he is. Chat, you can check. He did come in fourth in the 50K, the last event, for 770,000, but still, this would put him a lot closer to first if he can hold. Dire straits for Makita.
down to the lone king. I love the no early stand up from Makita. GG, sir. Always a pleasure.
GG.
Yes. Keep the second one.
Thank you.
See if I can get you a little something back.
All right. I'll let this one go. It was such a good spot.
It's kind of what a champion looks like getting knocked out, you know, Will?
And you see a little more emotion from Makita. He really wants it right now, but he's going to have to wait.
Santosh all in the hijack, sub 10. Adamo, ace 8 suited, also sub 10 in the small.
Adamo's been really patient. Does he want to wait any longer? This feels awfully close.
Is Makita trolling us? Or not you, but no. The tournament just got that much easier. Whew. Makita, world's greatest.
He was 8th in chips. Wow.
Adamo gets away. Great fold.
Wow.
And Wang has Santosh dominated.
Very strong from Adamo to get away. And that's kind of what I was talking about, Will. The short stack navigations are fast. We've seen him with the huge stack so many times. Santosh in a bad way.
Ye Wang bluffed him earlier, took a lot of chips, now looking to take the rest if he can hold.
Thank you.
It doesn't say. It's not updated. It's not updated. Swap.
The out switch.
The fan favorite on the ropes here.
King's a sweat too, right? Yeah, king. No, king's no good.
Picks up outs to chop, but he's in a bad way.
GG Santosh. We lose another. Great run.
You want this?
And the rich get richer, Will.
Ye Wang up to almost 7 million in chips, Nick.
And Kulev in second with 2.6. What a huge
Almost
chip lead.
3 times the second place stack.
6 spot for Ye Wang.
GG Santosh, great player. Very fun to watch. 113 big blinds, Nick.
That really is a mountain for a spot like this.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Danny Tang now our short stack, but he's happy to make these pay jumps, Nick.
Very much so. Can he spin?
Another shout out to our chat alerting us that Mike Watson has indeed won 2 EPTs, Nick.
Yeah, that's all. But I hear you, though.
Winter very short now, too. Both of these guys happy to ladder. Getting close to that 300K payout range. And now Adamo picks up the ace 9 suited on the button.
7.
Folded the ace 8.
Will be going in.
Yeah.
minus a chip.
But Wang, this is not fair, Nick.
Wang is really card racking.
All in.
450, play
All in.
again.
Oh!
Oh.
He's at 5K. 5K.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All in,
Oh.
okay, try down, please.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Damo
Kind of seems like
needs
a flush.
to get
doesn't
real
it?
lucky, or he's going to be another casualty
He has
of
a
the
flush.
absolute wrecking ball that is Ye Wang.
王爷应
Head in hand. Okay, go on, Mike. We like to see that if we're a Damo.
There it is, Nick.
There it is indeed. The great Michael Adamo lives to see another day. And the first real adversity for Ye Wang that I've seen.
400.
55. 55.
65.
55. Two
50.
yellow, two whites, and one blue.
Okay.
He's so used to stacking chips, Nick. He's not quite sure how to pay out here.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're
Not
getting
sounding
that
like
glimpse you talked about into the short stack from Adamo.
尽力啦，这个没办
And the
法。
ace-8 fold, where I believe he would have just lost.
这个应该是的。
No, he would have tripled up there. I think he hit
Did
an
he hit
8.
an 8?
He hit an 8.
Oh,
yeah.
well.
这个时候掉一个
When are they going to update the clock?
Anyway.
Didn't even need to go to the chat for that one.
哦
Yeah.
刚好还是13，白捡了嘛，而且还掉了一个人。
Ye Wang saying he can't believe it, right?
Yeah.
Still a massive chip lead. Truly, no one looks more comfortable with that stack. Danny, is this enough? Players are on a pay jump.
6 1/4 bigs. This is a touch close with Sean about to take the big blind. They are on a pay jump from 281 to 307.5. Interesting spot for Danny.
Don't we kind of want to wait for Sean to get most of his stack in there? Maybe try to grind that pay jump?
It's interesting with him about to take that big. We also want to win. These spots are tighter than I always thought they were. It's not to say we can play tight. He does get away. It feels like the right idea, but not crystal.
"24 players left in our 50K Bounty Turbo. Dominicus Michaelitis, familiar face here, leading the way. Punat, top 10.
I mean, there's 14. Huh?
Tom Dwan in there, 19th place. Jason Kuhn, obviously. Dan Smith. The usuals.
We're on the same page.
Another 30K jump coming up.
Yeah.
What's the buy-in age here, Nick? Are we sure Kulev is legal?
Yeah.
这把去不了应该。
I think so, but
圈9啊。
he should take a close look at that passport.
They always do when
What
we
do you
try
have,
to
Dan?
get in here, don't they?
Yeah.
King, Queen of Hearts.
King Jack Suki.
Yeah, it's a decent. I think it's a good fold.
King Jack.
There's an ace out there very often.
He's in the big line.
Yeah, of course. Kulev calls blind against the short stacks. Just to, he randomizes 10% blind call, just to teach you a good lesson.
你可以沟通这波了。
哇，那个牌不能勾吧？
我装位这把假的吧，杂花差不多。
This table really does have like a home game feel to it.
It does.
不会错吧？
They're very
一
comfy.
个 A 对吧？跟这说啥的勾黑都这波，现在又没有到。
Elton on hour 8 of his massage. This guy speaks for himself.
你们 A6 杂毛了。
No time.
Let's see how frisky Ye wants to get here.
Pretty frisky, Will.
Oh, like
Say it, Sam.
160 behind.
Kulev with the decision.
It is a decision.
What?
He knows Ye might be attacking the very short stack of winter. He calls. Sean snap gone. Yeah.
I bet he final table, you know.
I wouldn't bet against
Seriously,
it.
Sean's like that.
I
Sean
bet-
will have less than this for final table.
Adama's in
and
the final
then
table.
plus like 4.
Huh?
It's just your opinion.
Fourth, fifth.
I feel like I saw him bust on my table like an hour ago. I'm pretty sure that he was out. I'm sure I shook, sure I shook his hand and said, like, good game, and he went
We
out.
played like 5 hours ago. Back when I had 5 bigs. Now I got 3.
Yeah.
Couple of checks, see how Kulev wants to play it. We like protection. We're also a bit hesitant.
That's 90.
Goes for 90. Sometimes an idea is we seek to bet lower pairs more than middly pairs, although I'm not so sure in this spot because a middly pair does beat a slightly lower pair. So it's
No,
always
I'm just
that
seeing
little
what you guys
cat
doing.
and mouse. Nice pickup though.
Alex Kulev. Thank you. Enjoy. Appreciate you.
Talk to him, Will.
It's coming, Nick.
Talk to him, baby.
Give me a sec, buddy.
I know it's coming.
It's coming, buddy. Just hold your horses.
Well, I mean, we've got an extended
Nick,
lead-in
Nick,
music here. It
Nick.
threw me, Will. That's all.
Jesus. Take it easy, man. That massage has got to be worth a lot of money. Triton, super high roller
She
series.
looks strong, too.
Yeah, she's not messing around.
Come on,
Wow,
Yannick.
looks like the producers bluffed us there.
Let's
Nick
go.
Schulman, very
Double up.
bluffable player.
We had a plug.
Great job, Nick.
They did that little riff, but the plug never came. I'm sorry, Will. She's going to town right now.
Elton's going to go to town.
120.
Oh.
And he looks at me for the needle.
Sorry. But thank you, though.
Good luck, Sean. We would think.
You never know.
You really, truly do never know with Sean, but we would think good luck is appropriate. He might go for call.
Call.
Does call. 40K behind.
Danny now real incentivized to make this pay jump. And in a good spot to do so.
You.
Middle pair for Elton. Diamonds working for Sean.
Did he almost check and then waste time? Like, realize he should probably take his time.
I don't know.
Final GTO was 150K.
They're playing hand to hand, so you can't.
Huh?
You can't stall for the jump.
I'm not all Mike.
What is the minimum bet?
30.
More than that.
Ask the message. What's the minimum bet?
More than that.
You got.
Anyone
Does
on the
put him
round
in.
now?
Is there one big blind? Yeah, 60.
Sean Winter, the best short stack player in the world.
There it is.
It's all in here.
No, one ace.
Wow, wow. How's
Has
he
the
doing?
diamonds working.
How's he do? I guess he's good. It's always a 7 on the turn. I'm just saying, always a 7.
Oh, go
Wow.
on, Sean.
So sick.
都希望你跟我那把一
And the
样。
button.
Danny, come in there, man.
Straight plus a
哎呀，上头上头。
Danny,
my days.
how do you not peel?
哎，这两把真的上
Look
头
at how Danny's looking at
都
it.
是压，
DT, what are these guys doing?
都是压制的牌。
Gets
Trying
lucky
to
to
keep the whole
double up, and
table
he's
in.
tilted that Danny didn't come along too.
Yeah.
And now Danny, it's his turn to go, Nick, into
Flush.
the big. Or small, I guess. Still a little
I got a
breathing
little
room.
bit more excited about my flush than you did. Maybe it's because it was diamonds.
Little glimpse behind the curtain how this guy is so good at playing the short stack.
You didn't play it badly, I don't think, Elton. You got it in ahead. You bet the 8 when it came, you got it in ahead.
We play on.
$120.
Sick.
This guy is really something, Nick.
He is. Henrik asked me the other day, how long do I think Sean is visiting Earth for?
Long enough to win a lot of money.
Yeah. I don't really know what aliens do with USD, but
He's taken a lot of cheese out of the Homo sapien economy,
he
hasn't he?
has. Good luck, Danny.
It's time.
He's going for call, kind of a cool idea. We see these ideas. They're a bit of an evolution, I guess.
But also an example that when you get to this buy-in level, you don't just flick your chips in when you're short. Every street is a decision. And he's going to get a little overlay here from the 4-3 off.
Is he?
No. Oh, I thought it was going in.
I
Never
did
mind.
too.
145.
Terrible flop for Danny.
It really is.
And it's such a gross feeling, just not even a sniff.
Still ahead of things like King, Queen, King 10, other stuff we can imagine. I would think Danny has to put it in, but it is pretty gross, Will.
And we've seen with these short stacks, there's much more maneuverability than we expect. But 2 big blinds, Nick.
Just 2. There isn't that much maneuverability. Interesting spot. We can see 1.27 out there.
Danny Tang doing a little math. Almost 15 million Triton earnings, 5 titles. Look, Nick, he does fold.
Go ahead, Danny.
Preserve the stack.
Mike had it.
If he spins it up, I mean, respect.
And just an example, I mean, he almost got Elton to call with 4-3 off. Juiced the pot up.
Really interesting.
Then gets away. We'll see. Danny Tang. And Nick, we talk about polarization, we talk about range merging, but nursing the nub really is an underrated skill, isn't it?
It truly is.
145.
a lot of those spots are very tricky and endlessly fascinating and easy to just dismiss them and say, well, you know, good luck.
For Adamo, a nice little spin up. Remember, he was all in, dominated against Wang.
Tight.
Very nice spin up for Adamo. Does put it in against the blinds.
It's time.
Huh?
Elton has him dominated.
145.
Yes, thank you.
Elton does fold, though. And Danny's now flipping. Very good kind of result for him. all things
Excellent
considered.
result for him.
Come on. 听着 AA 了，我操！
Fair enough, he's rallying the rail.
Yeah, he's got a nice little rail there. Trying to start the spin. There it is.
I haven't won yet. I haven't won yet. Not yet. Not yet.
No early celebrations in Camp Tang.
顶住 Come on. Oh. Let's go.
All right, Danny. Straight for Elton, by the way, if he played.
We're back with
These guys. Oh my God. I'm playing so bad, it makes me realize I'm gonna.
When you see these
And
things,
no
you
one
just
wants to
do-
bust a
I'm
tournament
playing
like
so
this,
safe. I
but
need to-
when it's like
20
a
years
home
in
game
EDQ.
too,
I need to run some Sims for 4 bigs and work out how to play them properly. I can get with the kids. All right. Okay, I'm
Din
gonna
Tang
loosen up. I'm
folds
destined
the
to
ace
finish
4,
13th.
survives, and then doubles, and the spin begins.
How many bigs do you have?
2.2 big blind and
Elton would have made a straight there if he called.
Ugly. Very ugly.
I think you can call fold. Call fold? What's your number?
Yeah.
Jack 9. Offsuit.
Definitely not jam.
You have jam.
No way you can jam.
Oh, no way jamming that?
What you did is okay.
Okay. Very nice.
Okie dokie.
Blinds up.
Very nice to know.
40,000, 80,000.
Do you jam had I min raised as well?
Huh?
When I made it 4.
Yeah.
Do you jam had I min raised?
Yeah. Same thing. That is Jack.
Ace 5 of diamonds.
I love that hand.
I love that hand too.
Folds around to Elton on the button. Getting pretty short himself, under 10 bigs.
Thank 就第一张还可以。
Asian rail. Where's your rail? Where's your rail? Where's your fucking rail? Where's your UK fucking rail?
I don't know if you deserve this.
Just out of nowhere, I'm catching strays all of a sudden. Wow. Oh, okay.
It's direct fire if you ask me.
Direct fire, yeah.
UK known for its great rails at the World Series of Poker. I mean, I've seen Grafton drink beer out of a shoe many times.
Yeah, they're crazy. Brazilians are crazy too on the rail. Back to these guys. I miss these guys a little bit.
The serious table. Sleeping Dragon.
It's an amazing nickname.
Yeah, shout out to Rasty for that one.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Folds around to ding on the button.
5 seconds.
He's going to raise up the queen 9 off.
Raise to 160,000. Fold.
And Mario with the same hand in the big. Left a professional soccer career behind to gamble for millions of dollars. Interesting, when these guys have the same hand, never know what's going to happen.
It generally displays the power of position. Not always, but naturally we would rather be in ding seat for obvious reasons.
We see why. Ding gets the same hand to fold. Big pot for him. All these pots matter. Hovering in that 13, 14, 15 big blind range. And we talk about the different speeds in these tournaments, Nick. This has turned into a slog here nearing the final table.
Yeah, it has. Such a big final table.
A first prize that, I mean, the buy-in is an amount that a lot of people will be happy to win in a tournament.
Yes. And the first sort of obscene buy-in of the series.
Certainly not the last.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Action on Sir Watts on the button.
Raise to 175,000.
Mario with ace queen, very short now in the small blind.
Another double. Maybe. And they're rooting, so he's all in.
Mario with 6.5 bigs.
Raise.
Check.
And the sleeping dragon.
Oh, he's awake.
Wakes up yet again.
Raise all in.
Yeah, he has to call the.
I said all in, I said all in, yeah.
他后面还有留筹码，你要等他 call。
哦，没注意，我没注意他还有。
What a cold deck for Mario. Needs to find a lady. Maybe some hearts.
他们为什么要留一颗球在后面？就多个机会看牌是吧？
但是万一
哦，同时抱着他还有个机会是吧？
万一你 all in， 他也 all in， 他可能。
Diamond covered.
Yeah, the sleeping dragon looking to take all of Super Mario's coins. But chop potential now.
Some chop out.
Can he stay alive?
GG Mario, another great run. And just like that, Will, 13 left.
Shu Liang. The sleeping dragon.
That was a pay jump. Everybody guaranteed 307.5 now. 1,000, that is.
307.5, Nick. K?
Yeah, 307.5K now.
There goes Mario.
Just another great run.
Mr. Mosbeck. Won the 25K for 1.2 million. Bubbles the final table here. And Christoph.
Good luck, sir. Will be going in minus a chip. Minus a little more.
Can he do it again, Nick?
680,000 folks.
He's got those vibes right now where he always has something. He doesn't. He sort of did. Chen gone.
And are we sure Vogelsang didn't come from the same planet as Winter, Nick?
No, we're not sure.
A trip down to Earth? Many millions?
I love both of those guys, whatever planet they came from.
$13 left in this
Need something.
$150,000 buy-in. Just a good day's work, isn't it, Nick?
Very much so.
Or maybe 10 years.
Yeah, well said.
Depending on your profession.
A little bit of a high pitch there.
From me or the dealer?
The dealer. Just slightly. Oh, go on, Christoph. And we saw this the other day, Will, the min off 11.
I've seen these guys min like ace deuce here.
Yeah, you have some steals. He does min. What great timing for Christoph.
And this is an awful feeling, Nick. Just a little action, we min-raised.
You know, I've redirected my view on that. I wouldn't have had the aces if they didn't have those trashy hands. That's how I make peace with something like that.
Have you been, like, meditating or something, man?
Maybe,
What are you,
yeah.
Are you meditating out there?
Not meditating, but, you know, that makes sense, right, Will? You like that?
That's pretty deep, man.
Yeah.
You've achieved enlightenment, my brother.
Also die beste Hand, die man haben kann im Poker.
Ja.
Triton Super High Roller Series here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Weather's getting nice, Nick. I heard you went for a little jaunt.
I went for a lovely walk this morning, Will. I really enjoyed it.
Tell the people a little more.
I left the property and I just walked aimlessly. One direction and then I walked back. Some beautiful trees, nice crisp air.
Solver
King 5
bait.
suited
Yeah.
for Watson.
The Silicone Overlord loves these holdings.
The Silicone Overlord?
Silicon?
I think it's silicon. Well, I
crap.
heard you say it the other day. Silicone is often what women use to get breast implants. Silicon is the start of the tech boom.
Are we
Right?
sure it's not? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
It's pretty bad.
We don't know the other card. 9 of hearts, we do know. Sure, silicone has some other uses too. Anyway, neither here nor there.
Sir Watts, still looking for that big win, Nick. I know he's won EPTs. It was a long time ago.
No, I feel you, though. Sir Watts is a name that would make sense winning any no-limit event. And, you know, they think about it.
One of the best.
They're human.
Are they?
Not all of them, seemingly, but Sir Watts feels like a human being to me.
Mike Watson.
Thank you. It's my time now.
Matthias, is this enough here?
This is close. Into the 12 BBs of Vogel and the 17 of Ding Bao, so they're under some pressure as well. This is really close.
Also, Danny and Sean with very short stacks.
And that probably was the decider for Matthias. Good point, Will.
So these are 20 seconds.
This one should be going in.
Extension is 10. I thought it was only on the.
You can use the red ones only if they're actually small.
Oh, okay. 195. And they're keeping it because there are these little pay jumps?
Christoph just going to raise, though.
Interesting procedures from Christoph.
Ding has him dominated.
Christoph going for just under 2.5 with King 5. And does Ding want to jam or call? He does go all in.
Really nice read by him here. I mean,
Great read from Ding, and we can never know, had Christoph jammed, how Ding would have responded, but perhaps Christoph found a way to save his tournament life there.
Ding Bao. Little glimpse inside what makes him so dangerous here at Triton. And some of these guys, like, it almost feels like they just want to win here. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
I really do.
Ding just, I don't know if he cares about winning a World Series, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Triton for a lot of these guys is the top of the sort of food chain. Everybody's different, but a lot of this crew, I totally agree. This is as good as it gets.
I can't blame them. I mean, 4.2 million. Things have slowed a little. You know, we're kind of feel like we're in the quicksand, but blood can be spilled at any time. It can accelerate as we near the final table. I mean, what are you looking for here, Nick?
Well, we've seen a lot of very interesting short stack spots, as always. We have the Sleeping Dragon doing his thing. Ye obviously has a huge chip lead, and generally in those spots people extend, but a lot can happen. Adamo's still in the mix. So many great players in the mix. Tough to make predictions, but we're looking for more of the same. Crafty play. And then the gangsters who are still in, you know, figuratively speaking.
Of course. Let's take a look at the 50K Turbo. If you could pull up the app here. Just give you guys a little brief glimpse. Tom Dwan,
Go on,
second
Tom.
in chips here. Durr.
He's been in the mix lately.
Yeah, always loves these Triton stops. Punat looking to go back-to-back. Seth Davies, Lucas Greenwood.
That's a tournament where things can really change fast, given it's basically a hyper.
Alex Weiss still in there. We saw him make a deep run in the 50K.
And that great fold A. Weiss made with King Queen.
Yeah, so we're going to take a brief break here very quick. Oh, no, we're staying. Sorry, that's got bad info from our producers.
I'm happy we are.
Yeah, sorry, guys. You know, it's a lot to balance. You know, the producer's in one ear. I got Nick.
I know, it is a lot.
It's very nerve-wracking here being the guy who has to commentate.
You're settling in, Will. Look at you. You really are. You're settling in.
Let us know what you think in the chat, or actually don't.
Let us know if it's good, but if it's bad, don't let Will know.
Yeah, don't put our mods in that type of spot. But yeah, we're gonna get back into the action here. Got some bad info from our producer James. It's okay. Wasn't
Never
the first
throw
time.
James under the bus. You know you'll learn, Will. You always got to cover for
Huge 150K here at Triton. Shu Liang, 43 bigs. And we haven't seen Shu and Wang getting into it that much, Nick. I mean, these guys are just lurking. The Sleeping Dragon, Matthias, Christoph, both under 10 bigs. James Chen, Ding Bao, Sir Watts, very healthy. Let us know in chat, who is going to take this down?
Yeah, who do you got, chat? King 10 off for James. 160 to go. Twitch coming in stronger with the predictions than YouTube right now. Seeing Sir Watts, Elton, Shu, Sir Watts again, Adamo. James getting fired, I saw in the Twitch chat as well.
That's enough with the Twitch chat, Nick. We got a hand here. Why
All
don't
right,
you?
back to YouTube. Ten of clubs for Watson. Something of Chen's board. Does Watson want to fight in the face of a small c-bet? Not that Chen has c-bet yet, but we could see it. Goes for 90 and for Watson, a key 10 of clubs and the 9 of diamonds, blocking queen 9 suited, but really not a whole lot. Often in these spots we seek the overcard to make moves, but something like this comes to mind from time to time, perhaps. Unclear. Oh, he is eyeing his
Yeah,
chips.
and this is where these blockers are really important, right? We do block a fair amount of big hands from James.
We really do.
The queen 10 offs, the queen 9 of diamonds. Even the 9s and 10s, Nick.
By the way, that's a good point, Will. And obviously ace 10 of clubs, king 10 of clubs, we can go on. Beautiful execution from Sir Watts, barring something Herculean from James. This one is over. He makes great reads, James. Note he just shot him a look. Might be toying with click back. Does let it go. Very nice, Sir Watts. Bravo.
And just a little glimpse, I mean, you'd think the hand's over, right? 10-9-0, queen 6 flop.
Yeah, you really have to focus when you watch and never kind of be blasé about a spot, because you'll learn a lot and they'll remind you kind of how they tend to amass chips consistently. Little window there into some nice procedures.
And a little window here, top right of the screen. Check that QR code, Nick. The best app in the world, the Triton poker app.
I think so, Will.
Better than Bumble, that type of stuff, or
what is Bumble again?
It's like a nature app.
Is it?
Yeah.
I feel like it's not.
And look at this.
Go ahead, James.
Sharp tops.
160.
And I know what I'm doing, Nick. I'm praying for action. Are these guys maybe a little bit more advanced, like you said, maybe a little bit more enlightened?
You know what? I think the praying for action is okay. I think even these guys are praying in their own way. Nice fold from Ding.
If there's anyone who can get crazy here, no. Let us know what your favorite app is in chat.
Bumble is a dating app. Thank you, Christopher.
No, someone says it's for the birds and the bees.
There you go.
An app for the animals, Nick.
Yeah. Back to these guys.
Winter down to a nub again. Obviously not a problem for him.
Oh, and a good hand for the nub, Will.
Indeed it is.
Winter very capable of just minning here.
160.
No, you guys think he does do it.
160,000.
I love watching Sean play. For a Damo King 8 suited, Winter has minned off 3. We begin with 12.5 if we're Michael. He is gone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay, with the dominated king-queen, things starting to turn a little for him, obviously incredibly healthy. Be tough to see him getting away from this.
5 seconds. We raise to 400,000. Close.
Good luck, Sean. Great spot.
You don't actually have aces, tell me.
Or you then call.
Was that queens against queens, right? King, queen. King, queen.
Can he survive again? It's a good start.
That is an excellent start. Can he relegate him dead on the turn? No, he cannot. Never easy.
Always a sweat.
How much?
Okay. Winter is back.
Really good shot stack player. Let's go not profit. 240.
And Sean, who got 8th in the 40K
Big
mystery
back.
bounty, but lost aces to kings, Nick, to bust.
He really did.
Vogel with the pocket 8s. It's his time to take a stand.
Sleeping Dragon gone. Chen looks interested.
Ace 8 off. Feels a bit cuspy. But isn't under the gun shove.
All in?
Oh, he does keep him honest. Great spot for Christoph to potentially double. Matthias gone one at a time. Christoph does put it in. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, and Christoph, who was down to just a few big blinds, in a great spot to double up here to 20 bigs.
What is it? How much is it?
725.
7 what?
So far, so good. James just needs an ace. Running cards for a straight.
Oh.
Vogel sang down to a one outer now.
That was right. I mean, it's GG, yeah.
Not sure what James was.
He was reminding him that Vogel tripled up versus
All right.
a little bit of a unnecessary gesture, but Vogel there. You see the pain and the emotion there too.
A little
Nick.
bit, and you rarely see that. What a run, Christoph. That one does indeed hurt.
That stings. Vogel sang.
Especially when you have the pair sharing the kicker, you feel just so dead with that one out. Obviously. Go on, James.
Extra dirty. James Chen now very healthy. Had a terrible start, Nick. Got some ice cream. Settled down a little. Look at him now. Up to 5th in chips here.
Similar holdings. We like Kulev's a little better. Yay in position, though. Yeah, and we've seen this before, the power of position, Nick. Kulev now getting pretty short. There goes Christoph.
运气有点好啊。然后他这个。
Kulev bringing out the ice here, Nicky.
One hand?
He is.
We're gonna play this one?
Helton Sill getting max value on that massage.
Oh yeah, what's Danny got here? Look at these guys, Will.
Nick, is this like a 150K buy-in or just a home game in a back room somewhere?
Oh, why did we deal this hand?
That's great news.
On me? What? What?
I think we need to catch the...
No, they need a player. But I was just wondering why we dealt this hand. We were behind?
Probably behind us. 5 seconds.
Danny Tang eating healthy, as a lot of these guys do, Nick. Are you on that grind? Are you getting the kale salads and the smoothies, or are you just...
You know, I try not to completely fall apart at the seams, but no, I'm not as extreme as some of these guys will.
160,000.
160 to go from Elton.
Elton哥大概还有多少
130多后面，总共应该150了。
后面有130吗？
啊，后面有130。
Ye has him dominated.
我都嗨咁啊！仆佢啊
！5 seconds.
And it's 3-bet time.
How much is
160.
Yeah.
He raised to 475,000. Fold.
And this is just a spot with the ace-queen. We're happy to get it in, but we don't want to just call, let some blinds come in, maybe have to get out flopped.
I suppose we're not delighted if Elton 4-bet jams, but we're willing to give it a try. And for Elton, we would think this is done. His mannerisms certainly lend to that idea.
不敢了，不敢了。
Am I moving?
A 圈。
I'm moving.
Ye Wang still about twice as many chips as the second place has.
Big blind.
Good luck, BT.
Thank you. See you guys at the final table.
See you there.
Yeah, buddy, bye.
Good luck.
So I'm big blind now, and how much is that?
Do I need to pick the whole thing up, or just no? Good, right?
Some of these guys just have a way with the mics, you know what I mean? It's like, I guess all those final tables give you a little experience.
Definitely.
And with Adamo, we've seen him dominate so much. This is really a kind of a peek into a different version.
I enjoy the Adamo grinding a average type stack or sub. Happy to see him get chips, of course. 15 bigs for Kulev on the button. 6 for Sean in the small. Kulev does slide it. Great timing for Sean.
Raise.
How much?
Oh, 65. 465.
This one might be close. I don't know. Fold.
And a fold.
Good hand to have there.
For one fold.
At 8.
Good fold.
And look at this. Sleeping Dragon with the 10s, and Matthias, who's been card dead, picks up Ace King.
See this sort of hand a lot deep in tournaments.
Ollie?
Gotta win flips. We are on a pay jump. Next player out gets 307,000, then up to 351.
It does appear Matthias is aware.
Fedor's original protege. Another player, I know the chat will probably correct me, feels like he might be lacking a signature win, Nick.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I know. I knew there was a jump, but I don't know how much.
I feel like Matthias has ripped off some big stuff.
You have a good hand?
Very good hand.
Me too.
You too?
Very good.
What do you have? 2 high cards?
The highest
queen?
ones. Oh.
Ace queen?
Higher.
Ace queen no good.
I am
I'm
higher.
telling you guys, Matthias is very funny.
King king. Oh, king king good. King king good.
No pair.
Thank you, producer
AK?
James, by the way. Matthias
AK
won the
would be
Monaco
high.
main event for
track of
$3.5
how
million. Is that
many
okay
you-
for you, Will? Is that a
Looking
big
to
win?
top that here with
True.
4.2 million up top and get yet another signature
AK
win.
you behind.
But not dominated, right?
No.
Bro.
He said KK ahead, so it can't be dominated.
Good one, yeah. So how many are
I
you?
have 2 4 sides.
3 only? We have a lot of time here.
Sides.
We are on a pay jump,
luck.
guys, if you're wondering why he's taking so
Good luck,
long.
me. Thank you. Gonna use one more, and then I think it's time.
He knows he's calling, but maybe somebody busts on the outer table while he's doing all of this. Fair enough.
I have faith in you. I waited 6 orbits to play a hand, so I think I deserve it.
It is a 43K pay jump.
There's the flick. It's time to flip.
Good luck, gentlemen.
King 9? Oh, good. Ace king good. Like a 10.
我有一张。
Can he stay alive?
10还是 AK？
AK 吗？肯定是 AK 啦。
我有一张。
7 8 9。
Ace on the flop.
No, no, no. Okay, good.
All right, that's it.
Spade, spade.
I have no faith.
He's going for the reverse, Will.
It's not working, Nick.
No, it's not.
4个。
Bad turn for Matthias. He's demiking fully. GG, sir. What a run.
So close to get another big win, Nick.
Indeed.
And the
你跟
Sleeping
上真的很
Dragon
厉害，你跟上真的很厉害。
sends
我
the
们从这边
German
看那个
packing.
操你们两个五个大
And
王
I
6个大
guess in
王
these
好久好
Tritons,
久
Nick,
然后
these
两个大王
$150,000
3个大
buy-ins,
王
it's probably not the best idea for me to assume that the players don't have big wins.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of the fields survived like super long. We were so short. Got so many short stacks for a while.
The Sleeping Dragon has claimed a lot of lives, Nick.
He really has. Quick look at the leaderboard. Ye Wang still in the lead. Xu Liang, a.k.a. the Sleepy Dragon, now in second.
Not the Sleepy Dragon.
The Sleeping Dragon, apologies. It is.
This isn't a Pixar movie, my man.
It really does hit a lot different. The man we're looking at with ace-10 in third, Grafton in fourth, James Chen in fifth. That's our top 5.
Getting real close to this FT. And starting to see the players with some deeper stacks. Some playable hands here. I know we're not always supposed to do one thing, but these just feel so comfy as calls.
They do. I would agree.
这是3天的比赛吧？这是 3 days, 2 days.
A lot of us watching would agree as well.
I thought it was
3
days,
ways.
but I prefer if it was 2 days, to be honest.
The main event's tomorrow, so unlikely they.
I thought it was 3 days.
I'm not sure.
'Cause I remember like I think it's 3 days, but I would be happy if it were 2 days.
Big flop for James.
And disaster for Ding.
Watson with some key interaction. 600 in the middle.
Yeah, we saw him with the 10-9 off use those blockers. Blocking a lot here, actually. Queen 10 of hearts, ace 10 of hearts, king 10 of hearts, but does check.
For Ding in the face of a bet from James, it's already uncomfortable. Watson still uncapped. The 10 is not clean. He goes for 200 into 6.
And this is a board Watson would check a lot as the preflop raiser.
I agree.
Which could save Ding. He's navigated very well. Can he figure this one out? James, a very aggressive player.
He is tearing one off. Watson gone.
And this is just an awful card for Ding. Complete brick. If the 9 was good on the flop, it's still good now.
I think there's a good chance James just puts him in for 110% pot, assuming Ding checks, which he hasn't yet.
Oh, he didn't know it was on him there, Nick.
Maybe he checked in his mind. Whenever the board is two-tone like this, with multiple straight draws possible, against especially the big blind, the major idea for the imposition range is to go for really big bets. Obviously, he can only go so big here, as Ding only has 1.1.
And there is that bet, effectively putting Ding all in.
He does leave him with quite a lot behind. He just goes for 65%, fair enough. Ding counting down. Not a particularly fun spot for Ding Bao.
Good fold, though. Gets away.
That he does?
I think just too strong of a range for James there, right?
Yeah.
James Chen chipping up here. Very dangerous player. Still looking for that first win here at Triton.
He is dangerous. He's played a lot of high stakes cash. Those guys are always pretty calm in these spots. I've played with James. He's hard to read, kind of, you know. We can see it.
And the dragon wakes up yet again. Ding with the pretty hand in the small blind.
If there's
Watson with the dominated king. Does want to see a flop though. Does not want to pair that king. Chu's gonna c-bet. So Watts wisely gets out of there, and the dragon takes another one.
the time goes to 0, is it exact or is there like a 1 second or 2 seconds?
If you have already the chips in your hand and you are moving, then I will wait till you feel
Okay.
like 1 or 2.
Okay.
And we saw the Bulgarians in force in the 40K mystery bounty. Alex Kulev, Dimitar Danchev, Yulian Bogdanov. Chinese here in this 150K.
I'm just saying.
Looking to put their flag on the winner's circle. Notice all of the Austrians and Fedor going out earlier. Leading the leaderboard so far, Nick. I know you've been paying attention.
I have been putting eyes on the leaderboard, Will. And you're right, the Chinese contingent is very much representing in the 150K. Good luck, Danny. 2 bigs and change, 2 1/4.
Watson with the decision.
Watson does come along. Queen Jack off for Liang. Is he toying with the ISO? Does just call.
Danny ahead here, actually in a really good spot, all things considered. So far, so good.
Extremely clean for Tang. Danny content to hang on to that 20K just in case. He does hold, Danny. He'll even be getting that 20 in the middle. Sir Watts likely goes for value. Huge pickup for Tang, Will.
5 Triton titles last year,
Can't
Nick.
get rid of this guy.
Whenever you bet into the Sleeping Dragon, Nick, you anger him. It's like, you know what I mean? Game of Thrones, the big guys are sleeping.
His brow was just furrowed. Oh, man, look at this. The Sleeping Dragon is...
And Danny is going to get an amazing reverse slow roll here. He may think he's out. He probably does think he's out.
Danny, flick that 20 in, buddy.
Oh, he still has chips behind.
He's got 20 there. We saw him get away from... He's putting the 20 in.
Is he, though, Nick?
Danny, don't mess around right now.
There he
does
goes.
put it in. Go on, Danny.
And Sir Watts?
Yes,
please. This is gross.
This is bizarre. And for Shu, this play, he went a bit rogue.
But I can make sense of it. Maybe he gets Watson to fold a better hand and somehow beats Danny.
And the queen is good.
Danny had two bigs.
He did, but it's tough for the queen to be good with the 10 and 9 out there.
Danny Tang doesn't know it.
比赢了 A 开是吧？
没有，我有对啊。
赢了，赢了，赢了！妈的！
Danny gonna triple
打个
up.
边池啊，他这肯定他不会有那个的嘛，他肯定信我嘛这个牌。
Can't get rid of this
感不
guy.
感谢我？
No.
啊？
他也没失，肯定没失。
The Sleeping Dragon's still very
挽
healthy.
回点损失，这个牌肯定打不过你了。
These guys are crazy,
这个要
man.
请我吃个饭了啊！
一定什么时候都可以。
Watson thinking, what is going on here?
Yeah. What is going on here, Will?
We're at the final table bubble of a $150,000 buy-in event here in Jeju. $4.2 million to first place. I mean, it's been quite a sweat so far, hasn't it?
It truly has. It always is.
Wang Ye still leading, but he's been a little quiet, you know, kind of just watching the festivities. And I mean, it's anyone's game. Danny Tang just tripled up. Sean Winter, the best short stack player in the world. We're going to take a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. Get hydrated, get caffeinated. We'll be back very soon.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Interested.
Might be considering a 3-bet.
Raise while eating ice cream must be reasonable hand. Right?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Nick? Eating while these guys they're not giving away eating tells.
I've always been a little camera shy to just kind of eat on the feature. It's not my favorite. If you're starving, you gotta do it. But I mean, Chen clearly wants some ice cream right now, and I just flat out respect that. A little bit of a decision for Liang. We see you guys, NYC, Ireland, Frisco, Finland, Jackson, Tucson,
and look
Norway.
at this,
Oh
Nick.
my God, go on, Shu. What is this?
This is a shove. And James happy to call in a
Whoa.
great spot to double now.
Gonna put a pin on the shout-outs right now. Shu Liang going for it.
Now I need to hold.
You certainly do, James. Another last bite of that ice cream, just in case. I don't know. Well, I mean, go on, James. Clean for Chen, clearly.
Just needs to dodge a king.
And a king alone. Ooh,
yeah.
It's the paint spade. Go on, James.
60, I believe.
And James, one of these players, not so familiar maybe to the...
Styles make fights. Everybody's a little different. But I think the grinders, the
Feeling
ones that go to
generous.
every single tournament, they're mindful of the jumps. Five and a half bigs for Christoph. Does do it, minus 5K.
The sleeping dragon, Nick.
He's back. Rough for Vogelsang.
Very rough.
Chen now with 1.8 in the big. The sleeping dragon goes for call. Oh, and Chen with another ace-9 off. A little bit awkward. Mind you, Liang just jammed over and under the gun open with king 5 off. He might be considering trying to isolate Vogelsang with a 3-bet. Looks up at the clock. Suppose he's considering call as well. Of course, fold seems possible also. Interesting spot. Oh, he is doing it, Will.
Wow, right into the sleeping dragon.
And I would think part of that is the dynamics of the king 5 jam, where he knows Liang is dancing around. Believe the dragon is gone already?
Oh, he folded before.
Folded
Oh,
before
wow,
Christoph
wow.
flicked the 5 in. Fair enough.
What a great play from Chen. Gets Liang out and has Vogelsang dominated.
Good luck, Christoph, gentlemen.
Good news for Christoph is he can triple up here.
You're right.
But Chen, who had a bad start to the night, now in a spot to get really healthy if he can hold.
Indeed, and that was a nice find by Chen, the 3-bet pre.
Oh.
Christoph does slide into the 6.
Plenty of outs for Chen, though.
We see the 3 nines, but the 9 of spades was accounted for. Take it, Christoph. Huge.
You said 265? Or
Yeah.
and then the last. Oh, yeah. You couldn't know.
See, there is 25K.
You're doing great, Will. And I do believe it's going 3.
Now I understand.
As it should, 150K.
You wish you would have played a little bit more careful then.
I did.
Yeah.
Subconsciously. I knew about it.
134.
Another hand for the Dragon, Nick. And Makita here with a very pretty hand on the button.
I believe he might keep the sleeping dragon honest.
So choose your words wisely.
And this might be one we would be tempted to flat
you set that
against
one
the
up.
under the gun
You
raise,
walked
but
into
when this
that.
guy's been raising so many hands.
Well said.
And look at this, Nick.
This is very close for Watson. Very.
I would think, though, the dynamic. Hello and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. Biggest tournament of the series so far, Nick. $150,000 buy-in. 4.2 million up top. I mean, what are we doing here, man?
That's a lot, right?
It's a lot of money, even for you, such a great commentator
Yes, even
and great
for
player.
Me. Yes, thank you, Will. Thank you.
300,000 for a min cash, but it's starting to go up. 11 players left. Is this the time we see these players start to lean on the middling stacks, maybe leverage them?
Yeah, definitely. Firstly, remember when Danny Tang defended the small off the nub with ace-4 of hearts, and then check folded jack-8 deuce, I think, and Adamo did in fact have the jack? He's somewhat back, Danny, so it's always interesting to see those sorts of things. And I don't know about you, but for me, it feels like most players left are kind of playing for the win. I don't want to create something that's not there, but it just has that sort of vibe. You were saying it before. It has almost a home game vibe, at least at that one table.
The funniest part, I know this is not correct, but if there's anyone that it feels like hasn't been playing for the win, it's been Michael Adamo.
He's grinding.
He's
right
grinding.
now.
It's not, obviously, it's a joke. But, I mean, Ye Wang putting on a show, the Sleeping Dragon, Shu Liang, playing like an absolute maniac. I think these guys have had a tough time adapting to these newer players, getting a feel for them. I'm sure they will. Obviously, a lot of great players left. Mike Watson, I mean, this is going to be down to the wire. It's anyone's game here. You mentioned it. Danny Tang gets away from the ace-4 with no chips left. Starting the spin now, 6 bigs. Ding Biao with 11. Mike Watson, 26. James Chen, very healthy. Shu Liang leading that blue table. Over at the red, Ye Wang way out ahead. Sam Grafton still in there. Alex Kulev, Elton Sang, Michael Adamo, and Sean Winter. We are back here. Blinds up to 50 and 100,000. It's getting pretty pricey.
Six and a quarter big type of hand.
James with the 8s in the big blind.
Good luck, Danny.
All in.
James does go in. 11 left.
Not on a direct pay jump, so I think this is just going to get flicked in a matter of moments. There it is.
Flip. Big flip. A.
Sounds like 8 to me.
Oh, A.
Oh.
A.
不要叫9啦，我付了个 A 啦。
是吗？
Danny looking to continue the spin.
是吗？
Oops， 10和勾也可以啊。
9，来个9。
好，98 9 9 9。
A， 和杀 A。Come on。A from space. No, GG guys.
GG, Danny.
GG, Danny. Another great run to add to his illustrious career. Just like that, will 10 remain.
James Chen, very healthy.
We are now on a pretty meaty pay jump, 71,000. 351 guaranteed, 422 for 9th.
这不是 A 的 Andy 吗？
但是 Final Table 他没办法，他没办法让你4个跟5个在那边打。
4个就太激烈了哈。
对，而且会打可能就是，而且4个跟5个有一桌不公平嘛。对。短码的他们洗盲差太多了，所以说。
Mike Watson looking for yet another huge win, Nick.
赢88拿88
He really is, Will.
James running hot.
希望是可以再 run hot 一天。
Sir Watts, first of his name. Maybe a little break here to balance, I'm not sure.
有2个比我短的。
Let us know what you guys think Mike is doing in chat. Is he checking his crypto profile? What's Bitcoin at anyway?
不是5个人吗？应该。
We're back here.
Two hands and balance?
2 hands and we stop and balance.
Yes, we're going to play 2 hands and then rebalance the tables with 10 left.
Raise 225. Pass. Pass.
Best of the best out here in Jeju. Really no weak spots, are there, Nick?
You know there's a couple, but it really is the best of the best. Every tournament so stacked.
But a different level with these 6-figure buy-ins, isn't it?
Different level with these 6-figure buy-ins, and weak spots is all relative. Obviously, all these players out here are talented and sharp in their own right. Jacks for Ding Bao, 8 bigs.
Very welcome sight.
Does just put it in.
Oops.
And Watts is going to call, yeah. Not happy about it.
That's a lot of heat from Ding for only 8 bigs.
Great start for him. Just needs to fade a queen.
That'll do it. Go on, Ding.
Case Jack. Big double for Ding.
吓我一跳！我操，红桃勾他妈
连掉2个公仔啊，吓都吓死。
Triton
That watch is kind of mesmerizing, Nick. I'm just in a trance.
That watch has you.
Sir Watts not having a great level now. Looking to the sky a little. But if there's one thing I've learned from being here for a week, these guys probably don't tilt too much, do they, Nick?
Not too much.
Outside of Sergio Ido, of course.
Yeah.
终于等到了。
Welcome to our chip leader.
水轮流转。
Players are now going to be playing hand for hand, hard hand for hand, so please don't show your cards if there's an alternate call. You're going to be blind. Can I collect them? Please give me the 10 seconds. Okay.
We will be playing hand for hand now. Big bubble here. 10th is going to get 351,000. 9th gets 422. Then it goes up to 544. And I mean, then it just starts accelerating. Whole top 5 spots, guaranteed 7 figures. Ye Wang and the Sleeping Dragon have been reunited here. James Chen in the middle. Ding Bao, a lot healthier. And Mike Watson now, our short stack. And these things really swing, don't they?
So swingy deep. The average just isn't that big. Tournament fairly wide open.
Let us know in chat, who do you like? Who's going to win the 4.2? And that's not 4.2K, Nick.
Yeah.
That's 4.2 million.
Yes. That's a lot of won.
Yeah, what is that? We need to get Rasty, I think. Trillions, I would have to imagine. A lot of great players have hit the felt. Danny Tang in 11th, Matthias Eibringer in 12th. Christoph Vogelsang took a sick one to go out 13th. Then Mario Masbach in 14th. Santosh in 15th. 16th, Mikita Badziakuski. 17th, Fedor Holz. 18th, Richard Yong. 19th, Patrick Antonius. 20th, David Peters. Stephen Chidwick, our bubble boy. Henrik Hecklin going right after. I mean, this is just a who's who. We're going to have some action.
That was a real murderer's row.
Wang outflops James.
Oh, James welcomes Wang with a pretty kind of icy glare. Let's check it back. A nice choice. Third diamond.
You see the players getting low on these time banks. They will receive additional banks at the final table. Gonna take it down. Another one. Extremely healthy. Closing in on 7 million chips.
And he's really had the chip lead for a while, Will.
But you can have the chip lead if you buy action on PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton. Today's event is brought to you by PokerStake. PokerStake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey. Celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out PokerStake.com. Stake your champion. James Chen with some solver bait. You see Chen very fearless here, not afraid of the two big stacks.
Thank you.
Feels like the Sleeping Dragon is one of those guys that never just snap folds to you.
No, he
always
doesn't.
makes you feel a little something. Grafton going for the limp from the small into the 14 BB stack of Kulev with ace-6 offsuit. Interesting.
So.
Always interested to see how these guys navigate these blind versus blind battles. It does have the queen of diamonds. Does he want to start betting? No, he just checks. Drills the queen on the turn.
Card very much was drilled for Kulev.
Speaking of drill, I spoke to Steve O'Dwyer. He listens to some young Dolph. He told me he's been listening to a lot of Irish drill, Nick.
Wow.
Did you know that was a genre?
No, but I bet it goes hard.
Kulev. It's probably time for value now.
It probably is, and if we're in Sam's seat with the ace high, it's a bit precarious. Limp check, checked all the way. We can find plenty of hands that fall to the ace.
$175.
Just a gross spot.
Does get away. Nice pickup for Kulev.
Yeah, and Sam has a really good feel for these type of situations. Every player has their own kind of attributes, right? Like a fighting video game. Grafton seems like a navigator.
Appreciate it.
I like that.
Sorry, Matt. I should have asked. I didn't quite catch you. I'll take the same. Yeah, very sorry.
Elton Sang still there. Is he taking a break from that massage, or is it maybe the legs getting worked on?
She could be down low right now. It's not clear.
Slow down a little bit.
And Adamo
will be going in. Good luck, sir.
Winter with queen 10 off, dominated. Can the best short stack player in the world get out of this one?
He might have 10-7 of clubs.
Does have
I'm
clubs,
just curious,
Will.
am I allowed to say all in minus one chip?
We will allow to. We're friends. We can do that. I think it would probably not be best for Maria, but
Totally different dynamic at this table. Sean Winter with 5 big. Sam Grafton, first place with 18 big blinds. So just a different game. Kulev, 16 bigs. Elton Sang, 14. Adamo up to 9 now. Who will bubble this final table? Don't want to go out now with all that money up top, 4.2 million.
Eight and a half bigs for Adamo. Queen 8 suited. Does let it go.
The squid picks up the Queen 9 suited.
Not the most fun spot for Elton.
You know he wants to get in there though, Nick.
I do get that feeling.
Doesn't like having to sit on the sidelines. Wisely waits.
Didn't have a good feeling about this one.
ETO.
Elton sang, legend.
A lot of interaction for Ding.
And a gutter for Shu.
Goes for a pretty healthy size, 60%. And for Ding, we kind of can't really fold. Of course, we can do anything we want. He's gone, fair enough.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a product of the sizing there a little, right?
It is a product of that big sizing. It's an understandable fold from Ding, and the Sleeping Dragon's presence is, you know, powerful one.
You've gotten his name right now, Nick.
I think the Sleepy Dragon hits harder than you're giving it credit for, but
I think it's a Pixar movie.
Yeah.
Tense here. The final table bubble. First six-figure buy-in event here.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Dragon folds out a turn, maybe looking to take a little nap, Nick? Yeah, you're going to raise it up with the ace-deuce offsuit.
Really leaning on him.
Yeah, Sean Winter with only 4 bigs.
10 remain, 351 guaranteed. Ninth pays 422,000. So this is a very real pay jump.
Elton picks up a real hand here. Ace-8 of diamonds in the small blind.
And a decision with the shorties on that pay jump we just mentioned. He does jam. Very nice, Elton.
Forgot to say minus a chip, but whatever.
It worked out well. It worked out well.
Yeah.
Big pot.
Huh?
Big pot.
On the strength. If you had a bluff, you would have kept the chip back. So no one made a good fold. No one made a good fold.
What's the point of that again, just in case
It's in case like.
I don't think it's relevant here though.
Not
because it's hand
okay.
for hand, so they're.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
if you
just
pass
kinda-
during the same hand, you will split the price. Right?
Ah, okay. It's not relevant to me. Okay.
Sure.
Then I'm not gonna do it. I was just trying to do it so I'm cool, you know. Everyone does it, right?
Good example there. It's so easy to just want to fold the ace-8, try to make the final table. Example of the fearlessness it takes as Winter now. Nothing to play with. And Elton with the 8s on the button.
One more time. On.
He just rips it. And
One
Adamo
point.
has 7s.
I'm not sure.
And only 6 big blinds behind.
Yeah. 1 point.
Is there any way we can get away from this?
725.
I don't think so against the button
Oh,
jam.
157.
Almost folded.
1575.
Seems a little bit too strong.
We're so used to Adamo with these big stacks. He's played the short one to perfection so far. Is there any way? No, it's just too good. There it goes.
That's my
Huh?
line.
Huh?
No, just we had a
Pocket 8s. What do you have?
Oh, you see the bad news.
Cooler. Good luck. Paper. All paper.
Cards are on their backs. Suits covered, Will.
Adamo's going to need to get really lucky or he's going to be our final table bubble boy here.
Wow.
You're next,
Sean,
buddy.
You want to make it happen? All right. Just
Aren't you the famous commentator that says, you know there's always a 7?
I don't say it in the certain circumstances.
Needs to find one of those last 2 walking sticks or he's going to be walking home.
Good game. Come on.
That's it.
Come on.
Great player out. Elton Sang healthy.
GG, Michael. Great run. That's a real hug there.
Yeah, that
Are we
was.
final table now?
Yeah. Good job.
Thank you.
You're making me money.
Yeah, I am.
Making me money.
Your boss. I'm fighting you.
Now you're chip leader.
No, I'm not.
Here.
Oh.
And Sean Winter,
You're fourth.
the best short stack player in
El
the world.
Cucaracha.
The cockroach. How does he do it? With that, our final table is set. Ye Wang, healthy chip leader. The Sleeping Dragon, close behind. James Chen in third. Elton Sang, healthy now with 24 bigs. Ding Biao has played great. Sam Grafton, Alex Kulev, Michael Watson, and Sean Winter are short stack. I mean, absolutely stacked final table in this first 6-figure buy-in. 4.2 million up top. It's been a great sweat.
It really has, and it will continue to be yet another interesting final table with all sorts of dynamics. I can't wait.
Yeah, and for that reason, we're going to bring in Ali Najad, and we're going to bring in another Jaffe, one that actually knows how to play poker, Jonathan Jaffe. He'll be in here. Take a quick 20-minute break, but we'll be back for the final table after that. It's been fun, guys.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or pocket nines no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just sees the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Just needs to dodge a king.
And a king alone. Ooh,
yeah.
It's the paint spade. Go on, James.
60, I believe.
And James, one of these players, not so familiar maybe to the...
Styles make fights. Everybody's a little different. But I think the grinders, the
Really
ones that go to every single tournament, they're mindful of the jumps. Five and a half bigs for Christoph. Does do it, minus 5K.
The sleeping dragon, Nick.
He's back. Rough for Vogelsang.
Very rough.
Chen now with 1.8 in the big. The sleeping dragon goes for call. Oh, and Chen with another ace-9 off. A little bit awkward. Mind you, Liang just jammed over and under the gun open with king 5 off. He might be considering trying to isolate Vogelsang with a 3-bet. Looks up at the clock. Suppose he's considering call as well. Of course, fold seems possible also. Interesting spot. Oh, he is doing it, Will.
Wow, right into the sleeping dragon.
And I would think part of that is the dynamics of the King 5 jam, where he knows Liang is dancing around. Believe the dragon is gone already?
Oh, he folded before.
Folded before Christoph flicked the 5 in. Fair enough.
What a great play from Chen. Gets Liang out and has Vogelsang dominated.
Good luck, Christoph, gentlemen.
Good news for Christoph is he can triple up here.
You're right.
But Chen, who had a bad start to the night, now in a spot to get really healthy if he can hold.
Indeed, and that was a nice find by Chen, the 3-bet pre.
Oh.
Christoph does slide into the 6.
Plenty of outs for Chen, though.
We see the 3 9s, but the 9 of spades was accounted for. Take it, Christoph. Huge.
You said 265? Or
Yeah, and then the last.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't know.
See, there is 25K.
You're doing great, Will. And I do believe it's going 3.
No, I understand.
As it should, 150K.
You wish you would have played a little bit more careful then.
I did.
Yeah.
Subconsciously. I knew about it.
134.
Another hand for the dragon, Nick. And Makita here with a very pretty hand on the button.
I believe he might keep the sleeping dragon honest.
So choose your words wisely.
And this might be one we would be tempted to flat
you set that
against
one
the
up.
under the gun
You
raise,
walked
but
into
when this
that.
guy's been raising so many hands.
Well said.
And look at this, Nick.
This is very close for Watson. Very.
I would think, though, the dynamic with Shu may push him into that.
The dynamic certainly nudges him towards continuing, but still he knows Makita is not reckless, but ace-queen. He does do it. Always makes clean decisions, Watson. Can Makita hit?
Yeah, and Bad's here. We talked about it. You can tell how bad he wants this. He's going to be a really bad spot. Mike Watson looking to get very healthy.
Ace king for Mike.
Sir Watts, another one of these players, Nick. Lacking that big win. Incredible player.
By the way, is he though? Because
yes, this one he is. Chat, you can check. He did come in fourth in the 50K, the last event for 770,000, but still, this would put him a lot closer to first if he can hold. Dire straights for Makita.
Down to the lone king. I love the no early stand-up from Makita. GG, sir. Always a pleasure.
GG.
Yes. Keep the second one.
Thank you.
See if I can get you a little something back.
All right. I'll let this one go. It was such a good spot.
It's kind of what a champion looks like getting knocked out, you know, Will?
And you see a little more emotion from Makita. He really wants it right now, but he's going to have to wait
Santosh all in the hijack, sub 10. Adamo, ace 8 suited, also sub 10 in the small.
Adamo's been really patient. Does he want to wait any longer? This feels awfully close.
Is Makita trolling us? Or not you, but no. The tournament just got that much easier. Whew. Makita, world's greatest.
He was 8th in chips. Wow.
Adamo gets away. Great fold.
Wow.
And Wang has Santosh dominated.
Very strong from Adamo to get away. And that's kind of what I was talking about, Will. The short stack navigations are fast. We've seen him with the huge stack so many times. Santosh in a bad way.
Ye Wang bluffed him earlier, took a lot of chips, now looking to take the rest if he can hold.
Thank you.
It doesn't say. It's not dated. It's not dated. Swap.
The out switch.
The fan favorite on the ropes here.
King's a sweat too, right? Yeah, king. No, king's no good.
Picks up outs to chop, but he's in a bad way.
GG Santosh. We lose another. Great run.
You want this?
And the rich get richer, Will.
Ye Wang up to almost 7.
Oh. But I hear you, though.
Winter very short now, too. Both of these guys happy to ladder. Getting close to that 300K payout range. And now Adamo picks up the ace-9 suited on the button.
7.
Folded the ace-8.
Will be going in. Minus a chip.
But Wang, this is not fair, Nick.
Wang is really card racking.
All in.
All in.
Oh!
Oh!
He's at 5K. 5K.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Adamo
Kind of seems like
needs
a flush.
to get real lucky, or he's going to be another casualty of the
flush.
absolute wrecking ball that is Ye Wang.
Head in hand. Okay, go on, Mike. We like to see that if we're Adamo.
There it is, Nick.
There it is indeed. The great Michael Adamo lives to see another day. And the first real adversity for Ye Wang that I've seen.
400.
But the plug never came. I'm sorry, Will. She's going to town right now.
Elton's going to go to town.
120.
Oh.
And he looks at me for the needle.
Sorry. But thank you, though.
Good luck, Sean. We would think.
You never know.
You really, truly do never know with Sean, but we would think good luck is appropriate. He might go for call.
Call.
Does call. 40K behind.
Danny now real incentivized to make this pay jump. And in a good spot to do so.
Middle pair for Elton. Diamonds working for Sean.
Did he almost check and then waste time? Like, realize he should probably take his time.
I don't know.
Final GTO was 150K.
They're playing hand for hand, so you can't.
Huh?
You can't stall for the jump.
I'm not awesome, Mike.
What is the minimum bet?
30.
More than that.
Ask the message. What's the minimum bet?
More than that.
You got
Anyone
Does
on
put
the
him
rail
in.
now?
Is it one big one? Yeah, 60.
Sean Winter, the best short stack player in the world. It's all in here.
No, one ace.
Wow, wow. How's
Has
he
the
doing?
diamonds working.
How's he doing? I guess he's good. It's always a 7 on the turn. I'm just saying, it's always a 7.
Oh, go on, Sean.
So sick.
都喜欢你，跟我那把一
And
样。
the button.
Danny, come in there, man.
Straight plus
Yeah.
哎呀，上头上头。
Danny,
My days.
how do you not peel?
哎，这两把真的上
Look
头
at，Danny's looking at
都
him.
是压，
DT, what are these guys doing?
都是压制的牌。
And endlessly fascinating and easy to just dismiss
tight,
them and
tight.
say, well, you know, good luck.
For Adamo, a nice little spin up. Remember, he was all in dominated against Wang.
So tight.
Very nice spin up for Adamo. Does put it in against the blinds.
It's time.
Huh?
Elton has him dominated.
145.
Yes, thank you.
Elton does fold, though. And Danny's now flipping. Very good kind of result for him. all things
Excellent
considered.
result for him.
Come on.
听成 AA 了，我操！
Four side.
Fair enough, he's rallying the rail.
Four side.
Yeah, he's got a nice little rail there. Trying to start the spin.
Four side. Fuck. You have it dominated. Really? You have it dominated. Come on.
There it is.
Oh, wait. I haven't won yet. Not yet.
No early celebrations in Camp Tang.
顶住 Come on. Oh. That's
All right, Danny. Straight for Elton, by the way, if he played.
We're back with
These guys. Oh my God.
Like,
I'm playing so bad, it makes me realize I'm gonna.
Action on Sir Watts on the button.
Raised to 175,000.
Mario with ace queen. Very short now in the small blind.
Another double. Maybe. And they're rooting, so he's all in.
Mario with 6.5 bigs.
Check.
And the sleeping dragon.
Oh, he's awake.
wakes up yet again.
Yeah, he's all in.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to Jeju Island, South Korea. Continuing coverage as the final table is finally set in the $150,000 buy-in event. Here, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series and a fixture on said series. Joins me now from the booth, Ali Najad. Pleased to welcome Jonathan Jaffe. Jonathan, we've done this before out in Monaco. Everybody was a big fan, obviously. One-time title winner. 10 caches, 2 of those coming here in Jeju. Talk to me about your festival so far. You're coming right off that handsome score in the mystery bounty. Oh, hang on. Okay, there it is. Now we got you.
Yeah, that was a nice score. Particularly enjoyable because I was down to 4.5 big blinds as we cashed. So it was a really nice spin up. I was extremely short stacked. You know, there's sometimes second can be a little bittersweet. That one wasn't. I just ran phenomenal to get there.
Now, in that mystery bounty, you also actually collected several envelopes, but you decided you didn't want anything to do with those envelopes. We had a sale of mystery bounties here. Talk me through that.
Yeah, off the felt, I'm a huge nit. No one will accuse me of that while I'm playing, but
Right.
Away from the table, I'm just not a gambler, and a lot of the guys here are happy to take the no-vig gamble. So in this case, Seth Gottlieb took them. He took 4, and Jason Kuhn took 1.
At the envelope EV of $79,000 per envelope?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, and by the way, curious, did Seth outperform the roughly $320,000? No, so you got the best of him, and how did Jason do? Oh, now Jaffe, obviously, from now on, not to be results-oriented, but I feel like your envelopes may be for sale moving forward.
Well, let me point out also, so Seth originally, we were at dinner when they called, apparently I was the first to draw. So I came running from dinner. Seth said, just draw for me. So I came and I drew the first couple. I drew him a 100K and an 80K and an 80, I think. Yeah, and then he took the last one and he did the 40, and that's how he came in under EV.
So slightly below, not too punitive. Be honest, though. If, let's say, Jason just peeled the $500,000 with that one envelope, would you have been a little bit remorseful about?
I really wouldn't. I already put it in a different category. Like butterfly effect, everything's different. It really wouldn't get me. But I thought the really funny, strange thing would be Jason was in his room when it was time. He really wanted to pull the envelope, but he forgot about it.
Okay.
So we had Pete, who does the funny videos for Triton. Pete pulled for him, and I thought it would be hilarious if Pete just pulled the 500K and the guy with 10 titles just rips off the biggest bounty before anyone gets a chance to pull.
In absentia, no less.
Yes.
Now, you talked about things are a little bit different. This Triton Super High Roller Series, it stands alone in so many ways with respect to all that is required to go in, at least insofar as we suspect from here in the booth. Obviously, I know Rasty and Nick, they've gotten in there and splashed around. But I want to talk to you as a guy who's been out there at it for a minute. What all goes in to a deep run such as the one that we're going to bear witness to here in 150K, because it's far beyond the borders of the action, in between festivals, things like that. Talk me through the process.
You know, the analogy that comes to mind for me is a golfer. Like a pro golfer is not working on their swing on the course. So the guys out here, they're not trying to figure out how to play poker, how to play my ranges while they're out here. All that work gets done on the proverbial driving range. And so before coming out here, you know, for most people, many years of studying, working on their game, of course, honing it at the table, getting experience, just playing hands with other players. And once you're out here, it's more executing. It's executing what you know, and it's taking care of yourself, getting proper sleep, doing the things that you need to do to play your best. But you can't learn the game while you're out here.
Yeah,
You'll
so
pick some things up.
You
for
may
later.
run some spots that feel a little bit murky. I presume maybe hash it out with your clique, during breaks and things like that. At breakfast earlier today, I was with Stephen Chidwick and Orpin. They were talking poker the entire time, running hands with one another. And that's got to be part and parcel to any particular festival as well, right?
Yeah, I think that one of the nice things is when you're playing, high stakes poker, you care so much about every spot and you're interested in, did I play well, did I not? So it's motivating to get that studying going. I know personally, outside of, a Triton, I might have trouble getting the motivation to do the work to become a better player. But when I'm here, and I'm getting sized up by Makita Badakowski, you know, I'm like, shit, I better know my stuff. I better, you know, like, and so it motivates me to want to be better.
All right. Well, listen, we are motivated to send you down into the arena, as in just moments, our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is going to welcome in the gladiators back into the arena in this 150K. Massive payouts still abound. We'll get to all of that on the back end of the intros, but for now, listen in. We'll see you back here in a minute.
17 entries in the biggest buy-in event that is Triton Series here in Jeju, the 150K No-Limit Tournament. We're down to 9 players. Please let me introduce you to your final table. From the UK, in seat number 1 with 1.6 million, please welcome Sam Grafton.
Grafton with over $8 million in career Triton earnings. He picked up the Coin Rivet Invitational title in Cyprus in 2022. For the bulk of that, 7 cashes so far, over here in Jeju.
Seat number 2 from China, 4.3 million. Please put your hand together for Liang Shu.
Liang Shu, over $2 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 3rd festival, 32nd in the 25K Silver Main coming in.
1.7 million for a C3, also from China. Please put your hand together for Ding Biao.
Ding Biao, one-time title winner, 2.8 million plus in career Triton earnings, 12 cashes. This will be his 13th and his 4th already here in Jeju.
From Hong Kong in our seat 5 with 2.4 million, please welcome Elton Tsang.
A nose for high stakes, a nose for the gamble, whether it's cash, whether it's tournament, Elton does it all. This, his first cash in 5 attempts here in Jeju, looking to add to 4.5 million in career Triton earnings.
Seat number 6 from Taiwan with 3.2 million, please welcome James Chen.
Chen, also one of these nosebleed cash game players, very familiar with the Macau streets, played one event, that was the 25K GG Millions, came in for 43rd, 2 for 2 here in Jeju.
1.6 million for a C7 from Bulgaria, please welcome Alex Kulev.
The Bulgarian delegation has been leaving its mark on the island thus far. I'm talking about Donchev, 26th in the 20K 8 max.
Easy
Also
date from the
fourth in
US
the
with
40K.
400,000. Please welcome Sean Winter.
Winter, the short stack ninja, comes in off of an 8th place finish in the 40K mystery bounty. This will be his 8th career Triton cash with 3.3 million in
Seat number
earnings.
9 from Canada with 1.3 million. Please welcome Mike Watson.
Sir Watts, almost 7 million in career Triton earnings. 2-time title winner. This is his 27th cash and his 4th already here in Jeju.
Last but not least, our chip leader from China with 6.9 million. Please welcome Wang Yi.
Wang Yi making his mark at his very first ever Triton Festival. 4 for 6 coming in, 5 for 7 now. 263K earned already.
The button has been drawn on Wang Yi. We still have 23 minutes remaining. Level 21, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. Once again, players, we're going to play down to a final table of 6.
Thank you, Luca.
I wish you all the very
Blinds-
best of luck. Arnaud, shuffle up and deal, please.
Blinds at 50, 100,000, 100K big blind ante. There's a look at the chip distribution brought to you by GG Poker. Some runway between Wang Yi and Liang Shu up at the top. And if, Jonathan, I asked you to just take a guess, had you not been looking at this chip count, out of 9 runners Sean Winter would be and how deep he would be, I somehow suspect that that's exactly where you would have put him. 4 bigs, 400K.
Yeah, I think if I'm setting the over-under, I'm setting it at 8 of 9 with 8 big blinds. So, you know, he's doing pretty subpar, but not terrible for where we were guessing.
The trouble is you can't get anyone to take the over at that line, Jonathan.
That's a good point. I'm not a good line setter.
The book might get hurt. $422,000 on lockup, 122K. The gap from 9th to 8th as we focus upon the ICM a little bit. $17.5 million prize pool. 5 7-figure payouts. Just a hair shy of that is 6th.
Yes.
Up top, the almighty 4.2 million awaits one of these 9.
You know, along those lines of what you said about Sean, I was playing the 50K Turbo earlier today, and there's maybe 29 people left in this tournament, and Sean has 11 big blinds, and Chris Brewer just turns to the table and he goes, "This has all the makings of a Sean Winter 4th place." Just lined up. And I mean, yeah, he's just hovered bottom 3 this whole time. Somehow he does it.
Sometimes I wonder whether or not it's just some weird thing that we've got in our heads here at the booth, but all of you guys out there too see it as well.
Yeah,
he truly is the short stack ninja.
Yeah, he's a hovercraft. He hovers right above the surface, never going underground, but never really taking flight.
And never having more than 840,000 in chips in front of him. Remarkable, especially when you consider that Adamo, who finished 10th on the final table bubble, he had 1.5 million in chips when the big blind was 5K, 300 bigs. Sean Winter wouldn't even know what to do with a stack that deep.
That's an incredible statistic, and that just speaks to how much difference there still is among high-stakes pros. Everyone here is going to tell you Adamo is an amazing player. Everyone here is going to tell you Sean Winter's an amazing player. And yet, that statistic you mentioned, we could probably pick out whose name goes in each column.
Right.
It just, there's still a lot of difference in style.
Pocket 4 is going into the muck column for James Chen in the face of an Elton saying min raise open with King Jack offsuit. Kulev sharing the jack. And now announcing a 3-bet as he leans back on Elton.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is going to announce himself quickly at any final table.
Note this is half of his chips being deployed. Back over to Elton. 600 to call. Is this one that he wants to take? I mean, obviously the implied value, just another 800 left to cobble off of Kulev. The hand that doesn't feel all that great, Jonathan?
Yeah, that would be, that would take some real chutzpah to put it in Alex's face on that spot. Doesn't look like he's got full equity.
What do you suppose that side card was with the Jack of Diamonds? Ace of Diamonds?
You would think so. Just about any other player we can say Ace of Diamonds or a Jack, but Alex gets frisky. But I think that one's going to be an ace.
Well, give me the scouting report. If I lined you up and I was one of the guys here at this final table, a 10th entity, and I was like, tell me what you can about each of these 9 guys. What do I need to know going in?
Some of these guys, they've got families, they've got 401ks. Alex is, 28? He's hungry. He wants titles. And, yeah, he'll go after it.
Okay. On the looser side, then, I would imagine, as we see Elton under the gun with kings. Would you call Kulev the friskiest out there among these 9, independent of, chip stacks and ICM implications?
Yeah, with Adamo going out in 10th, I think he takes over that crown.
On the other side of it, who is the chiseliest? Do we just have to say Sean Winter?
There's a couple fellas at the table I don't know that well, but I can't imagine they steal that title from Sean. I think he's got to be the snuggest in this situation.
So those, our bookends in terms of aggression levels. Elton gets
and James Chen, he can be a real wild card. I've seen him go in both directions. I think he's a player who's not afraid to trust his instincts.
A lot of times when it comes to these cash game guys, Jonathan, I would imagine when you're out there, you suspect maybe some ICM be damned sort of behavior. But if ICM's a concept that causes you to scratch your temple, we've got just the solution for you. Head on over to GTO Wizard and sharpen your knife. It's a great time to check them out. They've got a new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. It's free and full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Check it out now at dailydoseofgto.com. Just to follow up on what I embarked upon prior to the little promo, I imagine when you're sitting across from these cash game guys, you anticipate a little bit of that ICM be damned?
Yeah, I can't say it's true of all of them, but you're
Mhm.
definitely sizing up, one, how knowledgeable is a player about the ICM situation, because ignorance can play a part. You know, even at this very high level, it's not everyone, you know, none of us are perfectly studied.
Mhm.
And then beyond that, there's definitely the, you know, ICM's not everyone's cup of tea. There's a value to winning a tournament that does not show up when you're looking at an ICM simulation. Whether that's because someone's going to be, you know, getting endorsements, or whether it's just, hey, you get a very different, you know, text message, call, you know,
Do we get
hug
more
from the
time banks along
family
the way, or this is it?
when you win,
5
as
to 12?
opposed to nice third place, great job laddering.
No more.
So there's something to be said about, you know, winning a
No more,
tournament.
And what's wild to me, I've only been with Triton a little over 2 years. I did have that one stop in 2019. Each and every one of these festivals, guys that we would designate as VIPs, guys that aren't necessarily full-time poker professionals, they come back better every single stop. And just the osmosis effect is what I've attributed that to. As we see Liang Shu, we can attribute this jam to pocket tens over the top of Grafton, who popped his head up in the cutoff with this ace-9, no longer interested. But that's a real thing, isn't it? They've got a front row seat to all of you guys out there and your wizardry, and they soak it up.
Yeah.
Collect the ideas, as Nick likes to say.
Yeah, I mean, you look at professional sports and how, you know, they say the NFL, for example, it's a copycat league, and that's what's going on with Triton. Is you can see how we play. You know, the top players, everything's exposed. They're playing for chips at featured tables, and then they're playing, you know, nearly every final table like this is streamed, and that's just, you know, a wealth of information for anyone trying to get great at this game.
Oh.
And yeah, I mean, it's the recreationals who are hungry, you can see how much they improve stop to stop.
Obviously, it makes the task taller each and every festival. Have you found it to be a more difficult proposition the further along you are in your Triton career?
No, it's interesting. I think that it changes things. You're constantly trying to size other players up and say, how much is this, you know, player studying, trying to get sharper. Look at Watson.
Yeah, 200,000 with the needles. Liang Shu folded the queen jack. Back around to the blinds. 9-5 not enough. What's James working with? An ace-4. Jaffe, is this enough?
It's an interesting spot versus early position. A lot of the low to mid offsuit ace just hit the muck. They can also find 3-bet folds, you know, but that's generally going to be against a deeper stack than this.
Plays it as a defense, does Chen, in a world of hurt. And the pain remains on the 7-7-5 board, though the diamond works. Knuckles over to Mike.
Just to go back to why a lot of the low and mid ace find themselves folding is, you know, a lot of Mike's raise fold in this situation is going to come from somewhere between the ace 9-0 to ace jack 0 range. So if you're sitting with, let's say, an ace 8-0 or what James has here, you're often you're dominated by the bluffs. That's pretty problematic. And then, of course, it's not super favorable to be in against the value either, the jacks through aces.
125K C-bet into 550. Watson sizing in a way to tempt a wide variety of hands, and does so successfully. As you see, Chen just 9% equity, but that's going to dial up to 25%. Both the gut shot and the diamond draw acquired. This is a wet one. Watson, diamondless.
Tricky spot. James trying to think, you know, this turn is almost certainly better for his range. Does he want to play a lead? Certainly Mike is not happy about that turn card. Does go for a check, and now, you know, Sir Watts has a really interesting decision. Give you an interesting Mike Watson fact.
Okay.
His largest ever cash came 16 years ago.
That's remarkable, because I can't imagine that the stakes at which he plays now, all those years ago, were what he was playing. Do we know what that cash was, Jeffy?
Yeah, it was a 15K at Bellagio. That must have been a WPT. 16 years ago, I can't imagine what else it could have been.
I also can't imagine that if he wins this one, it would be shy of that haul. 4.2 would have to dethrone it, one would think, as he looks to disengage Chen with the jam.
Ballsy shove, and definitely pays off. If he could see what James has, he loves protecting his equity there.
Yeah. Slightly spooky, obviously, just given the damp nature of that 8 of diamonds, but he was ready to go with it for over half pot, all the biscuits.
Yeah, I think Mike correctly assessed that, you know, there might have been a lead coming if James had him beat, because James has to assume that Mike's not looking to bluff off his stack at a final table. Certainly not one where Sean is working with 4 bigs.
It's got to be my most likely hand there, right?
You know, if you're Mike, you're definitely trying to consider whether or not James is ever checking a better hand to you if he doesn't think you're bluffing. Yeah, all these considerations, we talk a lot about the pre-flop game at final tables and everything that goes into that ICM situation, but post-flop is very affected too. It's affected, one, because you have these very different looking ranges, so it's, you know, about as drastic as transitioning from cash to tournaments, you know, from an ante to a non-ante environment, in the sense that both players are just working with entirely different ranges, so you have to recalibrate yourself. But then you're also recalibrating to that idea that chips gained are not as positive as chips lost are negative. So it's bringing bet sizing down, it's bringing your desire to float somebody with perhaps that ace-4 that James had, a no-brainer call for chips, and I genuinely don't know what I would want to do on the flop in this ICM situation against Mike. Really, really close.
Well, Wang Yi knows what he wants to do as a chip leader with Queen 10. Makes a 200,000. Note that he scoots through Queen Jack and quietly continues to build upon the boss stack. Is it mentally exhausting? Hopefully this isn't self-evident. You know, I don't know if you guys are just so up to the task that it doesn't affect you as much. But when I just realize that we're scratching the surface of the sheer volume of variables that you guys are taking into account, not just in any given hand that you play, but the ones that you choose not to play, then all of the adjustments, the calibrations, as you put it. I mean, when you're done on the day, you gotta be just beat mentally.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's kind of a strange feeling. It's maybe similar to being like a kicker in football, where it's like a lot of the time you're just chilling. You got a non-decision. You just have an easy pre-flop open. You take the blinds. You've got 10 easy folds in a row, nothing. And then this extremely high-pressure situation that, you know, the game could come down to for you is all of a sudden on your shoulders. And that definitely, you know, takes its toll. And I think a lot of the preparation is about reducing that stress in that moment. You know, not just heart rate, but also how heavy that load is, because at the end of the day it can be exhausting if you're feeling every high pressure decision, maximum pressure.
Especially as the festival drags on, maybe the REM cycles haven't really been going your way, maybe some jet lag on the front end. It really is a grind. And then of course for many, the gear shift to the 4-card streets, the gear shift to the short deck streets, has all 3 variants
I can't
available.
I can't speak to those because I'm out of here after No Limit each time, so it's a third of the festival for me, which, you know, is definitely an easier load. Oh.
Well, Kulev deploys his whole payload.
King 3.
Ace deuce. Run into ace 9. Sean does dig in. Look, Alex looks over at him like, really, you just do it, don't you?
You're the
Listen, there's a handful of things that will be around if we ever detonate another A-bomb. I believe it's cockroaches and Sean Winter's short stack.
Can I get a 4?
As it
Seems
comes
accurate.
King, Queen 4 here. Wait a minute, Wheel Gutty.
Can I get a?
You see Winter?
I'm still happy
Now
with
needs to
it.
be.
You have a lot of
Not just the
opportunities.
deuce, but the 5 as well. Board pairs, and now they'll chop it up.
Hey,
Oh,
he's
you won
living.
profit.
Does anyone have better facial expressions out there than Sean?
No, they're great. Yeah, you never know what's going on. It's constantly looks puzzled, but it's not that. I just
Profit at the end.
Better than losing
just his face.
He really is a delight for us.
I said no more
here in
soft
the
count.
booth.
Okay, that's
so
not
entertaining.
This is like
I mean, doubling up, chopping, no difference to Sean. Still got chips. You're still alive.
He's
What's
like
the
the
matter?
double. It would have been weird with that big stack responsibility.
Yeah. You know, speaking to what you said earlier about the exhaustion factor and the jet lag and whatnot, you know, most of the guys that I know came out early to try and fight the jet lag. I know there was a big group of guys that went to Seoul and just kind of chilled in the hotel, used the sauna, just tried to relax and acclimate for a while. Personally, I went with my family to Tokyo to get in the time zone. We spent 5 days there. That was
Awesome.
great. Yeah, that was really fun.
Any cool Tokyo stories as we see Grafton with a couple of fives?
I don't think for the Triton viewers, you know, my son is 9. We did 9-year-old stuff.
Okay.
It was great. I was pretty happy. If anyone makes it to Tokyo, Dylan Lindy gave me a fantastic recommendation that we loved, which was Team Lab Planet. That was a very cool experience.
Okay.
Is
it like a amusement center of some sort?
Like a sensory museum's not the word. Sensory experience.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't really describe it much beyond that, but for those that like to take pictures, very Instagrammable.
There it is. Elton chewing on 10-8 suited in the hijack off of 2.2. It's good for fourth. Lays it down.
忍一忍就过了，忍一下。
What's James Chen working with? King, queen. All sensible. 2 1/4 if you do from the cutoff. 7s now for Winter. And let's observe the myriad faces of SW.
I would love to know, like, at what point has he figured, wow, wow.
He's a torture ass, this guy.
Jaffe, I confess, it felt
You're
like
the
14 the hard
You are
way
the
was
best,
going to
Sean.
sail in.
Yeah, he just waits till he has a feeling.
You win.
If I put 7s in your hand there off of that stack, are you popping right in over the
Oh,
top
yeah.
of Chen? Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like I am as well.
James and I are dancing for 700. 800.
I mean, it'd be one thing if maybe somebody was joining him down there and he was trying to chisel a ladder, which
Yeah.
is, you know, meaningful at 122K, but he's got 3 bigs.
Look at Sam's
Grafton's
body
got
language.
14.
Yeah, you know, Sam's body language says it all. Like, do I really have to play a 14 big blind stack with Sean Winter being the 4 big blind, the
Right.
3 big blind stack? This is just, you know, ICM pressure. It's almost release. It's like, Sean will be here for another 3 orbits. Don't worry about him.
Yeah.
Just, that's brutal.
He's just got to accept the shackles for the time being as Liangshu accepts ace-8 suited. 250 if you do. Ace-3 on the button. No meal made. And of course, somewhat precarious is getting after the big stack, but for Liangshu, who holds the second biggest stack, respect will be shown to a degree. I'm always entertained by a big stack being so aggressive that even when that second place stack gets after him, maybe even in particular, they look over and they go, you're not supposed to be doing any of this, and they just drop that 3-bet in there savagely with holdings that don't necessarily seem to warrant it.
It's a great dynamic to watch. I love it.
High variance.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are some situations where you're just meant to shove a ton of chips at another guy who's quite deep with you. You don't see people pull the trigger on it all that often, but it really does exist.
The names Punat Punsri and Henrik Hecklund come to mind already here at this festival on the Stone Money Bubble of the 50K. They played a number 1, number 2 chip stack pot, ace-king against 2 kings. And Punat ended up making not 1 but 2 aces on the flop to shower Henrik improbably on the outside of the money. Did ride that pot, by the way, to the eventual victory, did Punat.
Yeah, made the most of it. Poor Hecklin, though. He's running like garbage.
That was an awful one for sure for him, and even Punat could sympathize. Saying aces. It's all looking good. Can he get a customer? Already had kings in this orbit. Didn't get any action then. Will he get some here? Ace-7 suited for Sir Watts on the button. 1.6 back. Doesn't even hesitate, though, and that's got to be looking over at Sean Winter's stack.
Yeah, I think some of that. You know, he's got Grafton here in the big blind with a little bit shorter as well.
1.2 back. Ace-Jack, and Sam activates, runs into disaster.
That is tough.
And by the way, Kulev chuckling.
Everybody thought I was like hoping one people go all in at least. I didn't mean
And
to.
I got to imagine it's because he just realized somehow Sean Winter's going to slither even deeper in this one.
Probably that, yeah.
这老外还厉害，又憋进去，
Man,
又憋进前一名。
Sam goes down here when he sees that Winter 7s fold. It's going to be
Oh
painful.
my gosh.
Ooh.
Flops a gutter.
Huh? 不能推了。
Looking to lasso a cowboy onto the
我
board
肯定不知
here with
道。
2.7 in the middle.
A gutter is 17%?
Now 14 as it turns into a two-way straight draw, but the clubs won't work. 6 outs one time. Not there. So Squiddy.
It's a tough one.
Fist bumps GG's, but not able to find the ladder from 422,000 to 544, and will leave this FT behind as the first party dispatched. Obviously, very demoralizing. But we know we haven't seen the last of that character, and what a character he is. Sam Grafton. Out in 9th. Adds to his handsome career Triton earnings of $8 million plus. No second title in the cards for him, though. His 8th cash. Finally breaking the seal here in Jeju as you get a look at the official chip counts on the back end of that and the remaining payouts. Pay jump now, Jonathan, $193,000. Talking about bigger than a buy-in.
4.2 million for a side event. It's not the main event. It's 4.2 million.
That's a great point.
That's wild. Was this the largest non-main event?
Prize pool, you mean?
Prize pool?
17.5 million. I would maybe look to our producer James Dempsey for these answers. I'm sure it'll take him some time. Just, you know, he's more of a diesel generator than kind of a, you know, Formula One race car when it comes to these moments.
London 200K is the only thing I could see in competition?
London 200K, not the invitational.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Like
taking
just a side
invitationals out.
200K?
Yeah. Because that's kind of like its own
50K
main event.
more,
Right?
too, you know.
Ooh.
Hang on.
This is a collision. Oh, never mind. It's Winter. He's going to
Sean
fold.
limps. Yeah, it's a fender bender. But one would imagine. We have seen him limp, I think, 2.5 bigs and fold already. You were at the table for that breathless
That
moment.
threw me. I was shaken. It's going in.
Yeah.
Okay.
No heads are going to explode as a very understandable confrontation between Winter's short stack and Wang Yi, the big stack, with the jacks. 2 overs and live spades for Sean. Who's never been above 840,000 in chips at any point throughout his run to this FT. And now flops in front. Second pair, but the threats are quite obvious. Board pairing ace. Now add a jack to the clean kings for Wang Yi. Can Sean Winter fade 5 outs? Yes, he can, and will nibble.
You see Alex? Look how he does it. I think he said a masterclass.
What is it like the pyramids of Giza? Walk me through the wonders. I know the 8th. It's the short stack of Sean Winter.
Yeah.
In terms of the natural wonders or
It's the
man-made
only-
ones.
It's It's the only relevant one tonight, and man, it is a wonder. No one can figure it out.
50 and 125,000 rather, with 125K big blind ante means 300K in orbit. The price of poker now. Blinds up as Winter doesn't even get to enjoy added depth. 6 bigs.
Would he enjoy added depth?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I honestly don't know. I've long maintained that this is Sean's happy place, right?
Maybe.
Just his security blanket of sorts.
Someone's sitting out? The under the gun, that's our chip leader who wasn't there?
Forgive me? The
No.
Elton Sang fold
Elton.
under the gun?
Ah, it was Elton, okay. Might be having a cigarette.
The folds all.
James Chen, ace jack, having a peek. Kulev really just tickled, by the way, by this Winter business to his left.
Mushroom noise. Yeah.
Suited king in the big for
Oh,
Ding Biao.
still alive.
This is now a min raise. Elton marveling.
Well done.
I got 2 good cards. Good timing.
Oh.
Biao.
Big swing pot for Ding Stack here.
Defending and flopping an open ender on the Queen Jack 10 board, up against backdoor diamonds, Broadway gutter, second pair, checking over to James, but wet texture with 675 in the middle. They play 1.1 effective.
Not your ordinary open ender against James's +1 open, you know, with covering stacks behind. You're facing a lot of ace king, a lot of king jack, king queen, king 10 suited. You know, this is just not the same open ender as when you play for chips. I could even see Ding folding here. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's a peculiar spot.
$200K. Called. 400 more into the middle. A very dry turn. Sub 1 SPR.
If you're James, it's tough to decide what a bet accomplishes here. Certainly Ding did not flop, you know, Broadway, doesn't have ace-king. 9-8 suited's possible. 9-8 offsuit, you're wondering whether or not he defends it. Tough to say. King 9 off, you're wondering if that's in there. Only King 9 suited. And you're probably imagining that 2 pair probably fast played on you. Tough spot for
the
Ding here on the river.
The check back for Chen, and it isn't altogether clear. Obviously, the ace of diamonds becoming very relevant for him, but the 4-liner on the board as the flush does come in.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting possibilities how this goes down. You know, everything's on the table, even a possible block from Ding followed by a shove from James. You know, Ding just doesn't have many king that would need to bluff here, because if he's got an unpaired king, it's got to be suited. That really limits the combos. Both of them know Ding's not defending a hand like King 7-0. Is the action on James? Oh, I guess Ding checked already. Wow.
700,000 of the 850
bluffing with the
being asked for. And yeah, it is bluffing with the best, because this isn't for value that he fires this much, is it?
No.
Ever?
Seems reasonable, I think. You know, he sees that he blocks the nut flush. It's got some relevance. And he's trying to move his man off of a queen or a potential 2-pair. It's tough to say, you know, whether you need to bluff more than just your low-suited aces. I really don't know, but works out nicely.
That it does. James Chen Sending. Fourth in chips. Level with Elton.
Elton playing his big blind.
That's why cash games are better. You can choose any blinds you want.
Jacks now for Sean. Kulev's going to be the first to react if this one gets to a showdown pre.
He just watches him with admiration, just like, what is this show? We don't have this in Bulgaria.
He's this enigma.
375.
Makes it 375 of his 800. These are declarations. Typically, although with Sean, one doesn't necessarily know if the rest is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, if two people put it in, he's definitely gone. But seems like this one's getting through.
Look at how begrudged Elton is about it, too, because he wants, you know. He wants to get rid of Sean. Everybody wants to get rid of Sean right now. Pick up that almost 200K pay jump. As he drops the face up, Florida high muck.
Yeah, said it before, but I mean, it's very frustrating when you are, you know, 6th, 7th, 8th in chips, and the guy behind you is just so tight.
I'm making you money.
You don't want to bust.
I'm making you money.
Chip leader's dream.
You know, if you've ever traveled anywhere that has a lot of mosquitoes, then you know how the other guys around Sean feel right now. That high-pitched whine. You can never really get fully to sleep. You know one's in the room, just waiting to suck a little blood off your stack. Those are really important pickups for Sean, too. He's now got 9 bigs, because you can get eaten alive by these orbits so easily when you're the shorty.
Yeah, he's now 7th of 8. We've got
Ding Biao, the shorty now, sailing it for a full 800. Elton, Queen 6 off, not going to be the one. Let's see if James can be a customer. Jack 7 off, not either. Yeah.
Please.
How many final tables does Ding have? I feel like I always see him at a final table.
Well, let's take a look. Diving into the Triton Poker Plus app is where we get our answers. Here in Jeju, 3 cashes. This his 4th but first final table. Back in Monte Carlo, he cashed once in several attempts. It was a final table. In London, he did have 1 FT out of 2 caches. Taking it back to Cyprus is where it was 3 final tables and a title at his 2nd ever festival, given that he first joined us in Vietnam. And in Vietnam, he had 3 caches, 2 titles there.
I was going to
sorry, 2 final tables there.
Yeah, that was my introduction to Ding Biao, and yeah, I thought he played phenomenal. I'd never heard of this guy, and he was just, 3 final tables, you said? Or 2 final tables.
2 final tables in Vietnam, 3 for 3 in Cyprus for final tables with the title. Don't sleep on that seat.
No. I'm picking James Chen as my wild card.
To win this one?
Yep.
Okay. Currently Chen running in 3rd. A nose in front of Elton Sang. Here he is, blind versus blind. Queen 9 off.
2 creative players. I'd love to see them play blind versus blind all day. Look at the difference in the look that Kulev gives James Chen as compared to Sean Winter. With James, it's like, what are you going to do? With Sean, it's just like, what planet are you from?
Look at Sean's face. He's not involved here, and he's still going through the emotional gamut.
Yeah, he's truly one of a kind.
4 Kulev. What's the decision here with 1.7 back? All in, apparently, is what Kulev thinks, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's got plenty of hand.
Use the heart.
But at the same time,
Professional courtesy
if
one.
James is trapping, ace-10's in bad shape. It's probably not going to be 9s.
And James Chen is trapping from time to time. We know
Absolutely.
this.
Try to look away, but I also like to look at my opponents when playing.
Dangerous.
He might have?
I could have.
I could have. Okay.
Yeah, like very easily could have. I looked away, or else I would have probably seen.
Okay, thanks.
Cash Pro giving Young Pro some advice. Those seats can be a little tricky, you know, right next to each other. And what is that? The
4, 5, 6.
That's
yeah.
my card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir Watts has been dormant so far, just respecting
I almost want to say
the landscape.
A bit of the edge.
Quiet final table for Wang Yi. He, you know, despite being our chip leader, he just hasn't had playable hands. Even with the wide ranges, you can use a chip leader. Tough fold for Jiabing. Not fun putting Queen Jack suited in the muck.
Liang Shu's King 8 suited, that which ushered it that direction.
Here's Alex with that spot we talked about earlier. You know, James had this against Sir Watts. A little different. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was the big blind. Never mind. Small blind. Very different.
And Sean will relinquish. The 8-4 suited, dominated, and not interested. Has anyone actually bothered to just like pull Sean aside and be like, hey bro, can you kind of maybe like verse me in the sub-5 big blind streets? Like, what, can you give me an idea to, you know, share some of this sorcery?
I have not, but I think there are definitely some people who have, you know, been very interested in his explanations, and I think to some degree he's gone into that. I'm sure, you know, depending on level of closeness, how much he wants to get into that.
Right. I mean, we make light of it a little bit, but quite honestly, I cannot think of anybody who has performed as well. Now, granted, you have to arrive with these short stacks, right? But everyone does it from time to time, and he stands out in terms of batting average off of these sub-5, sub-8 sort of big blind affairs as really finding multiple ladders, finding spins up into midfield and maybe even the top of the leaderboard. There is something to it.
Yeah, you could take the reverse opinion and say if you win a lot of all-ins with short stacks, it's going to cloud your judgment and make you go in that direction. So, you know, that might be my opinion.
Interesting. Love the counterpoint. We're here for it. Liang Shu here for the ace-3. Early position. Watson, suited kings. Under normal circumstances, Jaffe, we like to get involved here. We are a bit apprehensive when there are shorties lurking.
Yeah. Yang Shu showing he's got some ICM studying under his belt. You don't just stumble into the ace-3-0 +1 open. That's
something.
It's a well-studied open.
Yeah, something that the solvers might be smiling upon as Watson smiles upon the King 7-4 board. Top pair, that which he has stumbled onto in a 675K exchange.
Yep.
Possibly more depending on Shu's response with it checked to him.
Yeah, you wouldn't see Yang open that if the chip leader, if Wong was on his left, but with him already out of the hand, you know, he can really put the pressure on these guys. Not going to work here, though. You know, Mike's going to flop his share of gutters, his open-ender, his 7X, maybe a little bit of 4-5 suited, 4-3 suited. I wouldn't be surprised if we see just a call, let Liang kind of hang himself here.
$150 ahead to the turn, which doesn't help the ace-3 in any way. Watson content to try to keep this one as small as allowed.
SPR right around 1. These are those spots that play very differently for chips and ICM. Don't really see shoves in the situation. Question is, do we see Liang fire another shell? Does he, find a 33%, a 50%? Does he give up here? 10 certainly not a good card from Mike's range. I think generally speaking, that's a really good barrel that's going to work out quite well. Not going to work here. One of the things Liang is doing here, in addition to folding out some equity, if Mike has, say, a 6-8 suited, for example, is he's protecting himself from getting bluffed, because if he does check this 10 turn, and then let's just say the river is a brick, a deuce, he's going to have a heck of a time calling even a block from Mike, and that means Mike's probably going to successfully bluff him with a lot of those missed straight draws. So this bet here on the turn is not just about trying to fold a 7x or 4x, pocket 6s, pocket 5s, pocket 8s maybe. It's also protecting yourself from getting bluffed by those missed draws.
Watson, check shoving versus this 400K, deciding that if he were to flat, there's just too many situations in which I would imagine the rest of the 600 is going to go in, so let's find the fold equity here.
Yeah, I think, he understands how wide Liang's open here should be. There's Jack-9 suited type hands, Queen-9 suited, what have you. Maybe he's going to fire an Ace-Jack on the turn, but at this point, protecting your tournament is so important.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that reality, of course, that which skews us into respecting this line from Watson. Not that the Ace-High had much to think about, but...
Sure. I think that hand was perfectly played by both guys.
Yeah.
That was some really good poker.
Maximizing. Was Sir Watts there? By showing some of that refrain, some patience, then capitalizing. And there is the trophy that awaits the champ. And it's going to be draped in $4.2 million.
Oh, there's the 50K Turbo adjacent to this final table.
Yes, yes it is.
See, Seth Davies still there. That's going well.
Can give you a little update on what's taking place out that way. It's a 50K Turbo Bounty, by the way. Currently 5 remaining. One Tom Dwan is the shortest stack with 10 bigs. Shirzad Chisu, 4th. Dan Smith in 3rd. David Coleman in 2nd. And Seth Davies, the aforementioned, up at the top.
Wow, let's go, Seth. That's great.
$6.5 million in front of him.
Awesome.
Not awesome, but playable is King 10-0 from the hijack. Deems James Chen.
Yeah. Into the chip leader's big blind. Tough spot.
I mean, this is really one of those spots where he presumes that the opening range is going to be respectful, but at the same time realizes that he could wave a wand in the face of James.
Look at this time bank, 7-3-0. Maybe he's trying to play off this, he's been pretty dormant at the final table. Going to use that image. Go after James here. Chip leaders do get to defend quite wide because their opponents don't get to use their bluffs in the usual manner, but not looking to defend here. He's going for the 7-3-0 3-bet. Boss.
900,000, and this is that ICM dungeon that James Chen has just been dragged into.
Yeah. King 10-0, the level of confidence you have to have that your man is full of it is really high.
We've seen a little bit of the 4-bet in the face of just that concept too, though, but that is high risk.
Yeah. Very difficult, especially, that 4-bet to try and get all in is just such a thin range. You've got imposter syndrome every time you're playing a 4-bet bluff there.
Well, we begin to maybe get a sense of why it is that Wang Yi finds himself at the top of the chip counts. He's been tactical out there. Not just, taking a warhammer to the field, but finding some surgical precision.
Is that what you call it when you 3-bet 7-3-0 from the big?
What's the ICM factor? The man's got a firm finger on the pulse, right?
I'm going to go Warhammer on that one.
Okay, a little bit of Warhammer. But Warhammer to me, yes, in that hand, it's like pot after pot after pot. That's where it starts to feel like the mallet is upon us.
That's the Adamo Parade.
Yes, there it is. He's a guy who definitely knows something about the Warhammer. It's like Donkey Kong. Now, forgive me, I know this is real old school, the arcade streets. But you used to have this hammer, and it would just boom, 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 and you go after the barrels. And
did you ever see King of
bash
Kong?
Yeah, of course. What a wonderful documentary
that was excellent.
Terrific.
What was that guy? The villain, Billy?
I don't remember.
That guy
Wow,
was
it's
a
been a
character.
minute.
Oh, man.
For those that don't know, it was a documentary about trying to set the all-time high score in the game, Donkey Kong.
All-time great documentary villain. This guy who had the highest score was just a character. Highly recommend this documentary.
Listen, we're not short on characters here at the Triton Super High Roller Series either, and for what it's worth, we are filming a documentary of our own. TBD.
I've been doing some interviews for that.
There
It's,
it is.
Yeah, it's great. Lee Davey and his crew.
We're writing you in
Excited to
as
see.
the villain, the Billy guy.
Wow, I don't have enough character for that. I'm too bland.
We tease. King Queen offsuit, not bland. And not going to get any callers.
Did you know we have a Triton podcast?
I heard something about this. Was the inception of it at our last stop in Monaco?
No, tomorrow Seth Davies and I are going to do the first episode with Pete.
Come on.
Yeah.
Love that.
Excited. Everything Pete does is great.
That's terrific. He is hilarious.
Yeah.
Really great personality, sense of humor. He's responsible for some of the content on the Triton Poker Instagram page. Obviously, one of the ways in which you can interact with us, hit us up on Twitter. Those of you that are streaming us right now from wherever on the Blue Marble you may be, welcome. Pleased to have you with us. Alina Jha, Jonathan Jaffe, 150K, 8-handed final table here. 4.2 million up top. If you're enjoying what you see out in the YouTube streets in particular, I'm looking at you. All we ask is a click of the like, mouse over, a click of the subscribe. That'll help you not miss any of what's on offer here as we work to bring you the finest in streaming poker entertainment each and every festival. And I know I'm a bit of a homer in this respect, Jonathan, but I'd say we do a decent job at it. All at the right price, free.
It's a good price.
Ooh,
hey, can we